웃어봐야 나의 눈물은 말랐어요. 예쁜 눈망울 콧날은 어떻고 입술도 어쩜 넌 이래. 제발 한 번만 봐줘. 날 더 이상 이대로 힘들긴 싫어요. 너도 나 없이 혼자는 힘든 걸 알잖아. 사랑해 baby. No way 언제라도 넌 변명 너. It's gonna be okay just a little alone. 그 운명을 믿어봐. 난 너라 이제 용서해. 지친 날들에 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go. 한 번 더 웃어줘. 빛나게 더 뜨겁게. 태양이 더 거치고 밝은 날이 오도록 이제 다시 시작해. 눈을 떠봐요. 이제 형이에요. 이제는 끝인 걸 알고 달렸지. 어둠 속을 벗어나 별빛이 보이는 곳으로 이제 용서해. 지친 날들에 우리서 둘이서 가볍게 맞춰 let it go. 한 번 더 웃어줘. 빛나게 더 뜨겁게. 태양이 더 거치고 맑은 날이 오면 There's something in the atmosphere. There's something else been breathing on my air. And giants live in silence under all my scar. Anxiety creeps in on me, oh, only in the dark. Saying, hush little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality. Shining light in the dark, I can tell. Demons don't know me so well. So hush little baby, don't you cry for me. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry, no. walking down the street. She's turning up the heat. She's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street. All guys they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street. It's just so bittersweet. You can't compete and nothing's stopping her. Nothing's stopping. Walking down the street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever you've seen. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude.
Welcome back, heroes. After 3 months of intense action across all the EMEA region and defending Spatulopolis against the cruelest of threats, the final battle is almost here. I'm Counterfeit, and today I have the honor to introduce you to the competitive format of the Rising Legends EMEA Finals. Did you think that the previous Rising Legends Finals were a blast? Prepare yourselves, because this time, the best 32 players from the EMEA region will battle it out in a 3-day tournament to be crowned as the best player in EMEA. But that's not all. This time they will compete as well for 43,900 euros. On day 1, the 32 heroes will be randomly seeded into 4 different lobbies. After 3 games, the players will be reseeded into a second set of groupings and will play 3 more. Going into day 2, the points carry over from the previous day and the format will remain the same. The players playing 6 games with a reseed after lobby 3. After these 6 games, only the best 8 performers with the highest points from both days 1 and 2 combined will pass to the final day. On this final day, these heroic 8 players will compete only against each other during 6 games of TFT. At the end of this battle, the player with the highest points total will be crowned as the Rising Legends champion of EMEA, with that champion and the 3 players just below them securing spots at the Monsters Attack Championship. Last but not least, the 5th and 6th places in day 3 will have a last shot to win a spot for the Monsters Attack Championship in the Western Last Chance Qualifier. So mark your calendars and join us on May 13th to find out who will become the Rising Legends champion. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in Spatulopolis.
folks, my name is Meeix and I'm a caster for Rising Legends. This set, I've been working really hard on my play-by-play. Let me tell you, it's not easy. I think for this kind of job, it's really important that you find inspiration in public talking wherever you can, and sometimes it's found in unexpected places. Whenever I prepare for a show, I do my vocal warm-ups, I do diction training, pronunciation training. I talk to a lot of play-by-play casters like Medic, and to be a play-by-play caster, you need to be able to talk fast and, more importantly, have really good jokes. Did I tell you about the German fun fact of the day? I really love art and tattoos, and honestly, I think I'm a little bit of an outside-the-box person. That's why the play-by-play role fits me perfectly. Hey David, did I tell you that DACH is an acronym for...
It's been 107 days since our players first competed in Monsters Attack. Our finalists have battled through 9 open qualifiers, 9 golden spatula cups, and 11 ladder snapshots to make it here, the Rising Legends Finals.
No. That is too serious, Matt. Make it more goofy.
Okay, all right, I got this. F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anyone.
No, that is too goofy and also copyrighted.
Okay, I've got something that no one's ever seen before. We're ready for this. Thank you, Kike. We've even got a stagehand on it. Can someone give me some sad music? Here we go.
Okay, can we speak this a little bit up? We don't have that much time, Matt.
Hold on.
Just come over. We can do this normally. We've got your jacket, just like that.
It's another beautiful day here at the Rising Legends Finals.
So we've got our first lobby locked and ready to go. Of course, you notice Siberia has departed our desk because he's heading across to join in the casting along with Impetuous Panda.
And uncontested in the backline, a huge MF ult, and there goes Lulu. One valiant ult will not be enough as Kevin Parker claims first place in round 7.
One by one, Camille, like the Grim Reaper, slowly picks off all her targets. Just the bodyguard left alive, but this bodyguard is out of a job.
Stunned up, she cannot dash away for once. And Chuso, the Camille, will fall. Pike is all that's left, but the Sivir will take the victory. And Chuso falls to Lesher's Infiniteam.
Dies instantly. She's left on her own, but she's been pushed away.
Oh no,
3-star! Not enough! It is not! Hayden is gone! The dropping of the meteors will light up the back line. We've got the last remaining players in, and Swella Tiger takes the L. Maybe the Zephyr was saving her. Nice double stun onto the remaining units, and it's surely yes. Yosko goes down. Ezra reroll right again.
Start pumping out the damage by surviving for the time being. Warwick will finally nearly chew through her, but instead Zul'Anash takes the loss. And here comes the Lulu in the backline trying to fire away, get any target whatsoever, but she gets obliterated as the Ezreal comes out. Double ultimates come through. Canbizz makes it to first place.
Swing turn yet again, threatening the balance of this lobby, and there it is! Matt, the Warwick free. The Awu is going to be out in full force.
Takes out another unit after unit, falling to the claws of Warwick, and Snooty Boo victorious in the final lobby. Redemption is here for the Spanish player.
So with that, thank you for watching, guys. It's been our pleasure. Thank you to our production, our moderators, and of course, our observers. Thank you so much to my fellow co-casters, and thank you to you, chat. Going to see you tomorrow, hopefully. Remember, it's 16:30 p.m. CEST. With that, have a great evening. Until tomorrow.
You know, first Meeix steals my thunder with telling me I've got to sit down and stop doing lovely romantic comedy references, and then she steals my pen. So I've got nothing here. I've just got cards. Don't look under the table. I promise there's nothing there. Nothing suspicious. But you can look under the domain lowlysports.com to find a little treat for yourself, Meeix.
Yeah, you absolutely can, because today you can not only find LOL Esport capsules there, but also there will be a very special, unique drop on the very last game of today. So that is one that we're all looking out for. I don't even know what it is. I think it's maybe another icon. Last time we did get one. It's very cool.
I mean, we've mentioned a car before. Wida, do you think
No
it could
car!
be that expensive, or?
No, honestly not. Also, an icon is, it's iconic, right? It's in the name, and it makes me all warm and fuzzy when I go "Hello Gamers" on the ladder and I see people use the icon. So please, if it's another icon, please.
Right. Or rep the old one if you're an actual OG. That's what we're hoping for here. I actually love the fact that this jacket looks like I'm wearing high-vis. Like, I did not notice coming into this, but I was just like, wow, I am bright. I am brilliant. I love it.
I mean, we all knew that, but I'm glad you caught on.
Well, we've got 8 other people here today who are absolutely brilliant, and those are, of course, our final 8 players. We've had 2 days of competition leading up to our standings, as we'll see here on the screen. Unfortunately, we have to start with the people who were eliminated.
Looking at Choose at the bottom, right? Very, very rough day for one of the best Spanish players all throughout the circuit. One of the best players on the Rising Legends circuit this year, and in its entirely. 40 points, that's just not enough.
Yeah, and I mean, you could say the same for every single one of them, because yesterday we cut down to not top 16, to not top 24, we cut down to top 8. There is only one lobby remaining in this tournament, and that's the one we will be looking at the entire day. We're all very excited for it.
And most of these names are going to be greats that you all have followed throughout the season and previous seasons. We, of course, Ging is the name on everyone's lips. Previous several-time Rising Legends competitor, been in the finals in EMEA so many times, Wida.
Yeah, 5 out of 5 possible since Turkey was brought into the EMEA circuit back in Fates in set 4. So he is 100% just like the likes of Double as well as Tiger, because he also played in the Turkish qualifier, I believe, for the Galaxy's finals.
Yeah, he's just been an absolutely dominant player, and we have similar stories for many of the players that are going to be in those standings. I want to start with the 4 on your screen, and I think for me, Kevin Parker has been a standout this set. We've seen strong performances from him previously, but seeing him in his first Rising Legends finals feels like a validation, perhaps for a certain German caster on our desk.
Perhaps. So I actually this morning reached out to both Lusher and Kevin. I was like, good luck, guys, like bring it home, kind of. Lusher wrote me back, yeah, easy. I got the Meeix buff, I got it going, no problem. Kevin, he wrote back saying, don't forget not to jinx me.
All right, well, maybe we'll stop talking about him. Wida, one of the players that I've been really impressed by coming into this was Qetzer, who only really made an appearance in Golden Spatula Cup #1, then mysteriously disappeared like the Avatar of old.
And that has kind of been a little bit of a storyline for Qetzer in general, right? Because generally speaking, he's been in the majority of the finals that we've had all throughout, even pre-Rising Legends as well. But today he really gets a chance to make his mark and potentially go to the championship.
I'm looking forward to seeing what he's able to bring. Of course, throughout the weekend, we've seen him have some creative pivots through other compositions to get to his end goal. Always love to see that, because it's something I will never be able to do.
I mean, you do get the creative part, it just doesn't go very far, right?
No. Creativity often falls flat on its face, as you've seen if you've watched me on all of our Rising Legends broadcasts.
Come on.
We've got 4 other players, of course, today to round out our final lobby. This has been an incredible weekend so far, and it would be even less incredible if we couldn't mention Wida's favorite player, Hayden.
I mean, my favorite, he's a good friend of mine, a player that I have been talking to quite a while, ever since we started competing, really, in general, right? Like when we had that back in Galaxy, he's been a player that's been trying to qualify for pretty much every single finals. It's the second time around that he's made it to a regional finals, and now he finds himself in the top 8 after a fantastic 2 first days.
Yeah, and speaking of Hayden, there's something that's very interesting with his day 1 and day 2. We've been looking at all of the stats, and Hayden actually, depending on the lobby, entirely won for all 3 games in the same lobby, or bottom forward for all 3 games in the same lobby. So we'll see how today's lobby goes for him, because he's not getting out of that one.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of numbers, something I do so rarely, it's hard to keep them in your head, but the easiest one to keep in your head is 41.7 top 1 rate, and that's what's going to be coming out of Enzo, our highest point leader by far on the ladder after day number 2.
The numbers, Madsen, what do they mean?
Means Enzo's been popping the hell off more than any time in his career. We've seen him around the EMEA circuit for several sets now, but this is the first time that he's really risen so highly above the rest. And I think that is something worth talking about, that level of consistency throughout the finals.
Yeah, definitely. That is what we're looking for. A general trend for these players, though, that I do wanted to bring to this desk is, we've been looking at all the comps from day 1, day 2, and compared them to what has our top 8 been up to. And there is a big discrepancy in what they've been playing. They've played a lot less Oxford Spellslingers that we introduced on day 1 than most other players in the tournament, and they also played a lot less Laser Core. Instead, they're going for more of the Renegade boards. They're going for more Mascots. They're going for more Infinity. So a much bigger play out on those kind of comps, and I'll see how that one goes as we enter the tournament, because now, of course, they're playing against each other.
Yeah, because I mean, one of the things you and I have talked about several times throughout this, because every time we get into a tournament, we have these predictions about what's coming in based on ladder, and we're like, oh man, Ox Slinger is easy. Every time we get to tournament, it's a different story. What do you think has been like the impetus behind our players making our poor graphic artists work all that work for nothing?
I think there's this patch with balance around. It's about making the correct decisions as well, right? Understanding how these decisions are going to impact the overall lobby that you are going to be finding yourself in. We've seen so many players go for the Ezreal rerolls.
Yeah.
Whether that's an augment or not to support it, they have been almost won in every single lobby. It has been one of the strongest comps, one of the defining comps. And when you look around the general meta from other seasons, like from other regionals, that has not been the case. And I think that for me is the biggest X factor of the finals so far.
I do kind of want to interject. On broadcast, we've seen so much Ezreal, but in the other lobbies, not as much. So we're really getting the pick of our litter here with all of the Ezreals coming in. But yeah, we'll probably see some more today.
Yeah, and we will also see more of the player we have in our interview coming up. I believe it is Qetzer we have on the line. Qetzer, how have your games been going throughout the weekend? We've gotten to see a little bit of your gameplay coming in, but not the whole picture. Uh-oh.
There we go.
There we go. What's up, Qetzer?
Welcome.
Thank you.
I'll start it again because I don't think you were able to hear.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So your weekend has been really cool. I've loved watching you play and pivot through these multiple compositions. What do you think has been, the secret sauce for you for these first 2 days?
I think the secret sauce for me was more of playing my style comps, which is usually AP comps with some AD thrown in there. I didn't get to play Oxforce, though I tried. So that was a disappointment because I know I played the comp very well. But overall, I think I just played my style with some Sona reroll, some Ez reroll. I love to have blue buff as an item and just go there. Sometimes it brings you the biggest AF because you can't pivot into anything interesting. But I didn't play a single games of Renegade except one where I pivoted on it, but it wasn't the plan A at all, and I went 7th. So
maybe not Renegade today.
Qetzer's the real
maybe not,
Renegade.
especially given the history of the rest of the players here. I think I will let them have this one.
All right. Speaking of letting them have this one, Qetzer, you need to tell me a secret, okay? Because France has come into this tournament with less players than Germany, and somehow in our top 8, there is only 2 Germans, but 3 French players. What do you different? Like, what's different in France that you're so good at TFT?
I don't think there's a lot of difference. I think the German players are as good as us, but we practice a lot, and by a lot I mean a lot. I have myself. I have a daytime job, so I wasn't able to practice as much as Canbizz and Enzo and Armor Truck and Double, but we practice together a lot, and we just brought ourselves together to a bigger level on this patch, especially.
Awesome, and it worked.
Yeah, it worked very good.
So obviously, Qetzer, you have been to these regional finals a lot of times so far, right? And finally, you're here with a fantastic shot at going to the championship. What would it mean for you to become EMEA champion and make it to the championship?
Honestly, it would mean a lot because usually when I get to EMEA finals, I just choke it out and go 30th. That's been my history usually, but I don't mind it so much. I know I have a good level of TFT, but I make more mistakes than most players, I think, that are with me today. But we watched my games yesterday, and I'm gonna fix that. So I'm gonna play better, even better than the last few days.
Awesome.
So that's good.
Really glad to hear it, Qetzer, and it seems like you are coming into this very level-headed into the final day of the competition. And I want to ask you one question before we let you go, of course. Is there anyone you want to give a shout-out to among your friends, family, community, anyone? And since this was asked yesterday, yes, you can do it in French.
No, English is fine for me.
Let's go.
It was kind of one of my objectives going for an interview is kind of rise up the level of French English speakers. So
doing masterfully so far.
So
Perfect.
I'm going to do it in English. I want to thank you, everyone in the French community, my friends, my family that has supported me so far in this TFT journey. And especially I want to thank my training partners, Armor Truck, Enzo, Double, and Canbizz, that have been a big help for me these last few weeks, let's say, to prepare.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Qetzer. We will let you get back to it, back to your preparations before we begin the final day. Thank you once again for coming on with us.
And good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
I forgot the most basic thing. I forgot to say good luck. I do mean it.
We got you. We got you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's what Desk is all about. Me making mistakes and everyone else covering for them. I mean, working as a team. Working as a team. That's the one. So to cover my mistakes and talk about something that Qetzer talked about earlier was that Rift Walker's composition. Another thing that we said coming in here was going to be very contended, but this time actually very contended.
Yeah, I think so. You look at the likes of Kevin Parker, you look at Hayden as well, and especially look back to game 12 yesterday, like the final game of the day, where Hayden, like for a while, we didn't even know if he was going to be making to the finals. He would end up playing in a freeway contest of that Rift Warrior composition alongside the likes of Snooty, and that was a wild game to follow, and that kind of could be the picture today because it's a composition that has an insanely high cap, and remember, we need to see players playing for those high caps today.
One of those compositions that we've also seen make several appearances, a meta-defining composition, I would say, is that Lulu reroll that we have seen so many times, the much maligned, sometimes loved, sometimes adored reroll composition, still around in the meta, even if you don't get that growth spurt, even if you don't get that hero augment that's relevant to the composition.
Yeah, and something that's really important to that Lulu is actually having roll downs that matter. So we're going to be talking a little bit about what is important in roll downs and how to achieve it, and we actually prepared some clips for that. So I'm very, very keen to show those. Wida, why don't you take us through what players need to look for the most when they approach a roll down, like Canbizz is doing here right now.
Yeah, so a big thing here is that Canbizz is very aware of what he needs to hit here, so he's probably just going to be picking up those units. Another thing keeping in mind at home is that there's 2 types of APM in TFT. There's the mental one, keeping track of like how many decisions you need to make, and then there's the actual physical one. Pressing D fast is very easy, but picking up the right units and having time to put together the board afterwards, not so much here. So you can kind of see why he's prioritizing having the units on his bench here that are going to be going on to his final board in the Pantheon as well as that Malphite.
Yeah, and I was watching this, right? I wasn't casting it. He has that golden ticket. You can see he is going to find that Lulu, which is so important, but he doesn't stop there. And it's something that we rarely see in these early stages roll downs. Usually players stop here. They preserve their 30 gold, and you might think he still has something to sell off. We go even further. He goes down. I think he ends up at 15 gold once this roll down is finished, and he finds that final Pantheon. And Vida, you were pointing out that is something cool that he does here as we go into that next match is he doesn't even put it on the board.
No, because he needs that economy gold here from the streak to ensure he gets back to those 25, 30 gold in the following rounds. He can start rebuilding that economy and go to level 6 and start rolling for those 2 cards that are so important to get those super bonus coming through.
It's all about decision making with the roll downs. Of course, we saw later in the day, Oggs attempted the same composition, was not able to find those Pantheons, not able to find those Lulus at level 4, decided, all right, sticking at 30 gold, don't want to run completely out of money. So it really is just up to the decision making of the player, and that's the biggest thing that makes a difference between the level of reroll composition that we're seeing coming out. But of course, as always, there are other compositions that plagued us throughout the day. And I think one of the ones we didn't quite expect as much coming into this was the Belveth, who has been a lightning rod for our players many times. Even, early on we suspected maybe just with the plus range. We were like, okay, that makes sense. She can hit from farther away. And then we'll see melee Belveths. And then we'll see all variations. She just seems to have risen meteorically in valuation.
Yeah, and this specific picture right here is one of those minutes before disaster, right? Like, Velvet free in the shop, but Kerfuzzled, he is thinking about so many different things. Again, going back to my point at the start, mental APM, physical APM, because here he's thinking about what does he need to do positioning-wise to have a chance against Snooty's board here, right? And that's the big thing here. Warwick free, obviously a massive thing to say to enter that kill mode. That's a real difficult one for sure, but it's still like, it's a big miss.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you look back on broadcasts and your brain just goes like, scratch, freeze frame. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation, right? That's exactly what happened here for
My name's Kerfuzzled.
And this was something that I did not want to go there. He actually never wanted to go for that Belveth 3 or even the Garen 3, but he did see Snooty hit that Warwick 3, so you kind of need to match it, right? You kind of need to make something up where you're going to be having something that can compete with her. And he was looking for everything and nothing all at once, and in his own worlds, he got frazzled. So hopefully Kerfuzzled today is not going to be Kerfrazzled. I had to. Come on.
See, I can't
it's
even
right
be upset.
there.
I can't even be upset because day one I said confuzzled. So I am guilty of the same crime. But you know what? I'm willing to be sentenced along with Meeix. And you can go to @TFT Esports EMEA to give us both our sentence. No, but I think one of the other things I want to talk about is that series of fights was so unpredictable coming into it, because so many times we're like, oh, surely this is it. Surely this is the time Kerfuzzled is going to win. And it reminds me of yesterday's pop quiz, where we valiantly tried and occasionally failed to predict who was going to win each of those fights. Would have been a great addition. But instead, we're going to talk about another pop quiz we had where we try and figure out what the hell champion our producer Ricci is talking about.
One question, is this set 8 specific? Because different champions have different skins and stuff, different sets. Okay, 8.5. Okay. Important information. Okay.
Chrono Barrage. Barrage.
Ultimate Ezreal.
Crowbars, that's going to be Ultimate Ezreal.
It'll be Ultimate Ezreal.
It's not Ultimate Ezreal. Interesting.
Lucian?
Okay, I need a second clue.
Mana cost 0 out of 40.
What kind of clue is this?
Who else is timed theme this set? Lucian?
Okay, I'm just gonna guess Lucian.
Gold cost unit 1. Lucian.
Oh, yes.
Okay, alright. Bonk!
They got some really weird ability names this set.
Bonk.
Not Nasus. I wish it were Nasus. It'd make me happy.
Bonk. Is Poppy? No. Is it Poppy?
Yeah, final answer. It's not. Who is it?
I hate myself. I hate myself.
Oh, it's Nasus. Yeah, true. But that's not. It's things like that's not called that. It's like called something different.
Piece of time.
All right, listen. I know the developers of TFT. Whichever one of you decided to start changing the names of the spells, you're gonna chat.
Piece of time. Echo. No.
And yes, and I know David takes great pride in the fact that he's memorized all of them.
Piece of time. Shiver. Oh, this is too easy. Nasus. Twisted Fate. LeBlanc. This is a hard one, but it is going to be Silas. And Camille. Misfortune. Ramus. That's it. Too easy.
We all tied after all of that. It was ridiculous.
Okay, listen. David literally sat down 10 minutes before we started filming this and practiced for a pop quiz.
Yeah, in that first one, when you guys saw me sitting back and be like, those nerds were studying, I was out being cool. I wasn't kidding. That wasn't a bit. These three, I'm not letting you get away with it. You'll see the casters later, all studying before this. Meeix and I sitting here like dorks.
I will not take this slander. I was talking about something specific. Let me name every single player qualified for EMEA, like from EMEA challenge to the World Championship. I will name them.
All right. Useful, very useful information to have on a broadcast. That's fair. I'll let him defend himself. The casters can't defend themselves, so I'm just going to power on. And also mention, did you guys know that Silas is a cat boy? He's got like those little cat ears.
Yeah.
Adorable. I'm suddenly a Silas fan. I can't believe this. But of course, if you want to talk about things you can't believe about TFT, including Catboy Silas, you can follow us along on @TFT Esports EMEA and the hashtag TFT Rising Legends. We got a cute little logo. It looks like the one on that wall. So you can see that when it pops up on Twitter. But of course, Weta, today you're going to introduce us to the contest that has been running all weekend. A little bit of collaborative writing, a little bit of AO3.
Yeah, we have been doing we've been doing a writer's workshop pretty much, some writer's prompts here and now. We have on the horizon, you can see the creator of all this up here, Ultra Fred Whisker. Okay. It's Sunway, but now, what is this Ultra Fred Whisker up to? Does he want to corrupt the world, or did he just want to throw a party? Well, head over to Twitter and tell us.
Now, Meeix, both of us have cats.
Yeah.
So
Both. The answer is both.
Yes, but I suspect anything that sows chaos is going to be at least part of the goal. That is really inherent to their souls.
Yeah, I mean, but have fun while doing it, right?
Exactly.
So a little bit of party, a little bit of chaos, just go everywhere.
Legendary little chaotic beings. Speaking of, we've got our lobby coming up for the final day. Of course, you're not going to be surprised by this. We've got 8 players. It takes 8 players to get into a game of TFT. Boom, there you go.
Yeah, here they are. We're already seeing some cameras. I hope everybody else is going to get on that train.
Thank you, Lusher. Thank you, Hayden.
Exactly. Make some more shout outs. And all of them, of course, are going to start with a point reset. They're going in with 0 points. Accumulated points will be the first tiebreaker if it should get to that. But that's none of our business right now. For now, they need to start racking up points first.
I just see like that meme where like the really nervous person, where, like when I'm in my first tiebreaker competition and my competitor is Enzo, right? Just imagine having to beat Enzo in anything today if you're tied with him. That's going to be really, really difficult. But overall, like, this is a super stacked lobby. We have the old school, we have the new school, we have the returning players that really gets to make a name for themselves. It's going to be such a hype finals.
Yeah, and before we head back and get ready, because the casters will be ready in just a moment, I want to talk about Canbizz. We didn't mention him earlier on because his name almost didn't need mentioning. For anyone who missed it, throughout the season, Canbizz placed 9th, and 1st in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Golden Spatula Cups, respectively. The most successful any player has been in the regular circuit of Rising Legends. An absolutely incredible player, and I think the one to beat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that might as well be. We do have some predictions here. Peter agreeing with you. And I do want to shout out Counterfeit here because he does not only have one horse. What is going on with your prediction? He does not only have one
What
horse
do you mean?
in
You
the
did the
race.
exact same thing last time.
I did not. I changed my prediction before the show started. So Canbizz and Kerfuzzled, both in their UK's pride. We only mentioned him with the Belveth, but really showing up here. Impatches Panda has Ging, of course, and my dark horse also making it through Lusher here from the EU West ladder, same as Enzo. So hopefully some similar performances today.
And also, this is technically not a jinx because it's not. You see, like it's grayed out. It's not a jinx.
It already happened.
I beat the system. I beat the system.
That's not how that works, but okay.
If this is what we're doing, though, I can do this. If you roll back to a pop quiz from day number 1, you'll hear my response about the predictions. And I said Chuso or Canbizz.
Yeah, you can. You're both disqualified.
Good sandwich
okay?
right there, potentially.
I'm not gonna. It's not gonna be allowed. We're not doing this. I'm not going there. You can do whatever. I think our casters are getting ready. Chat is probably asking like, when do we start game? Like where game? What start? Like something along those lines.
Has Chat been hit on the head with an anvil? What
I
game?
love Chat.
Where game? Who player? Where I?
Stop talk.
Stop talk, go game. And to help us stop talk and go game, we of course have our lovely casters here to perhaps defend the accusations we've levied against them. Counterfeit Cast and Impetuous Panda, who is nodding at me aggressively.
Double 61, Partabol, Gluteus Maximus, double 61 again, and Lelouch. One more name to be added to that list by the end of today.
And in my opinion, Ging will be crowned king today. I think he's avoided all my caster curses until now, so I'll safely say that he is my favorite. The player that's made it to Worlds already twice has a chance to make it 3 times if he finishes in the top 4 today, and will join the likes of double 61, VCLF, and Hwami with 4. So just a legendary cast of players to join if he does well today, and I think he has a chance to. I mean, yesterday he really had a great day too.
Yeah, I mean, as they were saying on the desk, this is the land of opportunity here. We've got veterans, got new players. You know, this could be the birth of a huge career moment for, particularly for the newer players coming in to establish themselves firmly on the scene with a title that can never be taken away.
Before we forget, Counterfeit, I think we have to defend ourselves a tiny bit from all the different accusations. Meeix, I was not preparing for any pop quizzes. I already studied all the abilities before we got here to be able to have them ready for the cast. As a professional caster that I am, this is what you tend to do. But Counterfeit, I think professional players also have a lot of things to cover. And one of those players is going to be Enzo, someone who did so well in days 1 and 2. Can he keep up a 90% top 4 rate in a top 8 like this with such great players?
Yeah, I mean, he got 5 different first places with different compositions. An absolutely astonishing record. Of course, you know, Canbizz is very closely related in that conversation. A player we're expecting to come into this, really get his big moment on the international stage to start, you know, building up his big picture and to, again, like any of other players, get that big win that carries on with them forever.
I think one big question today is how the players are coming into this day 3 in terms of their outlook on kind of their goals and their ambition for this tournament. Of course, everyone wants to become a EMEA champion. It's a very select group. It gives you so much pride to yourself, to your country, to all your career that you've been putting so much time into in TFT. But I think for some players, maybe just top 4 is enough. They want to continue their season. They want to make it to the championship as well. And the playstyles might differ as well. We saw in the stats, so a few players have very little win rate, really. They have a very low win rate, but a very high top 4 rate. That might be the goal, to just make it to the top 4. Other players like Enzo, like Canbizz, have a very high win rate. They might be looking at winning the whole thing.
No, absolutely. It's worth reiterating again what we've got at stake in these 6 games. So top 4 straight through to the Global Championship. The 5th and 6th place players going on to the Western Last Chance Qualifier. Well, there's one more spot at the Global Championship, and the bottom 2 players will go no further than this. So absolutely with you here. We have got some excellent top 4 players in this lobby, and playing for top 4 honestly seems like a very sensible strategy.
And if that's your strategy, I think a comp like the Renegades Riftwalker we saw a lot of yesterday, specifically for Ging, who we're seeing here now. He played 4 different games of Renegades yesterday. It's a very flexible comp. It has, you know, you can put in so many different units and still find success with it. You don't depend on a specific roll down for only, you know, looking for a few specific units. You can flex in so many different threats as well. And we'll see if Ging has the same strategy today. For now, he's starting off with a Brawler frontline, Renekton on the bench, and the Yasuo online, maybe trying to look for a Laser Core start. Of course, Laser Core is a trade that needs to have a lot going for it. You have to really snowball that stage 2.
I do want to bring up, of course, Ging's performance over this tournament has been absolutely eye-opening. Had a super rough day one. Managed to get only even in the top 4 at all, only twice over the 6 games played. But now, as we open things up with Prismatic, Ging has been on a rise, and now we've got the chance to really show what that means.
And I did see Mortdog in the chat pressing buttons. He is awake. He's ready to go. He's going to give us as many Prismatics as he can for this final day in the EMEA finals. And we're going to see the few options that are picked up here. Of course, Prismatics do completely alter the way games play out. They really do spike the power level overall starting off. If you're trying to play for a lose streak, you might end up losing by a lot more than you would usually because the power level is just higher. There's more combat strength or more econ as well, depending on what kind of route you take with your Prismatic choice.
Now let's see what Hayden goes for here. So information being valued above all. We'll get the Radiant Zephyr in, and we'll know every single one of his opponents from here until the end. Certainly in the early going, especially if he hasn't been scouted yet by some of these opponents, there will be a big catch off guard, and so many of these important carries will be cornered.
And of course, without getting too deep into the math, if you're Zephyring a unit for this long and it's 1 out of 4 units on the board, the impact is that much higher than it is in the later stage of the game where there's 8 or 7 units on the board. So for stage 2 especially, it's going to be a very, very strong augment to pick up if you want a win streak, as long as your board is anywhere near decent. And it looks like for Hayden, it is not quite yet, barely loses this first fight.
And we can see Qetzer with the tomes of traits. This is a conversation we were having a little bit yesterday as well, comparing where the golden tome of traits versus the prismatic. In Qetzer's case, now will pop, looking for that direction, and pops the second one as well. Infiniteam and Sure Shot together. You really couldn't have asked for too much better.
It's one of the 2 best paths. You could have also gone something like a Gadgettine plus Prankster, but it wasn't offered any Gadgettine in that first choice. We saw in day 1 he played 3 games of Gadgettine reroll. I believe he got first in 2 of them and top 4 in the third. So maybe that was the preferred line, but overall Infiniteam, with the power spike you get of just getting an extra unit copied essentially, and the 5 Infiniteam power spike as well, reaching that early is going to be so impactful, and it almost guarantees that Qetzer, I think, will be able to have a win streak going all throughout this stage 2.
Yeah, talking to Qetzer before this all started, he definitely sees himself as a big underdog today, very much less competitive experience than everybody else. But as you said, Qetzer absolutely knows what to do with a strong start, and that's absolutely what we've got here. Up against Enzo, of course, so many eyes on to see if we can finally see Enzo even being knocked down slightly of a peg.
Ends up losing the fight. A very strong board. We saw that from Enzo. A Vayne online, a Kill 2, a Pantheon 2, a Morgana early on. With the Electric Charge especially going to have that great synergy and ends up winning that fight. Enzo's a really a player to beat here. I think every single player has probably studied what he's been playing the first 2 days because his stats were really ridiculous considering the field of players. He isn't just playing, on ladder, playing against some Masters players, some Grandmasters players. He's playing against the 32 best players in EMEA, and still he managed a 90% top 4 rate. His meta read is on point, and going into this day 3, we're going to wonder what he will be playing, what routes he takes, what lines he decides on to try and find that same success.
We check in with Ging, who of course has got the prismatic tome of traits of his own. We can see that Underground has come into play as well as Laser Core. An interesting combination for Ging, not as obvious as what we saw for Qetzer.
And this board here just so strong for Enzo. A 3 win streak. He's going to be thinking, do I want to make gold here? It's so important early in the game because it snowballs that interest. He opts not to in the end. Has already leveled to 5, so obviously playing for very, very high tempo, saying, hey, as long as my win streak is not broken, I will not be punished for losing out on a bit of econ.
So as we head onto our first carousel, we will see Mighty Eggs before us, promising prizes data later down the line. But just a quick coverage on the other augments we've seen come in, because some of these are kind of interesting. From Canbizz picking up the Prankster Crown, from Kevin Parker picking up the Golden Ticket to allow for maximum rerolls, and for Lushev, we've got the Infiniteam Crown, Qetzer the Spellslinger Crown. So we are seeing a lot of direction being decided early by these prismatic augments.
Yeah, players giving up flexibility, giving up a little bit to the, giving up a bit of their player agency, let's say, in terms of, hey, I have this very high cap in terms of getting a bigger power spike by getting the extra, unit trait essentially coming online. But I give up my flexibility on stage 4 when I roll down. I'm now maybe fixed into just a few specific units or a specific comp, which is also kind of good in terms of the information. Players can now scout everyone else and say, all right, this guy picked up Infiniteam Crown. I'm fairly certain he's going to be going into this line, playing these specific units, not going to be going into maybe Riftwalkers, for example, or a more flexible comp. So it's, on some sides, a bad thing because you give up your own ability to make decisions in the later game. But in some cases, if you know how to execute on these lines very well, you can have a big plus.
Well, we get to see the two of the three French players up against each other now. So, of course, we noted the Prankster emblem from before. One of the more recent changes being that the Gadget teams now get along very well with Pranksters indeed. It's not a Gadgeteen emblem, but it might be enough to break the streak. The Jinx is still stacking up, but no. For now, Enzo will remain the only undefeated player with one more round to go.
And to no surprise, he's leveled to 6 at 2-5. If he would have lost here, that might have been, I'm going to be honest, the end of his game. It's so daunting and such a bad thing to happen if you end up going super high tempo and you get punished by losing. It's almost, you know, I'm going to say impossible to recover from that econ being so low, but in this case, he does end up winning. He has to win this next fight as well, has to get that 5-win streak going into Krugs.
All right, we've got a few more people to keep track of as well. Qetzer, of course, picking up the Spellslinger crown. We did, of course, expect Oxlingers to be very, very popular. It's kind of dropped off a little bit as it went, but in this case, we've now got the ability to bring in an additional Spellslinger to provide a little bit more variety to the comp.
Is playing Underground, has won his last round though, so the win-loss is not ideal. Obviously for Underground, you're either playing all in on the loss streak, or you're not playing it at all for the most part, but we'll see what Qetzer's able to do. The blue buff is huge, but the Zephyr is even bigger in terms of the outcome of this fight. The main damage dealer in this case is Sona up in the air for 8 full seconds. It'll be so hard to climb back into this considering that Hayden has only lost one fight, and even then it was by 1 unit. He's at 98 HP. Will it be enough with his kill? Will it be enough with the Ashe, the Renekton, and the Ashe upgrades after that first fight were so paramount, and in this case still enough for Hayden to win and to have, again, a bit of a win streak going into Krugs.
Yeah, so it's not a full 2 undefeated players, but it's pretty darn close.
Oh, Samir in the shop and he's playing Underground. Oh my God, Qetzer, what are you doing to us?
I mean, this seems like incredible news. I mean, Qetzer's still in a pretty good position HP-wise, unlike Kevin Parker, who is on a full loss streak right now, with at least a good amount of money in the bank. In fact, way more than anybody else in the lobby.
It's a tough spot for Qetzer. I think he's not even going to consider the Underground because he already just cashed out. He thinks he's too strong to be playing Underground, and I agree with him. I think most of the time you can't really fight what the game is giving you or telling you to do. If you have a huge loss streak start, you don't have 3 item components at the very beginning, you have an augment that leads to more econ that makes that richer. The game is telling you, hey, play Underground and lean into this. But he's getting a lot of upgrades. He has good items slammed. He has good upgrades and the augment as well. So I think he's just going to try to play for a win streak now. Forget about Underground.
Yeah, within a decent position to do so. Good amount of money in the bank. We can see, again, most of our players are around 30 gold right now. As Cafalo and Lushes start to slip a little bit down. King as well. Up the top, Hayden and Enzo will be dictating the pace for the time being as Kevin, who is on below 60 HP already, is spending some of that accumulated money to try and push this board's power.
I don't know how our top of show is always so good. It was whatever we cover in the meta talks, the same thing becomes relevant in game 1. We just saw Golden Ticket roll down with the Lulu reroll for Canbizz in day 2. In this case, Kevin Parker playing the exact same line, the exact same augment as well, trying to find that Lulu 3 and the Pantheon 3 before he usually does, usually at 4-1 or maybe at the end of stage 3, but in this case, he's trying to find those upgrades much earlier on at stage 3, at the very beginning of stage 3, really.
Yeah, presumably hitting a little bit gun shy about the amount of damage he's taking, but even with those upgrades, Canbizz is handing out the pain as well from a little further up the table. Enzos and Hayden keep up the pressure, and we're going to be seeing our hero augments coming in 3, 3, and 4.
3, 3, 4. We're going to see if maybe a Viego support is going to be the option for Kevin playing this hard comp. It's maybe not as easy to fit in whatever pickup is going to happen. Yeah, Partners in Crime might be the pickup, and it is. So Viego carry will be the pickup here. It does fit into the hearts board, usually much later into the game once you level into the Sona for 4 hearts, and then eventually into the Viego and the Syndra for 4 hearts rather, or 6 hearts rather. So it's going to have to come in a little bit earlier. You don't want to miss out on the strength of the augment itself. And you kind of want to end this loss streak at some point in time. Kevin is down now to 46 HP, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah, with the current situation with Kevin Parker, we've already got the Hex Hit Gunblade in there for the Lulu. I was going to say, it's effectively a bit of an extra item for her, but maybe not as big of an impact as Kevin would have liked. So we take a quick look across our different options coming in. We can see Power Grid, big data for Ging, and a very nice pickup as well. Ends up at the top with a Darken Assimilation as well. We've seen that occasionally, but certainly not a common choice at all.
If you have a ton of belts already that fit with Aatrox's kit perfectly, then it's definitely going to be an option. In most cases, I think it's just a chase of, you roll down a few times with the augment choices, you're not giving anything better, and you end up having to play this. It is going to be just kind of a flexible frontline you can slot in over something like Oxfords and Spellslingers or Mecha, which is an option in most other cases as that default frontline for stage 4.
Well, Kevin Parker managing to turn the tide somewhat, taking a little chunk out of Kerfuzzle there, as again, our mid-table keep roughly cohering with each other.
One more.
Yeah, we're waiting to see if the 3 stars come in.
A very tough choice. He's off, 2 off of Lulu. The golden ticket rerolls were free there, so he just ended up rolling a little bit more. And now only 1 off, going to try and finish this off, going to try and end, or continue this win streak rather. Another awkward position there, finds another Maul fight, can pick it up.
I was thinking for a second Kevin Parker might be cursing the existence of the egg on the bench, cutting out 1 more spot for the reroll, but that's going to be a huge relief. Notice again, Kevin's bench immediately gets filled up again. There are lots of units to find before this board is fully online. And with a Zephyr landing onto the Lulu, that's one particular egg in basket that's not going to be part of most of this round.
It is definitely one major disadvantage of trying to play a reroll comp when you have this start with the egg over something like a duplicator, for example, which is the complete opposite. It tends to be a big advantage to hit your 3 stars earlier on, but looks like it might be another loss for Kevin in this case. You're going to have to hope and see what the last augment will be, because Lulu is a comp we all have seen over the last 2 days. It is a comp that can become essentially an Exodia comp if the right augments are found. In this case, something like an Axiomarch, for example, is fantastic. Something like Last Stand as well, especially at 3-2 because you plan to lose the next few fights anyway, so the lack of combat power isn't actually a disadvantage.
It's certainly not a composition we've seen Kevin Parker making an impact with during the first 2 days of play. It's definitely much more comfortable on the Renegade line, but you said before, doing the wins and losses together and not having very much money in the bank is certainly a recipe for disaster, particularly when the rest of the lobby is still so far ahead. Enzo, Canbizz, they're now the ones on win streaks. Hayden having dropped theirs, as we see Ging with a chance to cash out, but he will not take it.
And picks up the Underground emblem off of the Tome of Trade, so a very unusual way to play Underground in this case. Trying to make the best of it, does not cash out there in the end, going to continue this run. And Ging is a player that we saw yesterday, was not taking any risks. He was trying to play as top 4 as possible, played 4 games of Renegade for that reason, of the Ripwalker comp. Ended up having a very good day 2, a very stable day 2, top 4 at every single game. Starting off now with Underground, doesn't really lean into that same mentality. You're playing a little bit riskier in this case.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got the ability to cap out with the Mordkai's a little bit later on, but it does seem quite far away. Of course, when you've got players like Kevin Parker who are so desperate to get their game really started here, you're going to run into a little bit of trouble. Lulu now up to 3 items, but we're going face-to-face with the Warwick, but I think, no, we'll just about get through. So at least, I suppose, from King's side of things, getting some Underground stacks, but right now, just riding a small loss streak and not very much money.
And now any player would have loved to matchmake into Kevin before he's hit all these power spikes. Now he's hit all of his upgrades. He has a 3-item Lulu. The Glitter Lance is essentially one-shotting pretty much everything that doesn't have a ton of HP or a ton of magic resist. And in this case, anyone that faces Kevin now, especially the win-streaking players like Enzo or Canbizz, might be in trouble. The win streak might come to an end because someone has hit a power spike much earlier than they tend to. Power spikes usually come in at 4-1 when players roll down, or at 4-2 when a specific augment is hit.
So talk to me about, as we're getting close to stage 4, we've got 1 more round before it's all done. We've still got the 2 win-streaking players in there. How are we expecting to see them adjust to try and take account of this spike from Kevin?
Well, you just have to match it, really. In that case, that means hitting all your upgrades, hitting your Warwick 2 in the case of Ging, for example. Ging playing Laser Core, a comp that we saw quite a bit of in days 1 and 2, but I think the success wasn't quite there. I think it's a comp that really needs to have a lot of things going right, and one of those things is +1 Laser Core off of that Tome of Traits. We talked about it in the day 1 Top of Show. We talked about Tome of Traits essentially cheating your way into specific emblems that were removed at 2-1, like Gadgettine, like Laser Core, and because it was just too big of a power spike. So in this case, Ging is able to get that through a different way off of the Ancient Archives, and now has that massive power spike all throughout the early game.
That would have been an absolutely amazing Edge of Night for Ging if it hadn't already been completed, but I imagine they'll be finding some use on maybe just reforging it down the line. For now, though, coming into stage 4, Enzo, of course, our current frontrunner based on his day 1 and 2 performance, is so far completely undefeated. For anybody else who's looking at the title of EMEA Regional Champion, that's some pretty bad news.
And you might be surprised here, but I'm going to say that Kerfuzzle's in a very, very doomed spot just from seeing his HP, considering the spot he was in at 2-1. He picked up an Infinity Team crest, he picked up the Sure Shot crest as well, but he still is nowhere close to win streaking. Usually when we see someone able to get to 5 Infinity Team very early into the game, they're able to maintain a huge HP lead over the rest of the lobby because of the power you get from that trait early on. Not the case here for Kerfuzzle. I imagine he just did not hit any key upgrades like Sivir 2 earlier on, and is now at 39 HP beater.
Did at least just find a Garen, but Kerfuzzle did say he was going to be trying to play his more comfortable lines. Hopefully for him, Infinity will be one of those. For the Garen in place will be duplicated up to provide the greater front line. It looks like the Zephyr didn't have the impact it would have had on some of the other boards. I have to imagine as things go on, Hayden will get less and less advantage from being able to snipe out the primary carry. You mentioned before, more dispersed power makes you less vulnerable. And for now, Qetzer will break his loss streak from the bottom of the table, keeping himself even with Kevin Parker.
He does really have to essentially win all of Stage 4 without rolling. Infinity Team is a comp that if you wanted to do really well, especially to win out entirely, you need to have a lot of gold to do so. Essentially going 9, trying to fill in your board with things like Urgot, Fiddle, obviously a Garen 2, Samira 2, etc. That's expensive. It's not an easy comp to play from behind, which is the case for Qetzer in terms of HP.
Ooh, we've got an interesting option here. So with no rerolls left, Short Shot Crest could be for a second time, and this time being picked up the regular way. So there will be a chunk more damage coming out from the back line. But the front line is relying pretty heavily on this Garen to keep the wolves at bay.
He's trying to maybe find a Belveth or an Urgot, which would be a really good holder of the Sure Shot emblem. He's rolling at 7, though. That means that it's going to be that much harder to get to level 8. And I don't know if this is the right play if you're trying to play for, again, a top 4, a good spot in this game. It's just you're kind of dooming your position. And maybe you have to. Maybe you're just not strong enough right now to fight the rest of these boards.
Well, the money has been spent for Qetzer. Getting the win streak is absolutely essential. Kevin Parker, though, is the Reaper coming in to try and knock down any win streaks immediately. The first Garen gets blown up, the second one as well. This is terrible news if you're trying to stack up short shots because you've got no time to do it in.
And this is why so many players absolutely despise reroll comps. They hate a power spike in kind of the wrong rhythm or a different rhythm to how a more normal fast 8, fast 9 comp ends up hitting that power spike. And in this case, no matter how much you roll here, Qetzer would have lost anyway. So it just becomes this doom spot where if you're already behind and you face these kind of Exodia players that have power spiked so fast, it's going to be so hard to come back into this.
And that injection of power into lobby is causing Canbizz, who has lost the win streak. Enzosx is, of course, no longer undefeated as well. We do get to take a little flavor of the lobby as well. So, of course, we saw Lusher picking up the Infinity Team from before. So we know that's contested in the lobby. Ging with the laser core down the bottom. And, of course, Canbizz moving up to Prismatic Prankster up at the top. We knew that was a Gadget Team before.
And Lusher also going to be on Infinity Team. In this case, a little bit healthier. They're Confuzzled, has that Rammus too. Infinity Team at the end of the day, I think, wants to buy time more than anything. I think CC is maybe one of the most important aspects of the comp to really do well, especially later into the game. Because Sure Shot stacking, all it wants is time. It wants to continue to stack, and kind of all you can do is really stall out the fight, and the scaling happens by itself.
I do like the move from Lusher here to bring in the Rammus as a secondary frontline disruptor for exactly the reason you're saying, to buy more time. Of course, both of our Infinity Team players will be fighting with each other to get that Garen up to 2-star for the time being, so won't be as beefy as he could be. Lusher slipping down the table into 4th place. Right now, 3 players around the mid-30s.
And to no one's surprise, after days 1 and 2, Enzo, 84 HP, leading the lobby. It's not a fluke. You didn't get here by accident. You don't get a 90% top 4 rate by accident with a field as stacked as this one. And I'm not sure what he's doing so much better than everyone else, but it seems like he truly is unstoppable in this weekend.
Yeah, well, Canbizz just below as well. Certainly, France looking pretty darn good as loyal. Qetzer hoping for a longer-term comeback. Of course, with Qetzer in so much trouble, that's going to be very good news if you're on the other end of that Infinity Team debate.
Looking at what Kevin's going to go into, what he can do to continue defending this win streak. He wants to have as much gold as possible. He's hit his 3 stars, yes, but now he wants to start leveling up and finding more and more hearts. And he hit Axiom Mark as well. I was talking about it. I blessed it into existence. I'm sure Meeix is very happy that my blessings are going to these German players, because this is the augment that makes Lulu Reroll go from very good from the spot that Kevin was in to almost unbeatable. You need to have an equally high-rolled spot to actually beat this out, because it's just a crazy combination. We saw with Ezreal as well. Once you have the right setup for it, Axiom Mark really turns a comp into a first place almost by itself.
Yeah, we've seen exactly what this Lulu comp can do under the right circumstances. Everybody else in the lobby needs to fear, but none more than Qetzer here as the only UK representatives in massive trouble. At least the Samira is online to be able to pump out a decent amount of damage with all these sure shot stacks, but the front line is not quite there. I think Qetzer might even be out here.
It's going to be a big loss, and it will be big enough. Qetzer maybe doesn't have that same amount of experience on the big stage. The pressure might be getting to him, but all in all, to start things off, it's going to be an 8th place, so hard to recover from, not just from a point perspective, from a standing perspective, but also from a mental standpoint. You're coming into this game, into this day 3 rather, thinking, I have less experience than everyone else in the field.
I have to really fight to prove that I deserve to be here, and the start is not what you hope for.
No, not at all. To be put in that position where you know you have to play better than all of these very experienced players to recover from this start is honestly appalling news for him. But he did say, coming into this one today, that he will be happy just to have made it here at all, because to be in amongst these illustrious 8 players proves you're one of the best in the region.
And Ging running some questionable tactics, picking up the rocket-propelled fist. Everyone in the lobby has to be very, very careful. Make sure your carry rather, is not in the corner. In this case, just a little Nasus ends up taking the hit. Lulu very much alive and very much trying to one-hit KO every single unit on the board. You can sing along the Glitter Lance if you want to, Peter, because essentially it's one Glitter Lance, one kill all the way through until you hit units like this Belva that has Gates of Night, but she can survive for a tiny bit longer, but not long enough to actually win the fight. Kevin Parker has been win streaking ever since stage 3 when he was able to hit all of his upgrades.
Yeah, we've already seen that Kevin Parker's more than willing to invest the gold in. As you can see from the right-hand side, a lot of our players' gold reserves are looking very shaky indeed. Qetzer and Canbizz, the only ones to really keep a serious amount of cash to splash. I think Canbizz, honestly, up towards the top, doing pretty darn well to still have this much gold.
And the mental damage that is being dealt in stage 4 and is going to be dealt in stage 5 will be massive, because we don't only have one Rocket Propelled Fist, we also have Hayden with a Future Sight. That's a Zephyr you have to dodge as well. So players have to be very careful, especially on turns where they want to roll down. They want to make sure to either level and roll, or they think they're not stable enough, they have to roll as well. They need to separate 5 to 10 seconds before the fight starts to scout their player pool, check if there is going to be one of those Blitz Hooks, one of those Zephyrs, and make sure they are not dealt with in terms of their carry being just put into the air for 8 seconds, for example.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure for an already high-pressure situation to know that missing one thing when you've got so many different things running through your mind right now could spell the end of the round. As we check in with Enzo, who has spent every piece of gold that he has to bring this board to fruition. Double Giant Slayer and the Runans. A quick switch of things around to try and make sure that this is not a predictably placed board.
This is what we were talking about with the flexibility that Riftwalkers offers you. You're essentially maybe forced to pick up a Darkness Simulation, an Aatrox Augment, and you just are able to slot this in very freely. There are so many flex spots in the comp. All you need is some frontline. Aatrox provides that. The damage, you have it. Vex on one side, Jhin on the other, Belveth helping out as well. It's a mix and match of so many great units that do so well together, all in one comp, and we're seeing the results. Enzo is still sitting very, very safe. 84 HP, 3 win streak here as well.
And punishing everybody at the bottom. Qetzer very close to being knocked out, just ahead of Kerfuzzled. And we can see the rest of the lobby is responding in force. 2 stars dropping in rapidly. They know the pace is picking up. Now Enzo, who of course was undefeated before, now on a streak again. And Canbizz, who replies the strongest of all.
Canbizz hit Prankster Crown earlier in stage 2 as his Prismatic Augment. It's not a Gadgeteen Crown, but it's still a Crown Augment that fits the comp. And it gives you a huge power spike in the early game in stages 2 and 3 specifically because of that stun that is so hard to come by usually in any of the early game units' kits.
We'll see how it does up against Qetzer's board here. Qetzer, of course, desperately clinging on to life. We've got the Nunu dancing in the corner as well. I mean, the board is pretty damn strong. The stun for a second will delay things very slightly, but the Gnar just walks right into the backline. You don't need a hacker when you're this damn hard to put down.
I have to say, Peter, I think we have different definitions of dancing. Nunu, in this case, he is more of a, plowing through units in a way that they will not recover. We saw it there, the Nico was killed off. And
evidently,
in this case,
David, you've never seen me dancing.
I haven't, and I think I'm going to lean towards maybe that's a good thing in this case, Peter.
Well, Qetzer can't find any joy at all being eliminated there in 7th place. Lusher seems to be next up the chopping block. We are just cutting down players piece by piece. People thought they were kind of safe towards the mid-table. With Kevin putting down the pressure, Enzo as well from the top. There's very little room to maneuver.
Kerfuzzled played Infinite Team, got an 8th. Lusher is on Infinite Team, currently sitting at 6 HP and also in the 6th position in the HP standings. Is this a sign that maybe Infinite Team will not be doing as well as we've seen it do in past days coming into this day 3? Is it just the lobby itself that was warped around that Prismatic Augment, warped around that Kevin Parker comp with a Lulu online?
Well, one of the things Meeix was pointing out for us before we came online today was Infinity was one of those comps that definitely wasn't very popular, but amongst our top 8 was more popular than we would have expected looking at the rest of the field. But Lusher here playing the contested composition, I think is about to prove you right. There's just too much power even for an Infinity Team 7 board to handle out in 7th. Oh, sorry, 6th, my apologies.
Specifically for, I think, the Lulu comp with Axiomark, it's actually quite a bad matchup for Infinity Team because you're copying these weaker units that essentially serve as just this, fuel for the Axiomark to start popping off or to just continue chaining those Glitter Lances one by one, and that's the case there. Ideally, something like a mech frontline, for example, is actually very good against Lulu because the Lulu gets stuck on the mech for long enough that the Axiomark does not actually proc and get those chains together.
I mean, we have seen a few different mechs coming through, but no signs of that so far this lobby. I mean, right now it does seem like disaster is looming. So, yes, the Infinity Team's being removed from the equation. From Enzo's side of things, if we put these two boards, we've got 2 big hitters right now, Kevin Parker and Enzo. The Lulu against the Renegade comps. How do these measure up against each other?
I mean, also the same thing applies for example, something like a Pike jumping in immediately gets one shot for the most part by Lulu, so allows that chain reaction to happen. I think the biggest concept is you need a big beef unit like maybe that Aatrox to tank a few hits to stop that DPS from the Lulu from coming out and allowing the rest of your team, something like a Bel'Veth, for example, to sneak in behind that Lulu and maybe kill it off while it is kind of stuck on that Aatrox. We'll see how the positioning works out here. The Aatrox is in front of the Lulu, does shroud the Lulu as well. It's all up to the pathing of this Bel'Veth alongside the damage from the Jhin. If you're able to combo a lot of that damage together and kill off the Lulu before she can continue proccing, that might go in your way, but Aatrox is already dead. The Morgana is up next. The Bel'Veth is also taking fire from the Glitter Lance, and I think it's just too much to handle for any board in this game 1.
Well, I did like what we were seeing from the beginning of that round from Enzo, who did exactly what you were hoping he was doing, put some incredibly large tanks in front of that Lulu and bought some time. Maybe, just maybe, with enough itemization, the Lulu will eventually cap out. But of course, with Kevin Park having so many wins, he has got money to spend to push this board even further. For Hayden, though, has spent everything he has to get online the best admin laser core combination he can. We've got the itemized Warwick, and we've got the Mordkaiser in the mix as well. This is about as strong as the board's going to get.
You're able to Zephyr juggle as well, keep it open and available for when you're at 5 HP. You maybe just have to win one more fight against the top 4 if Ging is able, or if Ging loses this fight as well. So having this Zephyr available 8 seconds up in the air is huge. As long as you can hit an important target on the side of your opponent. Can the Lulu be hit here? Is going to be so big. It can't. No. The Bel'Veth has to be items already. There was no slot open to get this Lulu up into the air, and that might be the difference maker in this fight. Hayden's laughing. I think he knows there's nothing he can do to stop the Glitter Lands from continuing to pop off. I mean, look at how big the loss is. Kevin Parker so much stronger than everyone else in this lobby. Ging also in trouble. Can he survive? He's at 13 HP. Maybe if he loses, he can still win it here if he loses by little enough. And in the end, it looks like it will be the case.
Yeah, I think very grateful to just hang on for a few moments longer. Again, this lobby has been so aggressive here in our first round of finals. Of course, these players will be learning from every game because they'll be playing exclusively against each other. Look to see how they adapt as they go forwards, particularly for our players who finish out low.
And both Kevin Parker and Canbizz are playing two of the comps that have the highest win rate percentage in the meta right now, alongside what we saw a lot of yesterday, which is Ezreal reroll with the quick draws, especially with the Axiomark or Last Stand, for example. So I have to imagine that Enzo, he was very strong in the mid game. He got a very big spike by getting his Riftwalker board online, but it might start falling off slowly. I do know Canbizz, I don't think he's hit 5 gadgets. He didn't have the plus gadgeting emblem, so maybe that will be the difference maker in terms of Kevin potentially winning out and Canbizz ending second.
I mean, absolutely. This is the position you want to be in a lobby that is, this volatile, to have at least the HP to survive long enough. It's a classic situation of I don't need to outrun the zombies, I just need to outrun everybody else falling in face of Kevin.
The only upside for Enzo is he is very rich. He has a chance to cap out his board even higher by going level 9 because he was able to stay so stable in Stage 4 and most of Stage 5. He didn't have to spend his gold to continue to be strong. Instead, he can go down this route of trying to go to 9 and just filling his board with legendaries.
Up against Canbizz here, who is on 32, so can survive this round. Ging is still up on the chopping block with just 5 left to go. We will have ourselves a very close final 3, I think, depending on how many people end up going up against Kevin Parker, because, as you noted before, the losses that Kevin hands out are not just happening nearly every round, but they are big, big losses that take a ton of HP off each player who encounters him.
And the Nunu with absolutely fantastic items. BT, one of the best items on Nunu. And as I was predicting, I think Canbizz and Kevin Parker will slowly start bubbling up to the top of the HP standings. Enzo has done his job. He is playing a top 4 comp. And it looks like he's in the top 4. Am I correct, Peter?
You absolutely are. And Ging, of course, is doing exactly what he wanted to do, which is to make sure that he stayed in the top 4 as well. Again, we've got 4 places up immediately for the Global Championship. And if you make top 4 from all of these players, you will be there.
Oh no, Enzo has 2 Shrouds, Canbizz has 2 Shrouds. Nowhere is safe on any of these boards when you're facing either of these players. But for Kevin, I don't think it really matters. Lulu's mana pool is so low that I think it's not going to be a big deal. And once she gets the Axiom Arc online, she just continues to really chain all of these glitter lances one by one, killing off these units so quickly. Maybe the Nunu can do a little something to stop the Lulu. Lulu went quite low with the gun. Oh, she's dead.
For the first time in a long time, we've finally seen a break in the armor of Kevin Parker. Now it's just to see if Gnar can finish off the job here. Good support from the Sona in the back. Maybe, just maybe, even no.
And they still can't. That goes to show how strong this comp is. The scaling of Heart itself makes it so in a long fight, units like this one can still clean up. And despite Lulu dying, Kevin Parker continues his streak.
That is such a dispiriting thing to happen. You were trying so hard to make that happening. The position was so good for Canbizz to get the Gnar on there quickly, but to still lose anyway, it just now begs the question of whether or not you can survive long enough to outlast Canbizz, both on relatively similar HP, both hoping to take a loss as they can.
And the stats just perfectly reflected in these last few fights. 5 Gadgeting, one of the strongest vertical traits to get into if you want to win games out, as well as 6 hearts with the Lulu comp specifically. The Shrouds come through, the Sona trying to do her best. We'll see if the Jhin is able to snipe off some key targets in this case. The Sona's still very healthy. She has the scaling from the hearts as well as the scaling from the Archangels as well. So as this fight goes longer and longer, her damage, her healing becomes more and more. And the Gnar is just a perfect combination. The Sona heals the Gnar heals himself. It buys time, but too much damage coming through. The Gnar is now dead. It's all up to the Nunu. He's going the wrong way. Can he do it in time? No. Jhin snipes off the Nunu and Canbizz down to 4 HP.
That was such an opportunity for Canbizz there to guarantee the top 2 position. But it's certainly, if you can't beat Enzosx, you're going to have an even worse time against Kevin Parker. Last couple of items coming in as Canbizz scoops up the blue buff for both these players. But I don't even imagine what kind of item could really change the outcome of this lobby overall.
Well, the Renegade Emblem is going to be great for Enzo if you can try and change up the way his board is, the way, what the Zac is doing with the Riftwalker comp as well. Finds the Urgot too, that's massive as well, but has a tough decision to make. Does he sell? He does in the end. Adds in the Viego, adds in the Urgot with the Renegade Emblem.
We have seen this from Enzo before, of course, as our last bit of specialization comes in. Kevin Parker making his board even stronger as well. A board that has proven to be unbeatable for such a long time here in game number 1. Enzo knows that the Executioner is coming up next. Kevin Parker will be bringing the full force of his board to the field. Lulu on the left-hand side will go straight this time into a target dummy, but Jhin is potentially going to shoot through onto her.
Jin's almost dead, though. He's down to 10% HP. He's slowly able to piece in a little bit more damage. Oh, well, it's over. Jhin is now dead, Peter, and I don't think there's anything that Enzo can do. It might come down to who loses by more when it comes to the end result of who finishes second, who finishes third. Enzo down, -8, third place for now, but Canbizz, we're still waiting a result. -13. And the winner is Kevin Parker to start things off. To no one's surprise, Peter, considering how well everything fell into place for this Lulu comp.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before. I'm sure we will see it again. If the stars align correctly, then it's going to be their opponents seeing stars in as well. Kevin Parker, renowned as a player who has kind of dedicated himself towards the top 4 style. I mean, that's such an incredible gift to be able to have in that first game. Say, okay, now I've got this one first place game in, I can revert back to my comfortable style and still be pretty much guaranteed to be part of that final 4.
And it goes to show with a comp like that, even if you get a 4-cost hero augment, which might mess up the game plan of so many one-cost rerolls. In this case, no problem. One of the biggest benefits of the Lulu reroll comp, there is no bad combination of hero augments that really stunt your game plan. And then the little cherry on top, Axial Mark at the end of it. I think every other player in this lobby was collectively sighing when they saw that come into fruition because it just allows Lulu to go on an absolute rampage.
All right, well, during the break, we will be hearing it from Enzo himself. And of course, our desk will be returning to break down the absolute massive Game 1. We've got 5 more to go before we determine which of our players will be heading across to the Monsters of Chat Championship. So stay tuned, and we'll be back soon.
My name is Enzo. I come from France, and my age is 22. Ladder is not really competitive, you know, because we have not a lot of spot in the ladder, and player now think they just need to be good in a tournament. But for example, the tournament of France is private. All player can't participate, you know. So I don't really like. But maybe if we have open tournament in France, it may be good. I think best comp at this moment is maybe Piba with Urgot, Fiddle, with all legendary too. I think. I don't really know. We have a lot of good players in Europe, and not one really afraid me. But yeah, I think maybe Daisy, Double 61, Ging. We have a lot of really good players. Thank you for all the support. I love all of you, and be ready for this year. It's for me, dude. Yeah.
Hold on. We seem to have a black. What's going on, little guy? Oh, our camera's a little bit scared, Meeix.
Yeah, you know, I saw one of those in a Twitch chat. Do you like TFT? There we go.
Right,
TFT.
well, it's okay. Lulu can't hurt you now. She's gone. She's gone. It's okay. There you go. See, little friendly after Kevin Parker's absolute brutality. We're coaxing them back. Nature is healing.
It is.
It is healing, right? Even for a while, it looked like Kevin Parker was going to be going into the Asheville variant of the competition, but decided, you know what? Lulu it is instead.
I also want to call something out. Canbizz is a witch. In case anyone's missing it. Apparently in lobby chat, Canbizz was like, first augment's going to be prismatic.
Yeah.
Boom, right there.
And it was Prismatic after all, followed by some 3 and 4 hero augments and some gold ones. And for Kevin, bringing it back, that golden augment brought it all together. He already was on that supers and hearts angle from the start, was trying to go for that hearts combination, but finding that action arc as third augment was really what put him in for an absolute marvelous streak.
Yeah, and sometimes you see players hold on to they use their reroll on the first prismatic very liberally because they need to ensure to have a good start, but Kevin was able to hold on to his rerolling, but it paid off massively.
Yeah, I think this is a sad game for everyone else around there, I think. Because once you have a Lulu high rolling that much, people just fall like flies. We saw Kerfuzzle go out at 4-5, which is unusually early, especially in EMEA. We usually see everyone lasting until stage 5, but that near instant death from Kerfuzzle accelerated the lobby even further because we have that Lulu running around damaging things. But here we have a special guest on our broadcast today. I hear we have our very own Mortdog lead scaring us from behind us. Hey, Mort, how's it going, man?
It's going good. It's going good. Nice Monday morning here, so watching some TFT, loving it.
Yeah, I'm really glad to have you here. Now, one of the things we wanted to talk with you about, so we all remember Dragonmancer Volibear patch. Players, you were not well behaved during that. Chat, you were not well behaved during that. But Mort, now I think the consensus is generally everything's playable. We have reached some sort of balance Eden. No patches ever need be made for TFT for the rest of time.
Okay.
I mean, all I'm saying is, do you feel a little bit like a dog who's caught, a Mortdog per se, who's caught his own tail?
I mean, there's always more to do. It's the kind of thing where even if it's really, really good, it's never perfect. And, we're always trying to chase perfection. There's a patch on Wednesday that'll have a few minor, tiny things. Or, I think even like that last game with the Lulu, people look at that and go, whoa, that ceiling is insane.
All right, that's fair.
But there's always going to be these high roll moments. And so in situations like that, players have to kind of figure out, well, how do I get that second place, And so there's always more to do, but overall, this is pretty close to as good of a competitive scene as I think we can get for a competitive patch. So,
okay, Mortdog, I'm going to hit you with one of my favorite questions to ask my co-casters, which is, what is a comp you would like to see that maybe we haven't seen enough of yet? Like a weird comp, how we had like 8 Tempest that was rarely played in competitive. It was really hard to reach.
Nasa's carry.
Nasa's carry. Something like that. Do you have anything in mind that you would really like EMEA to whip out and play?
I think one that we've seen that's been sneaking in as people have finally learned how good it can cap is the Garen carry augment one, where you can play that mech and have that Garen do a ton of damage with the right backline and the right items. I've even seen versions where you can get like a Gadgettine emblem and play around that. So that Garen carry augment is one I'd like to see a little bit more of because it has a really high ceiling.
Gadgettine mech, never seen that one before, right? Totally doesn't bring back some specific memories of
dust off that tome.
Actually, like talking about tome, right, Mortdog, because one of the primary things going into this patch was the movement of power from Laser Core and Gadgettine especially onto the 4-2, and we've seen a rise, I'd say, in the prominence of tome. Are you happy with players having to take that risk more, and like how it still has a pretty big impact in tournament play?
Yeah, if we look at the balance of things, right, there's the consistency versus the risk reward that comes into play. And so something like a Gadgettine Crest is very clear. It has a very clear, input. You take it, you get it, no problem. Whereas something like Tome is much riskier. It has sometimes you're not going to hit the emblems you're looking for. And so that variance has to be rewarded with power. And so being able to take the augment at 2-1 and then maybe high rolling it allows for those higher ceilings, and that's just part of the risk reward that is TFT.
And I think the biggest part of TFT on everyone's minds right now, Mort, is the championship. We got 2 weeks left. We're obviously in day number 3 here in EMEA. A lot of regions are wrapping theirs up. We know C already wrapped up their qualifying cup. Is there anyone you're keeping your eyes on, particularly here in EMEA, as someone you think may have the stuff to be champion?
I mean, the 2 I've got my eye on is, Ging, who's been here multiple times. That's really cool to see. But also Enzo has been playing out of his mind, it seems like. And so if he can take that, we always see like people do really well in their regionals, and so hopefully we can see that carry over if he makes it, and so those are the two I've got my eye on right now.
Okay, and if you had to decide on one of the two to win today, because there
really
will be a European champion, of course, who would you predict?
It's funny because every time people ask me this, I'm like, you're putting me in this spot where I can't pick my favorite player. They're all good. But gun to my head. Yeah, I do. But gun to my head, I'm kind of rooting for Ging a little bit just because, again, he's had a few tries, and I'd love to see that hard work over a long time kind of pay off. So
I love that.
Love to hear that. Mortdog, thank you so much for coming on. Actually, I'm gonna throw a curveball at you.
Oh,
sure. During
Dragonlance, we got a little sneak peek. We got a little hint. Are you willing to part with that treasured information? Anything we can hear about the magical set 9? I've heard it's amazing.
So what I'll say, and I have to keep this pretty vague for now.
Excellent. We love vague things. Yes.
Is that Monsters Attack is kind of the last set in our minds before our team got really big. The team has been growing a lot. We've been able to accomplish a lot more. And so I think you're going to see a shift in set development where Monsters Attack was kind of the end of an era, and the next set is the beginning of a new era where it's amazing what we can do with a lot more people. So.
Clip it, Reddit. Clip it.
Send it off.
I absolutely love to hear it. Thank you so much, Mortdog. Tell Blue Cove I'm sorry about her duelists potentially being gone. I'm sure she'll enjoy that. But thank you once more, Mortdog, and hope we get the opportunity to chat again.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Always love to hear from Mortdog here on the show. And he was still on the stage. I was like, is he just going to watch over our shoulders for the rest of the desk?
I mean, I wouldn't mind that. That would feel very protective.
Yeah. Mortdog's just here like, don't worry, guys. It's okay.
He's watching over our players. You know what Mortdogging can do in games. That's good.
See, that's the thing. The enemy of all players is Mortdog, but the best ally of all players is Mortdog. It's a very complicated relationship. Like the relationship we have with our casters. We always want the camera on us, but they want it on them with the games we have coming. Game number 2 of the Rising Legends Finals is coming right up.
Well, maybe Mortdog is all things to all peoples, but that first game, as I said on the desk, it was an absolute blinder. Now heading into game 2, as we expected, we've got several players in very different circumstances from each other.
The game itself also had very different circumstances. Opened up with a prismatic augment. You don't get that every time you open up a game of TFT. So we'll see what changes. We could potentially see 1 or 2 cost hero augments, for example, offered as well.
I really hope so, because we know we're in the market for games that will blow everything out of the water, and absolutely it's gonna happen. So we can take a look at our points here overall. So I think coming into that game, Enzo was so dominant for such a long time that Kevin Parker hit the absolute ridiculous version of his Lulu comp, and nobody could stop him.
I'm especially looking forward to seeing what the players that were not able to score too many points in that game are able to do now. It's only 6 games left in the tournament in this day 3. 1 game is down, 5 games to go. You have to make sure to try and come back into the standings, so we definitely need Kerfuzzles and Qetzer specifically to try and jump up into that top 4.
And that's going to reflect heavily in how they played this one out. As you said, maybe we'll see the hero organs will send them in that direction early on. Now, to reflect back on, particularly on, say, Kerfuzzle, of course, going out in 8th last time round, had this incredible start from the organs, but just couldn't bring everything together. If we do see a similar start again, what kind of stuff would you like to be seeing our players doing, particularly Kerfuzzles, differently?
Well, in his case, I think most of what happened in that game wasn't up to him. He had the Ancient Archives, he had 2 Tome of Traits to open. I guarantee you, if he was offered Gadgeting Emblem, for example, he would have taken it and probably would have done very well. He's shown already in day 1 his expertise on the comp. Instead, he was offered Infinity, maybe not as comfortable on that line, ended up in an 8th place.
And being contested as well is never a good thing. It's to have to fight your way through. But we'll keep an eye out, of course, for those early ones coming in. Again, for anyone who has just tuned in, as I mentioned before, we've got 5 more games, including this one, to find our top 4 to go forward to the championship to represent the Emir. And, of course, 1 champion to decide by whoever has the most points when game 6 is done of the day.
Some key units being held here by Lusher. Ideally, yeah, I imagine he will be selling this Camille in that little middle area of his bench to try and buy the Pantheon and the Gangplank. Have his options open in case there is a 1 or 2 cost reroll. You have the Ashes on one side, the Defenders on the board, and the Infinite Teams on the left or now on the right side of his bench as well. With a good start, you could go into Duelist with the Locket possibilities or just a Sunfire Cape as well, but he's offered the mythical Axiomark. Does he take it? We'll be scouting to see if anyone else might have an opening towards this Lulu comp.
It's got to be tempting. I mean, Kevin Parker showed exactly what this augment is capable of. But as you said, picking up from the early going just definitely gives you a very strong direction. Sure Shot would as well. Defender Crest, always an option there. Again, Lusher finishing in 6th in the previous game. So we're looking for big swings. But interestingly, the Defender Crest we brought in to allow for 4 defenders from the beginning.
An awkward start considering he has a GP2 as well. He has a 5 pair in the shop, so can't have it all to decide what exactly he wants to have online. Will be the GP coming in with the Defender Crest. And going to be, I imagine, a Sunfire Slam, maybe a Locket for tempo, but no, will be the Sunfire plus that Rod, making use of all the components to make sure he has the highest possible chance of converting this 4 Defender Power Spike into a win streak in Stage 2.
So given we're only 2 games in, again, we're talking about the overall strategy for our players. If you're one of the players who finish low, are you ideally looking to try and immediately reverse that and get a first place, or are you going to try and ideally go for some top 4s and ride out that early negative finish?
I think with 5 games left, you don't have to go too crazy in terms of the risk-reward playstyle just yet. There's still a lot of time to have consistent playstyle, get those 5 top 4s, and still have a very good showing in this day 3. So I think there's still time. I think for now, just try and play your best TFT, stay open, and stay really just trying to get some consistent gameplay online. Don't play for that very risky 8th place that we saw before with Kerfuzzled.
And of course, after this game is done, we will have a much clearer picture of what the field overall will look like and what that kind of separation will be. If we get the same players winning again, then suddenly the top 1 looks out of reach and the top 4 starts to be even harder to get into as well.
Ging is going into Duelist. It's a risky strategy we saw in day 1. Duelist primarily bottom 4. The only saving grace was finding that Winds of the Wanderer, finding that spread shot, Vayne, carry Augmenter, having a very, very high tempo start. For now, you have a Vayne, yes, but you don't have 4 Duelists just yet.
And of course, running up against Lusher and this big pile of armor is never going to be a good thing for the physical damage of at least most of these early Duelists. Doing a pretty decent job of keeping things aligned. At least the Vayne is there for a bit of true damage to punch through. So I think it's going to be a lot closer than you would have expected the physical damage comp to be against the pile of defenders.
Does one more cast come in from the Rammus? It does. This is so big. This could turn the tide of this fight, and it might be the case. The Sunfire damage is helping as well, but there's absolutely no kind of healing on this GP. The Trial by Fire, not enough. The CC from both the Morgana and the Rammus is just enough for that Vayne to win it with 20% of her HP left.
Yeah, that Morgana coming in clutch there to cut through that armor. A very decent early board here from Ging. So we check across, we can see that Ging and Kerfuzzled, at least as of these early rounds, the only ones undefeated.
You do want to make gold here if you are Ging. You don't want to sell your Duelist, I imagine. Going to either try and slot in 4 Duelists. Now he has them on the bench, just doesn't really want to slot them in over key 3-cost units like Rammus and Morgana, and just sell off the Brawlers, even if it is a Blitz pair.
Definitely going to try and mix things up. So there we go, the 4 Duelist does come in, but yes, thinking very carefully about what to go. So this will enable the Vayne to put a lot more damage up against Hayden, who has barely taken a loss before. Has a very strong early board, but not good enough to get through Ging's level 5 and 4 Duelists.
This is, of course, a decision you can only make if you've scouted the rest of your opponents, made sure no one is strong enough to actually end your win streak if you do end up leveling to 5, because it would ruin your econ in the same way that Enzo did, level to 6 in the end at 2-5 in the last game. You have to make sure you can almost guarantee a 5 win streak if you do so.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward, but I suppose, that we talked about for our players who are towards the bottom, potentially wanting to go more risky. Towards the top, of course, you do give yourself a little bit of a more of a cushion that if your game plan does go awry, you're not immediately out of contention.
We're back to the eggs, Peter. 2 games in a row. The egg is here. Anyone playing reroll is going to start sighing, saying, hey, why can't you just give me a duplicator? I can get my Lulu 3 earlier. I have now an egg taking up bench space. I have to skip over Malphites and Lee Sins. What's going on?
Well, it's because, obviously, Mortdog has decided we're all going to be playing full power to sword today. We just need to get to the late game to get it.
Kevin has 4 components open. He's loose streaking. He has Metabolic Accelerator. And 2 of those components are tiers.
I don't know what you could be implying. Oh, wait a second, though. It looks like with the items which could, of course, go towards that Lulu In fact, right now, going towards our friend Ezreal, and we know how powerful this comp can be.
But he has a Lulu on the bench as well, saying, just in case the game offers me 5 more Lulus in my next shop, I'll keep that option open. And I don't blame him. You get a first place, why not try and run that back, do the same exact strategy again? The best thing about Lulu is the fact that both Lulu and the Ezreal reroll, very powerful first place comps that share a lot of similarities, Axiom Arc and the itemization as well.
And I think certainly the Ezreal composition being one of the more surprising ones come in. I know from the discussions that were going before that over in other regions, not necessarily as highly valued as it has been here, but it's certainly proven itself again and again. So we will have a little bit of extra underground going in. Kevin Parker down at 277. But of course, we know Kevin's more than happy enough to give up his HP for an advantage.
No Lee Sin purchase, no attempt at even trying to fit in this Lee Sin. So I think Kevin Parker, with Metabolic especially, underground becomes that much better. One of the biggest problems we've seen is you're just trying to risk this, go to get to that 4th cash out that usually gets you those Radiant items, and you just aren't able to make it. Salvi just barely did so in day 1, ending up with that 1 HP comeback into the first place. So a good combination of augments, and it's what I mentioned in the game 1 of today, Peter. You have to lean into what the game is giving you. If the game gives you underground units and metabolic, it's telling, hey, maybe you should go for a really big loss streak and then cash out and get that huge power spike in stage 4.
Well, Ging is certainly looking pretty damn powerful right now, trying to keep hold of that win streak getting into Krugs. Let's see who the opponent's going to be. Canbizz right at the back with an early slam of the Locket. That's a lot of onboard power.
Also playing high tempo, a big fight here for both players. You definitely want to win this last fight if you're Ging. You get an extra goal without having to sell the kill, but more importantly, you fulfill the needs of this duelist comp, which is essentially winning all of stage 2 and 3, and then slowly pittering out into a top 4 in stage 4 and 5.
We can see, though, that the early slams were going to pay off here. So for Ging, he will not maintain his streak. In fact, nobody will, at least on the win streaking side of things, sucking a lot of potential gold out of the board.
Despite leveling to 5 very early on, his econ is around where it should be if you're playing for a win streak, 20 gold going into Krug, so he's not too far behind. He didn't go too crazy leveling to 6 like we saw from Enzo in that game 1.
Yeah, so a slightly less of a risk and a slightly less of a reward, but in this case, with the rest of the lobby, sharing the losses more or less between them. We're keeping an eye out for Qetzer down towards the bottom and Hayden as well, who've been taking most of the losses, who may well have, and as we will confirm here, a lot of the golden lobby is towards the bottom, with the exception of Canbizz.
And both Hayden and Qetzer, players that ended up in the bot 4 coming to that game 1, players that had to try and bounce back. I commend them for still playing a loss streak start, knowing that they have the skill and the talent to know how to flip this around in stage 4 with all the extra gold they're given. Potentially even at 3-5, that's a role line I want to look at for some of these players, especially for Kevin if he wants to cash out early to try and get that power spike a little bit earlier on and level to 7 and roll down and find those forecasts before the other players.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to check in with Qetzer in a second, because I think there is some gold being spent, particularly towards the bottom of the table. Thank you very much, production, for showing us rich get richer. So an explanation for why we're seeing quite so much gold in the tank there. And Qetzer, obviously inspired by game 1, knows exactly what to do with all that gold.
Kevin Parker first. Now he says, it's my turn, guys. Let me play Lulu for this game. You guys can get it the next game, and then the 4th game someone else, and we'll all take turns. Don't worry, guys.
I mean, it's no Axiom Arc, but it has allowed for a lot of extra reroll gold to come in. Of course, Qetzer a little tempted to spend some of that gold before we tick across to level 5, and those one-cost odds are decreased. Kafuzzles, currently in 2nd place on the other side of the equation, has a pretty solid board, but we know what this all looks like longer term.
Small correction, Peter. There's no Axiom Arc yet. We're coming into 3-2. I'm going to use my Caster Blessing energy to give Qetzer a little bit of a chance to also assemble that Exodia comp. Has the blue buff already on to this. Lulu has half of a JG, half of a Gunblade as well on the bench component side as well. Oh, instead it will be Prismatics, but Heart Crown could be a very good pickup as well.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that's one way to give yourself longer-term power preparation as well. Always a favorite, but no, Radiant Relics. I mean, if you want to pump incredible power through this Lulu, then maybe you give her another way, but the items aren't great for her. Instead, it's defensive.
And I think he will not be playing maybe the initial Pantheon version of Lulu. No Pantheons found whatsoever. Instead, it is Lee Sin on that board. But now moving on to Kerfuzzle, the player that needs to bounce back after that 8th place in game 1. No rolls left, so he rolled it 2-1 instead. Maybe wasn't offered the best choices to start things off. And now has to commit to one of these 3 choices.
Oh, Woodland Charm. I mean, it's certainly a decent amount of power to the board, but I am certainly worried for Qetzer here. As we check in on some of our augments again, so we've got double level up coming in, Lusher and Kevin Parker. No, sorry, my mistake. Triple level up coming in. We are in line for a late game, the stuff of legends. Maybe this is how you deal with Lulu. Just go to level 10. She surely can't keep up then.
The only problem is you have to get stable enough in the mid game to actually make it that far. Level up is not always the easiest augment to play unless you find a lot of natural upgrades early on. But one augment that is a tiny bit easier to play is scoped weapons. We saw it so much in day one. Pick up scoped weapons, pick up a Belveth, pick up a Warwick, and let your AD units absolutely pop off, especially that Belveth with the extra range gives her that much needed survivability.
I mean, the scoped weapons was being scattered out by Barry, our analyst for this event, just highlighting just how incredibly influential it's been. We've talked about it before. It just gets the job done. Qetzer, though, doesn't have the scope weapons, but says, you know what? I'm going to position my Belveth like I do.
I think it's just the spot where she is safer at the start of the fight, does not pull out any aggro just yet. And Belveth, one of the best units in the game in Stage 3, especially when you itemize her. She does so much in terms of actually getting things done, similar to Vayne, for example. It's one of my favorite units in Stage 3 because they kill off units, they make sure you're preserving HP, even if you are losing fights.
Enzosx with the windfall here, deciding to go for raw gold in the bank, so presumably looking for the longer term with the spell slingers in place for the time being, up against Canbizz, who is on a win streak. Both of them, in fact. So one of these two will leave without. I think for Canbizz's side of things, you mentioned, going to need a lot of gold to hit that level up long term, who would love the win.
And Enzo, a player that had a very good meta read, obviously coming to this tournament with such great results he's been able to have the first 2 days. Leaning into a comp he's played already, one of the meta comps right now in TFT for Aux Force, for Spellslingers. Has the Spellslingers part online for now, just 2 Aux Force. But overall, I imagine he will be leaning into TF. Unfortunately, no TF's going to be in this Stage 3 carousel. There is going to be a Garen with a sword, though. And for Kevin, who has first pick, he's thinking about it. He's going to take the rod instead.
So looking at our overall field, as mentioned before, Canbizz currently on the win streak on 94 HP. The top of the table actually pretty loaded right now. We've got a stark difference between our top 4 and our bottom 4 right now in terms of HP.
Imagine Enzo will be leveling to 7 at 3-5. Curious if production can send us to his board once we come out of this carousel. I want to see if he's going to roll or not, just decide to go for a fast day, maybe with how much gold he had at that point in going into 3-4. He had, I think it was 60, 70 gold already being level 6. So very, very rich thanks to that windfall.
Now, as we check in with Ging, we can see the 6th duelist has already been reached with a spatula on bench. It seems like we are in line for a duelist 8 game potentially.
The only problem here is you don't have that Exodia hero augment online. You don't have Winds of the Wanderer. You don't have Spread Shot in this case for the Vayne. You have some components to maybe get it still at 4-2. But in this case, he's just going to play maybe a more standard and traditional game of duelist. He is fully locked in now because of the both augments really leading him into that direction.
And our observer Danny letting us know that Canbizz actually intentionally sniped the bow on the carousel to stop the second duelist emblem from coming in. Of course, pushing the power of the duelist. Yeah, early on is tremendously important. Perhaps a somewhat lesser effect of what we saw from the Lulu comp in the previous game, where it demands some sort of reply.
It's going to come down to Wolves able to find a natural bow and naturally hit 8 duelists early on. Once he goes 7, that could be absolutely massive. In this case, he's going to stay on 6 duelists for now and has some gold to roll when he gets the Wolves as well.
I mean, the board is still pretty good right now, and of course, we've got the Annie hanging out with the duelist emblem, waiting for the Twisted Fate to arrive longer term. Our eggs are close to hatching.
Quick explanation for viewers that are wondering, what is Ging doing with his shop? Why is he buying and selling units? It's actually a very high-level optimization that players do in a tournament like this one, where every little thing counts. All these units are currently stuck here on your shop. Other players are not seeing them in their shop if they are rolling down. If Ging thinks these units that he has in his shop are not valuable, he wants to buy them and sell them so they go back to the unit pool and make the opponent's rolls a little bit less important.
I mean, we are in, again, rarefied air here. Our 8 best performing players in Amir up against each other, so there is no advantage too small to set aside, especially when 1 point could separate you from the entire experience of going to the Global Championship at all. Enzo, of course, in second place overall right now with 7 points in second place in this lobby behind Canbizz. Hands out a heavy loss to Qetzer. Kevin Parker down to 30 as well.
And we have to check KP. He was rather angling towards the Ezreal reroll. We have to figure out how far he's going in terms of that cash out, how much he wants to risk. If he wants to copy the strategies of his own compatriot Salvi, who decides to go all the way down to 1 HP. He did have last stand, though. We have to mention that.
Yes.
Again, the more you risk, the more you get rewarded for in terms of Radiant items potentially on that Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's certainly a lot of risk being taken. Lusher and Kevin Parker on a huge streak there, of course. On the other end of the table, Canbizz has kept that position up at the top with a massive streak and a massive amount of money to keep that streak going.
It's a crucial round for Kevin Parker here. I'm curious to see where his heist cash out is.
There we go. So we've got the level up in play. We're close to potentially having a cash out as of the next round. But Kevin Parker is playing with fire here. He's dropping down so low that it's going to be tough to recover. A ton of items on bench.
He was offered level up in the stage 3 augment choice, so he was not going to be playing the Ezreal reroll anyway at this point, just playing the underground for a bigger cash out. I'm going to play ideally a legendary board instead. So I'm not sure what his choices were for his 3-2 augment, but maybe just not able to actually find something that would benefit Ezreal reroll. Instead, pivots into a full flex legendary soup comp, and we'll see how he'll be able to do here. It's not the standard way to play this out.
Yeah, I mean, the soup is looking promising so far. You can see the Mortkai's, of course, favorite, particularly at 2-star of many, many players, is already the centerpiece of the front line of the composition. We've got the Syndra of the backline chucking in more units as well. I think it will only serve to soften this loss, but a loss it will still be, pushing Kevin below 20 HP.
No last stand. I think this might be the place to cut it here, unless Kevin is someone that is much braver than I thought and much braver than anyone should be in a tournament like this. A day 3 of a finals with 8 of the best players in EMEA coming together. 5-5-4 will be the options. If there's any reroll players, they might be in trouble, but for everyone else is a chance to really hit that next power spike for your comp, either by picking a 4-cost hero augment that allows you to 2-star your key 4-cost in your comp, or picking something like an Obliterate, a Mordekaiser that is able to get you that next spike, especially in the Laser Core comp, for example.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, with the legendary soup, there's going to be a lot of different damage types floating around here. So the universal shred is definitely going to be paying off.
Okay, Kevin. Okay, we see you. It's okay. We know you can't risk it anymore. You're at 20 HP. You're in big trouble otherwise.
All right, so we've got the Radiant Thieves Gloves. That's at least going to allow for one of these big legendary units as they arrive to really come online. But a lot of this money we'd like to be seeing spent on leveling up is being spent right now to make sure Kevin doesn't fall before that even happens.
And this is pure flexibility in, visual form. We're seeing a Jhin online, a Syndra with a blue buff, a Mordekaiser as well. Just a mix-up of any unit that Kevin values and thinks can get things done in this point in Stage 4. All he needs is to stay alive to start winning some fights here.
Yeah, but Enzosx is going to have something else to say about that. You can see the little LeBlanc up in the corner being just barely obscured. It's already very, very powerful. The last couple of shots coming in. Kevin Parker, so little room to maneuver and loses again.
LeBlanc just a little bit too tanky. Kevin is not happy about this loss. I would love to right-click on this LeBlanc and see how much HP she has. When this happens to me in my games and I see the 6 HP, I just start, I'm not going to say what I say out loud, but I don't want to get fired just yet. But it is not good stuff, that's for sure.
No, and there's a lot of big news arriving. Of course, we noted that we've got the Mordekaiser up to 2, but we've got a lot more coming in as well. Qetzer picking up the shiny, and from the rest of the field, we are seeing my sword is your shield. It's not quite what Mortdog was asking for, but it's pretty close.
What is it called when you make a wish or something and it comes off?
The monkey's paw?
That's it. Exactly what we're seeing here.
If it goes really badly, it absolutely will be a monkey's paw.
Mortdog has to work on his blessings. It worked halfway through, not quite, but my sword is your shield still a very good tank augment, of course, for that Garen to try and find some amount of frontline to get your backline damage, to stall for time, really, especially if you mech that Garen.
Yeah, we'll be updating you folks as we pick up more of these augments coming, because there's a lot to talk about as these boards develop. With these 5 costs adding to the field, there's a ton more power. As Qetzer on 37 right now will take a, we're going to take a fairly serious loss. I think it still will be the case. Kevin Parker at the bottom does not lose, though, so he will hold on for a few rounds longer.
High roll's a component, but does not high roll a win here. Qetzer once again down to 27. And a lot is repeating itself in terms of Ketzer's board. He was playing Spellslingers in that game 1, leaning into AP. Once again, Sona on the board, playing some form of AP, this time more into Hearts. not really Lulu reroll, just more traditional hearts, and it is not going well. 27 HP for Qetzer, 31 for Kerfuzzled, 36 for Lusher, almost an identical bottom four except for Kevin Parker.
I mean, for Kevin Parker, of course, getting first in the first game means that he has gotten out here, that he basically resets his tournament if he goes out in 8th. For Qetzer, it's very much not the case. A 7th place in the first game, another 7th place here, and you're already wondering if you can even potentially breach top 4 at all.
We're back on Qetzer. He's rolling for that Sona 3-star, is very far from hitting and has no gold at this point in time. He does have that Bulwark Oath on the Lee Sin, but I'm not sure it's doing enough to buy time for that heart scaling to come in and that damage from Sona to come in as well.
Interesting board here for Puzzled. We've got, of course, the duplicated with the Woodland Charm. Warwick in the mix with 4 Laser Core and Brawler, so this definitely could get a little bit stronger, but of course we know the Mortkaisers have already been getting sniped out of the pool.
No MR Shred whatsoever on this board. No Morgana with a Shiv. No Ionic Spark. Not going to help that drone damage to come through. The Warwick with a Gunblade, also not ideal. I mean, a lot is going wrong, and I've talked about it so many times this weekend, Peter. If you're playing Laser Core, you have to do a lot right for the comp to really pop off. I don't think it'll be the case, but it's enough for now. This Warwick is hungry for some kills, and he does get them. Canbizz taken down to 70.
Yeah, and that's not bad at all. I was absolutely with there. I did not think that board was going to be able to manage it. But, yeah, taking a win off of the current top-performing player in the lobby, Canbizz, certainly speaks of some hope for Kerfuzzled to come. I think we'll maybe see a little bit more rolling, hoping beyond hope the Mortkaiser will spring from somewhere, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Kerfuzzled will have to make do with what he has right now.
And before any UK viewers start getting a little bit too excited, maybe for yourself, Peter, as well, I will quickly remind the viewers that that is not 6 Warwicks on the board. It is the Woodland Charm instead. We're not 3 away from Warwick 3. We saw it yesterday, yes, but it's not coming just yet. It'll take a lot longer to get to that point for Kerfuzzled.
Well, of course, Kerfuzzled's primary enemy here is going to be Kevin Parker. If Kevin Parker gets taken out, those Mortkaisers go back in the pool, and suddenly there's a much better chance of capping out that board. Keep your eyes on Kevin Parker on the right of your screen right now. I believe we've got Qetzer also up for an execution potentially as well. I think Kevin's got the one on the right-hand side and left-hand side. Qetzer might be in a little bit more trouble. We've got a Category 5 Janna in the mix. She is going to deliver some pretty serious punch.
Very important with the Janna carry augment. You do want to itemize the Janna itself because she does so much true damage with her ability. She completely changes from a support unit to a carry unit in that case.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. Already has a Spirit Shojin for maximum amount of disruption to the board. And as I said, when she gets the itemization in there, she'll be even stronger. Kevin Parker, though, holding on as Qetzer goes out in 8th place. So it's worse than we'd even anticipated, going from 7th into 8th. A really hard start to the final day of play for Qetzer.
And for Kevin Parker as well, so many upgrades that could come in with these next few rolls. He's obviously not in a position to really play for a greedy line. He's at 12 HP, doesn't have the HP buffer to work with. He needs to find the Mordekaiser 2. He needs to find the Leona 2, the Alistar. I mean, so many upgrades that can come in here. The Viego as well. These few rolls will be crucial in terms of finishing 7th or maybe finishing in the top 4.
Well, Kevin Parker has got one more tool to play with here as the Janna 2 comes to the mix. We've also got the Radiant Zephyr in play as well. This could be a very good round for Kevin Parker, but he's got to make sure everything goes off as it needs to.
High-level play there, puts the Janna he wants on the board with no items, itemizes her, and then makes the final unit so he's able to take the Radiant Gloves off of that Janna.
And the Radiant Zephyr will be able to remove one of the damage threats from the other side of the board, though Belveth still stays in play. It does feel like Kevin Parker's managed to stabilize somewhat with only 12 HP to play with. Perhaps he can be clawing his way back up the table.
We'll see how much this Janna can do with the blue buff online as well. Just buying time with that CC, the Twister coming out. Once again, the combination of Mordekaiser damage, Jhin damage, and the CC locking up the opponent's boards seems to be enough for now for Kevin to win one more round. The Belveth not doing enough for Ging there. Or for Lusher, rather.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a pretty decent board, but yeah, Kevin Parker, of course, can afford to hold nothing at all back. So he's going to be trying to push for as much as he can. An incredible shot comes in, but not exactly the combination you would be hoping for.
Incredible for someone else, maybe. For Kevin, not so much, and looks like in this case. 2 Ezreals can do a lot, but you're not playing Infinite Team, you're not playing Sure Shots. It's not maybe the ideal board. And you don't really have AD items outside of whatever the Radiant Gloves could give you. In this case, if you're looking at the HP total, you're looking at Ging, you're wondering, how's he so low? He was playing a tempo comp, Duelist, and all of a sudden the entire lobby just got all their own tempo comps from all the upgrades with the hero augments, and it just becomes so hard to do well at that point.
Kevin Parker again trying to hold on. Qetzer has fully itemized the Aurelion Sol now, so we'll be hitting like an absolute truck. And of course, you really don't want to be clumping against all of that area of effect damage. The Warwick ripping it through the center of the board as the meteors rain down. Qetzer surprising us again and will take Kevin Parker down to 2 HP. Still not enough to free up those Mordkaisers.
2 HP in a dream, and I think so many players, their initial game plan coming into stage 3 was set in stone. They had some clear conditions that had to be met for them to do well to get a top 4. Kevin being one of those players, he was looking for Ezreal reroll. Instead, it was a prismatic augment at 3-2. Completely changed his game plan. I think he's maybe not as comfortable as he would have been otherwise. Similar for Ging, but Ging has found the Vayne 3, has a Shojin, and has, well, an unfortunate hero augment picked up here. It's going to be Viego's support. It is for Oxforce, though, in this case. He did pick up made one Duelist emblem and made one Oxforce emblem instead to have for Oxforce online.
Yeah, I mean, it made sense when Canbizz was denying him from before. Ging has got the knock-up onto the corner right now, but it won't take away some of the main damage threats we got here from Kevin Parker. The center, of course, we've already seen very strong. The Oxforce, of course, amazing at denying multiple different forms of damage and buying a few more seconds. For Kevin Parker, this is looking like the end of the line. He's avoided 8th place. One more cast in's gonna do it, and Kevin is down.
And I do feel pretty bad for Kevin considering all of those Radiant Glove items for the Jhin have been, well, atrocious. Every single fight in stage 4. I was watching NA yesterday. Setsuko as well had a Belveth with the Thieves Gloves. She was getting Morello and Blue Buff and just the absolute worst items for that Belveth. Same case here for Kevin, relying on that variance, and unfortunately the variance is not helping him out.
No, I believe it was a Warmogs and an Ice Cream Cone in the last round, so definitely not what you need at all. This brings us to our top 5. So remember before, Enzo finished in 2nd place, Kevin finished in 1st. With Kevin now down in 7th, he, as we expected, has pretty much reset his day. But for Enzo, the opportunity is here to build up a lead that may not be caught by anybody else.
And Ging has picked up that Gunblade, the 3rd item for TF. Could be crucial in getting that extra bit of damage, but as you mentioned, Enzo and Canbizz continue to be on top, 1st and 2nd right now in the HP standings.
Yeah, French players absolutely cleaning up, of course. With the most players here in the finals, we did come into this whole event wondering if this will be Germany's time to shine, to supplant France as the premier EMEA TFT region, but France has absolutely shown us that they are still here to play.
Belveth with the scope weapon is going to be so big for Hayden. The hook comes in, only hooks an Ashe, does have a Shiv though, so some utility is taken away from Qetzer. Will the double Warwick be enough? The triple item Aesol 2 as well to help with the anti-heal reduction on the side of Hayden's board. Belveth's still alive, Jin's still alive, Aesol's still alive, but not for very long. The Belveth with the extra range is onto him. Qetzer now down to 15 HP.
Do you remember, of course, Qetzer did take a last place in the first game, so getting close to the top 4 is definitely at least some form of relief. But for Ging, there's so much desperation building up in this lobby, particularly from Qetzer and Ging, just to try and scrape the top 4.
As we mentioned earlier in stage 3, level up is great, but sometimes you just can't really actually level up to the point you need to. It was the case for Lusher. It's not the case for Canbizz, though, who is still very much alive, fairly healthy considering, relative to the rest of the lobby. 44 HP still for Canbizz. And Ging also has a Rocket Propel Fist now trying to hook in one of the key carries on his opponent's side.
We will see Qetzer doing enough to make sure that it's not a major unit, but as you noted, having the static brought into the center board is never ideal, but I think she'll live long enough to get at least a couple of shocks off. A lot of this is going to be about where those meteors land for the Aurelion Sol. For the Warwicks, the 2 Warwicks on the field, doing a great job of killing through a lot of the otherwise very hard to deal with duelists. One more cast is awaiting. The Aurelion Sol's left on his lonesome, but he is going to heal, and he almost gets there, but not quite good enough.
A very quick initial kill on the main Warwick carry on the side of Qetzer allowed Ging to actually just barely win that fight as the Archangel was stacking on the Aesol. I thought it maybe would kill the Vayne in one hit, but this is a Vayne 3, has more HP, has more stats overall, and was able to withstand the Meteor Shower damage.
So we're still left in the position. Qetzer and Ging trying to claw at each other to try and stay alive. Enzo's at the top looking very good indeed. Hayden, who did just land a 5th place before, seems to be on a decent course along with Canbizz to have a strong finish here in Game 2.
Looking at the PvE round, we're going to see what items can come through. For anyone that is missing maybe some key third items on their carries or on their tanks, this will be absolutely fantastic. Maybe on their secondary carries for the most part this late into the game. We're looking at Enzo if he wants to get another Archangels online for this Janna.
It's going to be a little tempting because those tornadoes are absolutely, disgusting in the amount of damage. Hex the Gunblade would be a more conservative choice, but no, we are going all in on making sure this tornado, particularly the late round tornadoes, kills absolutely everything.
NE2 comes in for Ging. Canbizz also gets a little bit of an upgrade there with the Echo too, but the Rocket Propel Fist is what we're looking at here. Every player now assumes and I think knows that it is in this lobby. They have to be very careful not to get their carry hooked.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this in a previous game, these small moments of play that can completely determine your tournament future. Canbizz up on the left-hand screen right now, Qetzer on the right. Ging and Qetzer, of course, both still fighting for their lives. The Warwick right in the center for Qetzer on the right-hand side will fall down, and immediately the Red Install ripped to pieces, but Ging is going to die as well. It's a matter of who takes the most damage.
And that triple item, Leona doing so much. Perfected Solar Flare, there was the augment picked up by Canbizz. And this makes Leona an actual carry unit. She has also the survivability she usually lacks. You have a Bramble Vest to stop most of that crit damage. And you also have the BT and the Gunblade to heal with all that true damage alongside 2 Ice Cream Cones, helping out both the Viego damage and the Leona with some extra AP as well. The Reforge on the triple Runans, I think is a correct decision there. The Jing was not doing too much. I think 1 Runans might be good. 3 of them, a little bit too much to actually get things done.
Well, I always feel like myself, you can never have too many Runans, but I suppose I'll have to concede the point. Just to touch back on what we were talking about before, Qetzer going out just ahead of Ging. Very, very lucky to hit the top 4 there, given how that game was going. For the remaining 3 players, they are at full power. Once more, Enzo with the highest points total remaining of any of our currently alive players, trying to get a big Janna tornado out, but even at level 9, doesn't have the 2-star quite yet.
It's not doing enough for Enzo, and very similar narrative to the last game that we saw in Game 1. Enzo taking the lead, great tempo comp, really at the forefront all throughout stages 4 and 5, and then slowly starts losing the wind in his sails coming to the late game, with Canbizz also one of the players that was in that top 3 in Game 1, now also in the top 3, but Hayden is the big surprise, win streaking 32 HP and has a chance to maybe win out in this Game 2.
I mean, Hayden's made a great recovery from Game 1 to keep himself as part of that conversation. We'll see how we do up here against Canbizz. Very similar HP across all of our 3 remaining players, looking for that tiny edge. The hook this time does manage to catch the Syndra. We'll see if it's enough.
And the Jin and the Bel'Veth. The Bel'Veth a little bit stuck there in the end, not really able to get past his front line, not really dipping into that backline action that she's able to do in some cases, especially with the extra range. And Viego is having absolutely none of it. Bonks down onto the Bel'Veth, kills her off. And now it is all up to one little, well, maybe not so little, Aatrox, but he is all by himself. Hayden taken down a notch, 14 HP for the Swedish player.
Great news for Canbizz, now takes the HP lead, with both of his opponents being knocked down a peg. Some interesting choices here on the carousel. Might be a little bit too late for some of our players. Canbizz will be the last one out.
Enzo gets a little bit of an okay to the rest of the players. Thumbs up, thanks for the Sunfire, thanks for the Janna. Unfortunately, no Gadget Team player in this game, or else this would be an absolutely blessed carousel. Both a Gadget Team emblem and a Prankster emblem available.
Just to reiterate what you were saying before, with the Janna coming in, that's up to 2 stars for Enzo, and that is going to be a Category 5 Janna, now stepping up the damage tremendously.
Canbizz now trying to figure out his positioning. Obviously cannot get anything important hooked. He has a Syndra too with RFC. That's going to be a big, big chance to really get in a lot of these key 5-cost units. Sells off the Nunu, valuing the chance for the Leona coming in first, and then alongside the Mordekaiser or the Leona that are in the shop as well. Maybe the Viego. The Oxforce is so important. It's a great Syndra pull-in because the Oxforce unit itself buys so much time with a trait, how it works out.
With the rainy weather and the 2 Archangels, there's an immediate cast from the Janna at the back of the board. She's looking for cast number 2 as everyone clumps up. Of course, once that tornado lands, pretty much everybody dies, but she doesn't stay alive herself long enough. And somehow, some way, Canbizz keeps on winning. Enzo takes a loss. Hayden takes a loss. Canbizz on course to take first place.
Not surprised with Hayden's results. Belveth Scope Weapons is fantastic for stability in stages 4 and 5, but eventually it gets outclassed by the stronger 5-cost legendary augments. And overall, a board that looks like this. You have so many strong units on this board for Canbizz. We're seeing Riftwalkers absolutely everywhere. And generally, the Spellslinger's Oxforce comp, despite it having the kind of that +1 of having a Janna carry augment, is not really a first place comp. It's more of a top 4 in most cases.
It certainly seems to be the case here. I wasn't quite sure how to read the power level of the Category 5 Janna. It definitely doesn't seem to be doing quite enough. As of this round, we'll see it go around once again. I believe this is Enzo versus Hayden, yes. So one of these two will knock out the other, leaving Canbizz in position to take first place.
And the Janna has a Shojin, yes, but then it's so hard to get her attack to get those twisters out in time. The Archangel stacking slowly. If you get to the late game, if the fight lasts long enough, if the Janna survives, she can do so much, but she gets picked off before that third cast comes through. It's going to be over for Enzo, down with a -11 in third place. Hayden survives, stays alive, 1 HP for the Swedish player, but Canbizz, the French Titanic player of TFT, win streaking and still so healthy.
I mean, it's certainly a really, really good finish, however it shakes out. As we mentioned before, you can see the points totals up towards the players' portraits. Hayden, very, very meaningful to make it through the top 2. If someone can squeak out the top 1, we really allow him right up towards the top. Again, we've got 4 places available immediately. 2 more places for Western LCQ. But our players, if they can at all avoid it, don't want to get into that situation because there's only 1 spot out of the Western LCQ this time.
I know we're not supposed to do math on air, but I think I can count up to 6, and I do see 6 Leonas currently on the board, or on the board and the bench for Canbizz. 1 on the board, 1 on the bench, able to get jumped in with a Syndra right away as the Force of Will comes online when the fight starts off, especially with the RFC allowing for the extra fast cast. In this case, still slightly far away from 3 more copies of Leona, only 20 gold to whirl with.
I mean, we knew in this lobby, particularly with this level ups, with all of the strength of the board being thrown around, we were in line for something massive as Canbizz moves into position to take that first place that's been promised for so very long. Canbizz's board is absolutely cracked. I think all Hayden can really do is pray that somehow the Belveth stays alive, at least keeps away from just getting instant nukes for the Leona. But we'll see, time will tell. The corner carry goes down straight away and ends up in a 1 versus many. Belveth, I just don't think has got the damage to punch through. Double Helios from Leona. In comes the Deus Ex Machina, and Canbizz will take the first place, his first place of the final day.
Such a great start for Canbizz, for Enzo as well, finishing 3rd. Not too shabby for both of the French players. Qetzer, the only one that needs to maybe make a much bigger comeback in the next 4 games. 2 bottom 4s for the French player, but overall, to no one's surprise, France remains on top when it comes to EMEA TFT. They were strong in day 1, they were strong in day 2, and they're coming into day 3 trying to take that lead over Germany as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was certainly no messing around. We saw through day 1 and 2 as well. Just the sheer domination of what was coming out from France. They had so much over the top. Meeix talking about the whole French wall situation. It started to break down a little bit as the day went on, but France came into this tournament swinging. They show very little sign of slowing down at all. And I think for everybody else in this final day, there's some real big problems to overcome.
We do have a break ready. 4 more games left, but first we'll break down everything that happened in this game. It got so crazy at the end with the hero augments, especially with the 5 costs coming in. So a lot to break down in the analyst desk. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here after game number 2, and I gotta cap this pen because the only thing more dangerous than a known klutz gesticulating wildly with open ink around expensive clothes is our pro players in a prismatic lobby. The second one in a row, absolutely disgusting once more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can save them, to be honest. You know that I can fix them. That's me, because I'll be casting after this game, and I already predicted that as soon as I go on broadcast, it will be 1-cost hero augments and silvers. I just have it in my bones.
I can make them worse. I'm going to predict. We know that my predictions are now on the downswing, so I'm going to say that there aren't going to be any more prismatics or 2-1 hero augments. And let the chaos continue.
Don't think that will happen. Maybe we used all of our 2-1 hero points up during Super Bowl, right? That might have been something that could have happened. That was
like 5 a day on average.
Stack overflow error on that one, I think. Now in Mortdog's going to try to queue that up out there. But overall, this lobby, level up. I mean, the competition has been leveling up all throughout these last couple of days. And 3 players this game, only one really finding the massive success with it, though.
And that one was Canbizz, and it was interesting to me that he was in that top 3 with 2 other players who took Windfall. So these players really looking to amp up their game, find their way to the late game as healthily as possible with as much gold as possible. And Canbizz just had an incredible game, was streaking consistently at 3-7, 94 HP with 78 gold. The man was flush with cash all game long and found his way to a victory with that disgusting Leona.
Yeah, towards the end, we really saw Hayden trying to, make something. He had that option of making his front line and his damage a little bit stronger with going for that Fiddlesticks too, but had to sell that Garen 2 for it, which was such a great Syndra target. So then only having another Syndra and a Ramos on bench to actually pull something in, it just wasn't enough meat on that plate.
Also, my favorite thing about Canbizz, taking out players, is the fact that he uses the Annie achievement. So we get to see that the Tempest animation so much. Yesterday as well, and we just got to see it a lot in this game because honestly, you can't really say that Canbizz wasn't putting in the hard work in this lobby. He was time and time again taking out the players like Ging, for example, here, who was on that duelist composition and really kind of faltering at the end of the day.
Yeah, everyone dying to a violent thump from Canbizz's composition. And I think one of the compositions I really want to point out, we were talking about this backstage in the green room. Kevin Parker, one of those players who went for level up, had a very cool strategy, frankly. He was going for that legendary soup composition, as David called it, and was making incredibly cool pivots throughout the game, but just could not find success with it.
Also, his underground cash-out was far from ideal. I think it's safe to say Rascal's Gloves, not really what you are looking for. However, Canbizz at the top of the standings, that's something we've been looking for a while, right? We've been talking about how good this guy is. We've seen it in the Hex, we saw it in GSC 3 finally, and now at the Rising Legends Finals as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But Enzo is right behind him. And we've been talking about what a menace Enzo is if you're maybe tying with him for points. So that's definitely something every single player here needs to avoid as fast as they can. Hayden and Kevin Parker following right up behind them. This was only game 2. We have 4 more to go.
And remember, we also have 6 players qualifying to some form of the championship, whether it be LCQ or the championship directly.
I don't like that phrasing.
Come on.
4 of them go to the championship.
4 of them go directly.
2 of them go to LCQ. There's only 1 spot at the LCQ. They can't all go.
All right, fine. But look, we know our EMEA players were the best. I was just hoping they'd give us, an extra slot. Don't worry about it, guys. You've been doing so great.
I think we should probably not look at the numbers from the most recent championships for that one, right?
Don't say that.
I'm not. See, that's the key is I have those numbers down in a note card, and it's not one of the 2 in my hands. So, therefore, it doesn't exist by the rules of being a 3-year-old.
In the camera, it looks like you have nothing written down.
Yeah, my incredibly extensive notes. You'll see here a lot. Oh, now I can see it. There we go. I ruined it. It's over. But of course, we do have a break coming up before we get back into game number 3. Hopefully, Qetzer and Kerfuzzle down there in the bottom half can recover their gameplay, as today will decide our championship representatives. We'll see you soon in just a few minutes.
And I was over there, and now I'm over here, back on the caster desk once more.
Ever. No, but for the first time this weekend, so welcome, Meeix. Always a pleasure to cast alongside you. Maybe you'll give the German players a little bit of a blessing because
Careful now,
Lusher
Kevin is going to come for you.
Lusher especially is in trouble right now. 2 bot 4s in the first 2 games, has to come back into it. Kevin, a little bit of that first or 8th magic. The first, of course, with Lulu in the first game. Second game, not so hot, but still 4 games left today. A big chance for some of the players that are starting off on the wrong foot to get back into things and maybe climb back up the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. They will have to do that. And there is still time for everybody that is rooting for, I don't want to call them underdogs. Those are EMEA's top 8, right? You cannot be calling those guys underdogs, but maybe rooting for the players who are currently at the lower end of the leaderboard, I want to say, as we move forward. Now, we did get 2 prismatic lobbies already.
I was going to say.
We were talking about this on the analyst desk, David. Do you have a prediction for what's going to be waiting for us in game number 3 as we enter?
I would like Mortdog to unpress the buttons. We had an explosive start. Thank you, Mortdog. But now we need a bit of a breather. We need players to maybe have a bit of an easier time leaning into this game, especially stage 2 and 3. We had Prismatic Opener in the first game and also a 4-cost Hero Augment in 3-2. And in this case, again, Prismatic at 3-2 and then a 5-cost Hero Augment at 4-2. So something maybe more standard, just good traditional TFT. Silver Augment into Silver Augment into 4-cost would be fantastic.
No, that's not what's going to happen. We're going into triple prismatics.
Oh, no, Meeix. Listen, the viewers probably love you, but I'm going to play, the evil villain here.
All I care about is chat.
I'm fighting for my players. My players, they want consistent, low variance options when it comes to the silver augments, but we'll see what ends up happening here. 2 more fights to go until we get to that decision point. For now, Ging opening up with a few key pairs. Both poppies on the board already. I imagine this Jax will get yeeted into the Shadow Realm to buy instead these 1 costs in the shop. Or maybe you have a few more options off of this orb.
Does have
Jax being kept, but doesn't
too.
buy the second Ashe in time, unfortunately. Low APM from our Turkish player.
He just didn't want it. Don't come for him. Ging does nothing unplanned. He did not want that Ashe. He has Poppy too. He has a front line. It's not a defender just yet, but he will find it. Don't you worry. And players are picking up some items left and right. Maybe a little bit of gold as we are looking to approach those augments. And I just want chat to spam what they think the next one it is. And I would say we give the person that's right an egg, but, you know, our mods are going to hate me if that happens.
Uh-oh, 1-1-2. Lulu is going to come into the game again. I imagine so, because if any players offer this option, especially if they're uncontested, it's proven to be one of the most powerful comps in the current meta. Rock Solid is also a very fun one, though. But unfortunately,
do not go for the blades.
Uh-oh.
No ruthless blades in these games. Please, I beg.
Stacks on stacks is the time for Nasus carry. Game 3 of EMEA Finals. That would be quite a selection if Ging were to go for it. I'm not sure it's the right time to do so. Not the hottest when it comes to stacks, but ooh, it's going to be the Vi augment instead.
Yeah, goes for the Force here. It was May 4th just a couple days ago, but here on the side of Qetzer, we have the Lulu augment picked up, keeps her in the drop for now, does not want to pick her up as he is trying to, of course, 3-star her, so having a safe copy there in that item orb is always going to be a nice birthday present for yourself.
The greediest of the greediest underground until Lulu reroll will be the option for Qetzer. And maybe this is the option he needs to have. He finished 7th in the first game, 8th in the second. Things were not going as planned. Maybe wants to lean into maybe an easier line, the Lulu carry augment. That could be it. And has a chance to have maybe a 1 or 2 cash off of the haste instead before moving into the comp entirely.
We just saw it on the opposite board, and we are seeing it in the right overlay as well. Kevin Parker has Illusion 2 with the Hyperbolic Time Chamber already on it. That is going to be some extra XP coming through for him.
Look at the rest of the augments, though. Adaptive Defense is Carry, Camille for Hayden. Chuso pulled that off to a magnificent effect in day 2. 2 Camille supports as well that fit into that Renegade comps, at least for the very beginning of that stage 3 as well. And Righteous Range for Canbizz essentially is scoped weapons, the same amount of the same benefit, really, in terms of having the extra range and the extra attack speed for something like a Belveth later into the game.
Yeah, hopefully he does go there. I love me some Void Mummy. I mean, Belveth, always my favorite unit to show up during this set.
It was Mother's Day yesterday, so you're a little bit off on the nickname there.
It can be Mother's Day every day for Belveth.
A little bit greedy, but I'll accept it. Moms are, of course, important in TFT and in life.
Yeah, but we are approaching the next carousel soon. The players are looking to protect those streaks. And if we're looking at Qetzer, if we're looking, I believe, at Ging as well, they kind of want to go more for that loose streaky opener, whereas Canbizz and Kerfuzzled, both at 100 HP, they want to make sure they don't lose here.
It's a dangerous thing, though. If multiple players are trying to go for the loss streak, they have to start thinking, I have to start, if I face this other underground player, I want to make sure I'm the loser. So you have to start weakening your board even more, which makes you take more of an HP loss in stage 2 and 3 and makes you maybe force you to cash out earlier than you'd like to as well. So it's a fine line to walk.
Yeah, we are looking over Canbizz's shoulder here as he goes up against Enzo. And hopefully he can protect his streak, but this is looking very good for him. Notably, David, 2 players here on that Hextech Retribution. Any chance one of them will be brave enough to maybe give us another Camille reroll?
I think that's going to come down to Hayden in this case. Going to have the benefit with the carry augment itself, but the one thing I want to look forward to specifically is the fact that Canbizz is able to maybe have a 4 duelist win streak start in stage 2. I imagine he wants to pivot this later into the game when duelist starts falling off in stages 4 and 5, but if you're able to do that from a win streak start, you're healthy, you have gold as well to buy things like Belveth 2 or maybe a Belveth 3 that players like Kerfuzzled missed yesterday in game 6, for example. I love Canbizz's spot. I think he's going to have a really good game. Not a guaranteed top 4 just yet. We're, of course, 2 fights, 3 fights into the game.
Yeah.
But he's a very good spot to actually do well here.
Lesher picking up a spot, though. That is something that I'm always interested in, is going to slam it right away. And that is going to be a strong indicator. We're going into the mascots. We're here to stay. And I love that for him.
Yeah, I think it's one of the strongest comps in terms of getting this online early. 4 mascots, a ton of healing, a 6 mascot power spike as well, but the Riftwalker is fantastic. I didn't play much of this when set 8.5 came out, but I've been playing it recently leading up to this tournament, and I've had really good results. I was actually very surprised at how stable it seemed to be in terms of just healing in your frontline, just never dying, allowing the Vex to scale up with an Archangels, for example, later into the game.
Yeah, he's on small game Hunter as well, so that Pike is going to be a little bit of a support to his board as he moves across the enemy front line onto the Vayne and will take her out, hopefully, as the rest of the team is trying to stop him. But here he comes, and with that Pike, two items. I mean, one of them is Mascot, but the other is the Ionic, so definitely has a lot of healing going around and will be enough. Has the Vex online as well already. Not a Vex 2 or 3, but it's there, right?
And Pike, just one of the best early game units in the game. I was not a believer until I played a build different game. I was thinking, looking around, what are the best units to play in build different? Because that's normally a pretty good indicator of what are the best units overall in terms of standalone without traits activated. And Pike was in that board, was the recommended unit to slam into your board if you have an extra slot, despite not really being a threat or anything that you would slam like a Rammus or a Morgana, still so effective with the early game CC.
Yeah, absolutely. We're on board with Canbizz though now. You were speaking about him earlier on. He has the righteous range, basically something like a scoped weapons for later on, but is leaning into those duelist lines. And we have been seeing how duelist fares. It is a very shaky comp at the moment. Only few of them make it out there, and I mean, yeah, he might survive this one. I think it's getting close here.
Uh-oh, as every unit dies, the Vayne does more and more damage. The Blitz was able to tank for so long, and there it is. The Vayne able to get the kill on the Kale. The Canbizz loses his win streak. Unfortunate, considering he was just one away from that, specifically good 5 wins against the Krugs that really propels your gold economy into that 40 to 50 in Stage 3.
And we are in the Krugs now. A little bit of extra items going to come around as our overlay tells us where players are standing right now. And at this point, we're on 63 HP for Qetzer, 5 losses in the tank. We know he's on the undergrounds. He's trying to make the most out of this. But this is a spot that could very quickly become very dangerous. So Qetzer definitely needs to be careful here.
And danger is the last thing Qetzer needs in his life after the first 2 games on this day 3. He needs stability. He needs safety. He needs to make sure he's able to get a top 4 in this game 3. And he needs to make sure he wins against Krugs, because Double 61 showed us that it is not a good idea to lose the Krug. Oh my god, just barely able to win the round. Makes something's going really wrong with Qetzer's game plan if he's almost losing to Krugs.
See, I asked Double 61 about this technique, and it is to assert dominance. Sometimes the correct play is to lose against Krugs. Double EMEA champion, he knows what he's talking about.
I'm going to just say bow diff. If he did not slam that bow at the end, that would have been a loss to Krugs, and just the mental damage you take from that occurring in game 3 of a day 3, I think would be so hard to recover from. In this case, though, able to do it, gets all his gold, gets all his components as well.
Yeah, and he's now looking for that Lulu, right? We just saw him. I didn't see a single Lulu on that bench, which makes me quite worried for him, but he should be looking for it fairly soon as the next augment approaches. We are looking at something out of, a beastie world. The Vi here is very, very tanky, and she is taking down that everything Hayden has built.
I love the visuals of that fight. The Vi and Camille in the middle, just boxing it out, and everyone around just trying to chip in with a little bit of damage here and there, cheering on for their main carry to get things done. In the end, it is the Vi that gets things done. And last stand is an option. You had the BT already built on the Camille. You had 2 glove components as well on the bench. Could be an IE in one case. And we'll see what Hayden decides here. He wants to catch out. He continues to go into underground. Makes sense considering the last stand was offered and picked up by Hayden.
Yeah, and I'm wondering about Qetzer now. We are seeing the Battle Mage being picked up. He does have a little bit more Lulus, but really not enough. The Pantheon, he's on 5 of them right now, and I see 2 Lulus plus 1 in the Orb. that is not a good spot.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. There's no one contesting at the very least, so you kind of assume the game will be giving you the Lulus later on. The variance was bad at the start of the game, but could get better to compensate for that later on in the 4-1 roll down. We've seen Canbizz with a Lulu 3 at this point in the game. We've seen a lot of players with Golden Ticket, Kevin Parker even in the first game today, in the same position. So this spot looks to be this much worse. And Mortdog was saying it looks like a great augment when everything goes perfectly to plan. You find Axiom Mark, you find your Lulu 3 early. But if things don't go to plan, this is a first-rate comp after all.
Yeah, what goes up must come down, you know? And sometimes the Lulus, they do go down for now. Qetzer is definitely on more of a downward spiral. Can take a heist here. Is he going to do it? He says yes. Picks up the gold, sets him to 80. Is this where we see a little bit of extra action?
The undergrounds will be sold. The Lulus ideally will be found, but still, we're only on to a Lulu 2. We have 75 gold to roll with, yes, but you're no longer rolling at 4. You don't have that, greater increased tier 1 odds.
3 more Pantheons and 3 more Lulus is what he is looking for. Does he keep going or does he stay here? He preserves his gold with the 50. Makes sense. He's not going to lose anything out since there is no automatic level. You said it already. He missed out on that level 4 window. So now he can take it a little bit slower. But without the underground now, he's really losing for nothing.
And he doesn't have the best of items just yet either. I mean, he does have the GS and the JG built on the Lulu. That's correct, but there's no blue buff. There's no Ionic Spark on the Pantheon either, and I think that's the most important item in this game, actually. The Battle Mage was a good pickup at 3-2. Not quite Axiom Mark, not quite Less Than, but still definitely among the top-tier augments that help this comp go from good to Exodia. But there's still a lot to be done for Qetzer to climb back, and he's at 27 HP.
Yeah, exactly. That's very, very little HP to have. He does pick up a tier here, so is going towards that blue buff now with another tier on his bench. That should be very good for his Lulu. And once he finds that Lulu 3, he maybe has a chance to work his way up again. But if you're looking all the way at the top, there's Lesher, there's Kerfuzzled. They're all so happy and healthy up there.
Contrary to the first 2 games, so definitely players that needed to have this great start. Both players' win streaking is going to be fantastic for their economy, for their HP especially. We saw Hayden pick up a sword, so he has that IE now built on Camille. The roll down coming through for Qetzer. 1 more Lulu found. 2 more remaining.
He needs.
1 in the orb.
3.
Pantheon found. Lee Sin 2. Malphite 2, but no Lulu.
Lulu. 1 more. He has 1 in the orb. He only needs 1 more. Does he keep going? He goes under 30 now.
He has to.
Is in the tunnel. Needs that Lulu 3. Will she come around? There is she.
Run!
Very close, but he does get her into 3-5 with 27 HP. That blue buff is slammed, and he goes up against Lesher, who is the leader of the pack right now, does have the rocket-propelled fist, which is going to grab that Lulu right into the front line. But she says, nay, I survived this one, and he dethrones Lesher's win streak.
The Lulu proving that despite getting grabbed and hooked, there's not enough damage to follow up to kill her just yet. Lulu 3, of course, you do have all the extra stats, HP included, not just the damage from the Glitter Lance. What a round, what a exciting moment there. The photo finish to actually hit the orb in time for it to load in before the fight started, and then immediately you get hooked into the middle, but still.
I never cheered a little legend more than just a few seconds ago. How slowly his little legs were walking. My God. But here's Hayden. Hayden on that adaptive defenses you were talking about earlier also has an orb on bench.
And he has 2 items built already, so this is going to be the important part here, but he is still, again, a little bit further away from the Camille. 2 makes sense. It's a 2 cost, not a 1 cost. You hit that power spike a little bit later into the game, usually, ideally, rather, at the very start of stage 4, when you roll down after Wolves. We still have gold for Hayden, a good spot as well. He's not too low in the HP just yet. 48 is still salvageable, but definitely has to start rolling quickly. He's now only 1 away from Camille, so he's definitely much closer at this point. Has a few hacker units on the bench as well.
Yeah, but that Camille just got annihilated by the Lulu despite being under double attack from the Jhin. She is not going to come out of this one, and there will be another lost served.
Hayden's happy to take this fight here, though. He's on a loss streak anyway. He is fine losing here. He continues the loss streak into Wolves. Much better than rolling down to get Camille 3, hitting your power spike, and then losing anyway in stage 4. So I think that's overall a good thing for Hayden. He does have to hit the upgrade, though, at some point before stage 4 commences.
Yeah, looking at the Wolves now. On the right side, you're seeing the overall gold. Enzo is on 10, Qetzer is on 20, and then Kevin actually looking pretty good with 66.
Fast 8, maybe a fast 9 with a Lucian augment online for Kevin. 10 gold here for Enzo. He's already level 7 though at this point. And he has Dual Lotus, one of the best augments in the game in terms of how much power it gives to really any carry in the game at this point in time. Coming to stage 4, things like an Acel, for example, especially fantastic.
Yeah, and there is a Warwick in play. You know, my favorite Wolfie boy is on board for Enzo. He's on 4 admin. I'm sure we'll get word from our admins in just a second on what exactly it is. There we go, on kill.
Ooh.
There's going to be extra health and more healing.
And this is, in my opinion, the best admin in the game for Warwick. Essentially a thrill of the hunt for Warwick. He really does need. He's a unit that thrives off of getting a kill, healing back up, and able to get a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth, and essentially 1v9ing as long as he does not get CC'd. It seems like he's fine for now. Kill on the Camille. He's back to full health already. The GP trying his best, but can't do quite enough. The Morgana CC, though, might stop him for just enough time, or it might not. The Vayne kills off as well. Only down to Blitz, taken down. And the second win rather, can't do enough there for the opponent's board.
Yeah, and you could just really watch that admin come into play. He dropped low, killed a unit, went up again. It's a little bit of a roller coaster if you're an Enzo fan right now. Despite his standings, this current game all lies on that Warwick, and he is going to pick up that extra healing here.
Second win. What was Qetzer's gold augment here? It could be Axiomarch that would propel his comp into first place contender despite the slow start. The gold at 3-2 and at 4-2 gives him a much higher chance of hitting that fantastic Axiomarch that can really make that Lulu an absolute menace for the entire lobby.
He has been winning since we last saw him, is on 27 HP, so looking pretty good here, and his...
Oh, not quite, not quite.
It's not going to be an Axiomarch, but extra healing, so that Lulu is going to get support at least. You know, she can't do everything on her own.
I think everyone in this lobby, the moment they saw the gold, they picked their augment, but then the next thing they did was go to Qetzer's board and wait patiently. Everyone, probably all the little legends sitting together, waiting to see if Axiomarch was picked up or not. Not going to be the case here. Canbizz facing off against Qetzer, France versus France at the start of this, well, almost the start of this stage 4. But the Lulu, despite not having Axiomarch, still such a menace. There's not quite enough CC. The Rammus does not actually stop the Lulu from getting her kills with the Glitter Lance. Ram is dead. Belveth is coming up next. The Morgana CC could be huge if she casts one more time. Oh, Belveth kills off the Lulu. Now it's all up to Sona and Lee Sin. I don't think they can do enough just yet.
And we are seeing a little bit of a accumulation of augments. 3 players on the second wind and 2 players on the Jewel Lotus here as we move through. Kerfuzzled and Canbizz are on that Jewel Lotus. We checked in with Canbizz earlier with the Righteous Range. I think we should have a look at Kerfuzzled and see what he's up to. He also has that Hextech Retribution and that second wind on board.
And still a pretty big HP gap between first and second. Kerfuzzled and Lush are both tying at 74, and then it falls off slowly to a pretty close amount of HP there between Canbizz and 6th place, and then a huge drop-off into Qetzer, who is now down to 20 HP. And every single fight at this point, he has to fight for his life.
Sometimes you have days like that, right? But for Qetzer, particularly this time around, 2 losses already in the previous 2 games. If he does not turn it around, he's basically guaranteed not to qualify for Worlds. So hopefully he can find an angle here. The Lulu goes strong as he goes up against Kerfuzzled. Kerfuzzled does have a Vayne too, but she will be no match for a little girl and her glitter lance.
Little Yordle.
Girl. A little Yordle girl.
All right, there we go. We're getting better. We have to get descriptive language, so every one of our viewers, especially if they have maybe somehow the stream somewhere else or just listening, they know exactly what is going on. There's a rocket propel fist once again in the lobby. Players just can't catch a break. It's Zephyr here, Zephyr there.
And even some hacker players. It feels
this
like
is,
a throwback. We're in 13-7.
I said we needed a bit of a breather in this game 3. We're not having it. Already Qetzer had almost 2 heart attacks with not reaching the Lulu, with almost dying to Krug, or losing to Krug rather. Dying to Krug would be something else.
Yeah, has happened before, but you know.
Well, losing maybe makes dying to Krug would be a historic moment in TFT and not in a good way.
Well, we'll see. I'm sure it has happened at some point. We have Mortdog in chat. Maybe he can confirm. There's just, this mode where surely it has happened. So we are looking at Kerfuzzle's board. I mentioned it before. He also has that second wind, but picked it up in the previous augment. So this time around, he went for that Jeweled Lotus, which is our most picked augment in this weekend.
Second wind makes it so that it's so important to have your front line upgraded, because if these are still one-star units that have a chance of dying before those 10 seconds are up, before the healing effect comes through, ideally you want all of your units to survive. They want to split up the damage between left and right, make sure everyone is taking some damage, but not all the damage, so everyone can get that healing effect.
Yeah, exactly. So more shared experiences on the damage front for all of those units rather than a single hero taking it all as he goes up against Kevin Parker. Kevin already with that Twisted Fate 2, 3 items and a Nico. She doesn't have a Shojin this time around, but it will be enough to serve Kerfuzzle quite a big loss. And we are hopping over to Ging, who found a Camille 3.
Well, a Vi 3 rather. Hayden's the one with the Camille 3, but I mean, either way, I think both players are happy. They've hit their upgrades. They have their game plan online. Well, Ging, not so much in this case, taking a loss. Dan United, I think, not really an augment that I see picked very often. I think there were sets and patches where this was a very strong augment when there were so many horizontal trades. You had only 2 of a trait, only that first bumper, and we're seeing on the left bench there another rocket-propelled fist.
Grab coming through. Players really can't catch a break in this one. There's going to be a lot of yoinking done once we get to the final stages, but somebody that is already getting pretty close to that chopping block is Enzo. 10 HP and a dream. Can he get through? Can he get at least another PvE round? He goes up against Hayden. That Camille is going to find the LeBlanc, leave the Asol alone. Some comets will come crashing down, but will it be enough? That Warwick is not anything that can hold up here. I think the Camille will sweep one more time. The LeBlanc is onto him, and that will be a loss.
Oh,
he does not survive.
Exactly. 0. Enzo down in stage 4, does not even reach the Asol PvE round. But if there's any player that could take an 8th place here and maybe still be fine, that is Enzo. Dominant run in days 1 and 2.
But that's such an important change for all of the other players. If Enzo now goes 8th, that puts him back so much and actually diminishes the lead he had on everybody else. So really the chances for the other players rising with that 8th place. And Qetzer is also still fighting for survival. He does have the Lulu, he does have the Pantheon, but can he find that Malphite as well? Now that he's moved past those early stages, we are on level 6 for him. Some other players are already on level 8 though.
No spark, no party for this. You have a Shiv already built though on the Sona, so I guess he knew that he wasn't getting a cloak. I mean, not new, but he had not gotten a cloak yet, could not build the Onyx Spark, instead opts to go for the Shiv instead on the Sona, so he has some amount of MR shred at the very least. Battle Mage, second win. We need maybe some more. Would have loved to have more tank components to help these frontline units survive until that second win proc comes in. So unfortunate, the itemization, Last Whisper on GP, I think is never anything you build unless you're extremely desperate, and that is the case for Qetzer.
Yeah, I mean, he has to, right? 19 HP. He can maybe take one more loss. He's going up against Kevin's copy. That gives him a chance to actually turn this one around, but can he do it? Look at the Lulu. She is giving her everything, but the Twisted Fate has already had her in his sights. She is taking a lot of damage. Can she take him out before he does the same to her? And yes, she can. She will. And the Fiddlesticks will not stop her from finishing this round with a win.
The Fiddlestick wakes up, he's already at 5% HP. He's like, what's going on? I was trying to come in, win this fight, but clearly my team is not up to the task.
This is how I wake up every morning, so.
I'm a little bit worried now. Is everything okay?
No.
I heard Germany was bad, but is it really that bad?
And we are looking at Ging here and at Canbizz as we hop on over. Qetzer finds his Malphite 3. Lusher, however, finds his Asol 2. So some upgrades are being found all across the board. Aatrox 2 in the shop for Canbizz. Does he sell that Belveth or does he chill for now?
He has 44 HP. He's not in a do or die moment just yet. I think he is kind of forced to chill. Not ideal, of course. He would love to have money to get the upgrade and still be able to keep his Belveth pair, but Gonna hold on to both for now, wait for that power spike for the next turn. And he's facing off against Qetzer, who just found him off plate 3, one of the key pieces he needed to have a little bit more survivability to buy time for this Lulu to scale up with the hearts, to get her Gunblade healing online as well for not just herself, but her tanks as well, with a Pantheon still alive. Gets a second win proc this time around. The Bel'Veth is close to Lulu, but maybe that's worse for the Bel'Veth than it is for the Lulu in this case. One shot, one kill. Morgana now down as well.
Yeah, and Kerfuzzled is on 13 HP. The lobby is closing out. It is coming closer to all of those players. They need to turn those boards around. Viego 2 being found for Kerfuzzled. There is an Alistair 2 in the shop as well. But what do you make of this board? You know it's competed. You know that Lesher is on those Riftwalker mascots as well. And I can only imagine that Kerfuzzled was losing out on that competition here.
A lot of decisions to be made in this case. Jhin, it's not a 2-star, just you're only relying on the Bel'Veth at this point in time. You do have Morgana with a shiv, which is going to be fantastic for both sundering and shredding your opponent's armor and magic resist, but he's facing off against Kevin Parker, has an upgraded TF with shiv, which is really all you need to know. This TF will slowly get picked off units one by one, but the Bel'Veth is safe for now, Meeix.
She is happily slicing and dicing all across the board, and no one can stop her at that. Not even Kevin's Twisted Fate, who's now going to be on the receiving end of a very deadly shot.
Qetzer still streaking, still alive, still trying to slowly rubber band back up into the HP standings. An incredibly close game compared to games 1 and 2, where we saw this big disparity between 1 or 2 players and then everyone else trying to catch up. In this case, not much of a difference. Really only Lusher who's pulling out ahead. Shroud on the carousel is going to be a big pickup for some of these players, for any player really.
Yeah, absolutely. Hayden gets the deal here, though, as one of the 2 first players to actually grab something from this carousel. There is going to be Enzosx, of course, and Kevin, who's already on that Ox-Force, picking up that Ox-Force emblem, which is really good for him.
I was like, don't mind if I do. And Ox-Force is one of the few traits in the game where even if you're not able to get to that next level of the trait to 6 Ox-Force, because you usually don't want to drop any Ox-Force because they're all pretty good in terms of synergizing with their secondary traits, it still gives that unit a little bit of extra survivability. It buys more time for the TF to get things done. So a great pickup for Kevin in this case, when he already has a triple item tank and a triple item carry.
Yeah, we are looking at that board right now, and just mention it once again, he did get a lot of extra HP from that early Lucian, but now that Lucian doesn't really fit this comp anymore. He took it out. He said, "You've done your job, Lucian. We don't need you anymore." We're now all the way into the Ox Slingers. That is exactly what's going on here. Shroud being slammed last second guarantees that it goes into the middle, which was maybe not where you wanted it. The Lulu was right on the right-hand side, but Kevin says, "It's okay, I can tank one more if need be," as he goes up against the Lulu rebuild that Qetzer built out. We are seeing losses coming in. Canbizz down to 2 HP. He is getting really close here. Only 1 more life in the tank, and Qetzer also down to 5. Same as Kerfuzzled. Players are starting to lose and now need to really turn this one around to make it into those top 4.
And that fight was 100% won by the Echo. The TF was on the wrong side. The Lulu already got him down to half health 1 second into the fight, but the taunt from the Echo made the Lulu turn around. He was entirely distracted from the prize, and TF was able to kill her off in the end. So really, really big win. And just a great thing about Echo and his kit, he really just saves so many of these fights.
Okay, look at Canbizz. He also has a Shroud. Does the Shroud hit? And it does not look like it does. But Kevin's at least goes into the clump. He can maybe take a win here. Would be safe if he takes another loss, but Canbizz needs to shake in his boots, same as Qetzer, who's up against Lesher. Lesher has been dominating this lobby here, and maybe, just maybe, he will fall to this loss at least a little bit, a little stumble, so to say. Qetzer lives 1 more day, and Canbizz will probably not. Only the Bel'Veth one on board, and Canbizz is taken out here. Minus 14 HP. With the other players so low, it might be relevant how much that was, but Qetzer and Kerfuzzled both able to hang on.
Before I bring up my next point, I'm going to preface it by saying I love France. I love my French
Don't
players.
go there.
But it is, in my opinion, maybe a good thing for the rest of the competition for these leading players to actually go 8th and 7th here. It evens out the standings and makes sure that going into the final games, they will be as exciting as humanly possible for our unbiased viewers, because they have a chance where any player might still qualify for Worlds, any player might still win the tournament.
Yeah. That is definitely true. I was very scared what's going to come next after that statement. But with our first and second place taken 8th and 7th respectively, it is definitely going to open up the challenge for other players just a little bit more. We are looking at Lusher finding that Jin too. He probably really wanted that, but even more so, he would want the units he's currently holding on to. That Malphite 3, that Pike 3, really what he needed to have a beefier front line, and there's no gold to make that happen for now.
Such an important fight coming up. You might finish 3rd, you might finish 6th, depending on where the fight goes, in this case around. So many players at one life.
We are looking at Kerfuzzled going up against Qetzer. Both are on 5 HP. Whoever loses gets the next chop. Look at that Lulu. She is protected in the backline on the right-hand side. Can she make her way all the way over? She can. She takes out the Jin. She takes out everything else. Kerfuzzled will take a loss. And Lusher, after a really, really dominant early and middle game, goes -8th here with a 5th place. Really unfortunate if you're a Germany fan. Now your hope is on Kevin Parker, who just also found a loss.
I think we're going to take full responsibility for Lusher and Kerfuzzle. They were 1 and 2. We were rooting them on. They needed a good result in the end. Once again, bought for both of these players. Qetzer, though, managed to salvage his game despite the slow start. Only had 1 Lulu in Stage 2, 2 Lulus at the start of Stage 3. Found all his necessary upgrades, and once again now, or not once again, for the first time in this Day 3, he is among the top 4, able to get those points going.
Yeah, and that is so important for him. We talked about it already with Canbizz and Enzosx's positioning here in this game. Qetzer does have another chance if he comes really high. 1st or 2nd is what we're looking at. Qetzer going up against Kevin. On the other side, we have Hayden against Ging. And everybody's kind of on their last leg, except for Ging, who's looking pretty happy and healthy. Shrouds have come in on both sides. For Ging, the misfortune is doing her worst, but she will probably be taken down by that Camille. And Hayden survives, but Qetzer does not.
The CC, too important this late in the game. We said it earlier on. We foreshadowed it. Lulu might go up, but then she has to come down. In this case, the Twister does not allow her to get her Gunblade healing online. She can't get the Glitter Lance chain effect, killing off multiple units. Dies in the end. Qetzer 4th place. Ging, Kevin Parker, and Hayden remain. Hayden had a great game 2. Kevin Parker had a great game 1. Both players trying to have a great game 3.
Okay, let's look at Kevin. He's really in need to position correctly here. He wants to make the most out of that extra shield he gets from his Janna, but also find the Shroud of Stillness. Shroud goes on to
Zephyr
Misfortune.
hits.
It's really, really good. The Zephyr does not hit the Twisted Fate, though, because he can free cast for now. Syndra is empowered. The Urgot gets bought out at the last moment, so the next grab can come in and actually put him into play. Maybe even get Kevin a little bit of gold should he survive this, but Ging's board is looking so beefy. Can he actually turn anything down? Another Malphite in the shop to put a little bit of body between the Vi and this Twisted Fate, but the Misfortune comes in. The bullet time rains on over, and Kevin will take a loss here, coming in right now, and it is only Ging and Hayden in the top 2.
My 2 favorite players, Sweden for Hayden, Ging, my champion to win out today. Both have a fantastic game 3. They jump back into the standings. Ging's board, we saw it there, the Vi holding on for so long. There was a Dragon Claw on either main tank, both offering that magic resist to stop the damage from both the Spell Slingers and the Quick Draw units, but in the end, the Vi comes out ahead, and Hayden, we saw it from Chuso in Day 2, Camille carry can still be an absolute menace. It's a huge question mark in terms of how to position, especially if you have all of these backline carries, Ezreal, MF, and the Kai'Sa all in trouble.
Now, this time I'm not going to fall for it. Hayden, if he should lose here, he still gets his last stand. This board can go even stronger.
Oh, no.
So I think we have a little bit of a favorite here going into this knock-up between Hayden and Ging. In game number 3, the hacker has been placed. It goes right onto that backline, finds the Sona and finds the Misfortune. It directly takes her out. The Camille is so happy to be back there, happy to play with those backline units, and I think, Ging, if you can even take a win here, you're not going to survive against the last stand that Hayden has preserved here. He can still go there. Look at that massive shield from the Bloodthirster on that Camille. She just doesn't want to die, but Ging will, and Hayden takes first place in game number 3 of our last day.
And what a way to send a message. Hayden says, you guys are so bad. I can win the game down an augment, not even proccing that last stand, and still wins the game 3. What a performance from Hayden here. What a boost for his mentality. What a boost for his confidence.
You cannot say you guys are so bad, Panda. I think we've been over
I can't
this.
say it, but Hayden can. I was going over his internal monologue, Meeix. It's a big difference.
Please don't.
Meeix, once you get into a competitor's shoes, you will understand what Hayden is feeling after a win like this.
All right, with that, we do have our break ready, and we will hear from our analyst desk what they thought of all the happenings in this game number 3. We're going to see you in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Always on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding.
We've got a surprise for the people at home and also the people on the desk. We have a beautiful little Monsters Attack trophy here at the Rising Legends Finals. Welcome back, everyone. You know, guys, I have a question for you, and chat, you can chime in as well. I hope you enjoyed, and how did you feel about the preview of Tim Burton's new horror-inspired film, Camille Scissorlegs? I was pretty inspired. I was pretty inspired by that performance.
I think it's a sequel that's been long in the coming. Of course, yeah, we did see the Camille coming through from before. I mean, this was the lobby to start to really turn things around. I think it's a great comp to do that with. Hayden ending the game having not cashed in the last stand, though, that's a pretty good pro gamer move.
Messed up.
I don't even need all my augments. Apparently, this comp is still so over the top.
I mean, this is kind of in line with what Hayden has been doing all weekend so far, right? Really taking a shine to the Renegades line here. Just playing it with yet another carry, yet another variation of this Renegade setup that we have seen. We've seen Chuzo also go down this route yesterday. It is a very strong composition that you're talking about, guys. When you have a board that doesn't need to proc last stand, you know you're in a fantastic spot.
Well, I mean, honestly, this harkens back for me to the days of Set 2, which is aging me very drastically. But the old Some Sins composition, where the very definition of it was you can slot everything in and out. The core remains the same, but the amount of ways you can find it out, the amount of variations that are still viable and make the top 4 is what defines it.
Yeah, and I Some Sins, not tragedies, and it was close to being a very, very big tragedy for King here in this game, actually. Did hit that unwilling force very early on, but he was playing this without a blue buff, by the way. And we've been talking about the power of Action Mark, the power of blue buff on these reroll Ezreal compositions. But he did it with a Spear Shojin. Just fine to finish into the second place, and Ging needed that, had a very middle-of-the-pack performance to start the day off with, but again, put himself into contention with Canbizz and Enzo taking home 7 and 8 in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the big one for defining the rest of the day. Of course, if they had both taken a top 4, their position at the championship would have been fairly nearly secured. They would have just had to put out really middling performances for the rest of the day, would have guaranteed that 4th slot. But now that they've taken 7th and 8th respectively, mirroring their place on the leaderboard, it's everyone's game once more.
Yeah, I think, particularly looking at the table now, we can see coming to this one, Balusha, Kafuzzle, and Qetzer, they were all hoping to get as many points as possible. It didn't quite work out the way which they could have ideally hoped, but I think the finish being propped up by having those 2 top players at the bottom at least gets them a couple more points on the table.
And also keep in mind that top 4 is kind of where you want to be at the end of this tournament. Yes, you want to be crowned EMEA champion, but look at that race in the middle of the pack here. 3 players and 16 points. Enzo taking an 8th, his second bot 4 of the entire tournament.
Yeah, Enzo, of course, has been playing off that momentum, and it's very easy to keep your mental strong when all you've been doing is winning. You can have unbelievable, unshakable faith in yourself, but now that he's taken that bot 4, as you said, his second of the tournament, he needs to really rally the troops, being himself, and figure a way out of this hole.
Yeah, I mean, this is the situation we kind of thought might come up during this one. Of course, during our main part of the tournament, our players were playing, different lobbies every time. This time round, they get to really grapple with each other for all 6 games long. So any kind of strategy that doesn't stand up under intense scrutiny is not going to be good enough any longer.
No, and again, these high caps, we've seen a lot of prismatics already. Forget it, just a few more just to help these players out reach their caps. I would love to see it. I know the players probably would like to avoid them, but they're great for our viewing pleasure and great for these high stakes.
And I've got to say as well, Qetzer, want to give a big shout out after nearly joining the double 61 club, turning that into a top 4, just an absolutely miraculous turn. We'll see if he can have that much success going into game number 4 as our casters makes an impetuous Panda take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. What a lovely desk. And Panda and I, we were born ready. Halftime checkpoint has been passed and game 4 is about to commence. Panda, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good. As I mentioned before, I think the standings are now a little bit more even, and that means that the 3 games remaining today are going to be as exciting as humanely possible. We've seen a little bit of everything in terms of very strong tempo starts with prismatic augments, either at 2-1 or at 3-2, and now maybe a bit slower in terms of the 2-cost and the 1-cost hero augments at the very beginning of the game. But is there anything that you're missing, Meeix, for the start of this
Triple
day 3?
prismatic.
Oh no, don't do it, Meeix. We still need a breather. I mean, last game was a little bit less intense, but still.
Easy. You know how we're going to do this? Chat, if you want triple prismatic, put plus in chat right now. You have the power, chatters. I believe in you. I believe in you.
I know the saying is, the consumer is always right. In this case, I'm not sure it applies. Chat tends to be a little bit wild in terms of what they want to see.
Chat is always right.
It tends to be the complete opposite of what the players want to see. All 8 players today now know how much is at stake. Only 3 games left. I'm wondering where the mental is for some of the players that really need to get a comeback. Again, maybe a first place might be difficult or impossible for some of our 8th or 7th place players, but there are still 4 spots for Worlds and 2 spots for LCQ as well, so every position in the standings matters.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want everybody to know that I was pointing at chat for David here just so he sees the power of the people.
I'm blind, but not that blind. Don't worry. The chat's close enough.
As we move towards the first couple of PvE stages, we are going to look over Canbizz's shoulder. Canbizz, our player this set with the most consistent and most, perfect,
dominant. Yeah, you can say however many synonyms you want.
I'm looking for adjectives, but all of them were
stupendous,
majestic,
super, incredible, fantastic, French in TFT I think applies as well.
The most French performance to this set 8 he was just stomping all the way, and he hopefully can continue to do so as he picks up some undergrounds.
And this is where he likes to be. He likes playing from behind, especially if it involves any kind of Ezreal reroll or quick draw boards. We saw him playing it so much in days 1 and 2, trying to maybe emulate that same success in this game 4 of the day 3, and this is how you want to start it. You want to have a vibe pair, you want to have Ezreal already online, the underground already in as well. Maybe you find a Sona in the next few shops.
Yeah, that would be very good, as players are going to find their augments.
Oh
and
my
it's
God, chat,
Prismatics
what are you doing,
through.
Meeix? What are you doing?
Woohoo.
Give these guys a breather, please.
No. These are the EMEA finals. We needed to up the power, so that we did. Thank you, Mortdog.
I think a roll might come through here. Nothing really stands out to me. Oh my goodness, Canbizz. Don't do him dirty like this. Underground Soul might be the pickup. You get an Ezreal as well. Maybe Radiant Relics, but I think it's too good of a spot not to pick Underground Soul, surely.
Yeah, I mean, Radiant looking really good as well.
Give the people what they want, and the people are always right, as you said, Meeix, and this time you were correct.
We are seeing augments on the right side of the screen as well. Ging on that future side. Hayden picking up the Rift Walkers. Kevin on Windfall. We saw what a Windfall Prismatic first for Kevin can do yesterday, and I was astonished by that one and how it played out. So pretty good. The only one I'm a little bit in question about is Enzo, because he picked up a Toma Traits, and I want to see where this one's going.
The only problem with Windfall is that you also tend to want to lose most of your power is not coming from the augment itself, where other players are getting huge effects from the Prismatic Augment. You're just getting gold that's going to help your econ, yes, but not your strength on the board. In this case, Kevin wins. Canbizz, of course, definitely wants to be losing here. And a quick tech for anyone at home, you're wondering, why is this Ezreal on the 3rd row? Why is everything on this right side? And the key thing is here, you want to lose, yes, but you ideally want to kill off 1 or 2 units every single fight. And by having all units on one side, they're all targeting that same tank as the fight begins. You're able to get that on-hit effect from every single unit and kill off at least 1 unit for sure.
Okay, we're looking at Enzo, though. He chopped the Toma Traits. There is an underground emblem in play, which for now is going to allow him to actually get a little bit of extra econ items, whatever those heists will bring. But he also found a Gadgeteen emblem. This maybe Mortdog's prediction coming true, and we are going to see like a Garen Gadgeteen coming our way, or maybe just a more traditional Sona Gadgeteen with the Gadgeteens.
I think Enzo's good, but maybe he's not that good to risk just what is already a fantastic line with a +1 Gadgeteen. You can slam that onto the Sona. You have the shift for the Morgana already. Not too many Gadgeteens just yet, but that's fine. It can fix itself in time. And because you're playing Underground, you're going to be playing for the loss streak early on anyway. You're, I think, fine selling the kill and the Vi in this case because you don't really want to win any of these fights anyway. And I think the cash out won't be too big. I think the moment Enzo has a chance to flip the switch and start winning in stage 3, he will.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case. Hopping over to Kerfuzzled. Kerfuzzled picked up that Oxforce emblem here, slammed it on the Ash for now. With 4 Oxforce in play, you're going to be very, very healthy, more so than anything, moving through these first couple of rounds. And what that does, you can see, he doesn't really have any 2-stars in his front line, but because of those extra shields, they just live so long.
Talking about healthy, though, the Rel, 2-star already, a massive pool of HP, especially with a Sunfire slammed as well, going to help do some damage. When you don't have damage in your backline, you don't have any 2-stars. Well, actually, you have the Lucian as well. So overall, just a very good setup in this case from Qetzer. Has a great tank, has a great backline, has a Sivir with a bow as well, can build into maybe potentially something like the Last Whisper later on. Has actually a ton of components on the bench and has not slammed anything just yet.
Has not, but maybe doesn't need to, as the carousel is going to bring more eggs.
Eggs in the chat, eggs on the carousel.
Everywhere, eggs and eggs coming your way. Qetzer does have a spat, as we are seeing, but there's no available in this carousel. Could be one of those eggs, though.
You're going to have to hope maybe later on at 3-2 he can get some kind of spat enabling component or augment choice rather to find a Tactician's Crown that is of course so powerful, the +1. I think even in a carousel at stage 3 for example, if there is a spat, everyone will start pinging it, making sure that someone takes the hit, gets the spat, even if they don't want it, because they can't allow Qetzer to get a free Tactician's Crown.
I love that chat is just spamming eggs.
Clearly related to the carousel,
We have the
not anything
absolute
else.
best chat, just period. I mean, more copy pastas would be nice, but I'll take it. As we are looking at Qetzer, I just mentioned it. He does have a spat. He does have Infiniteam on board with the Lucian 2, Rel 2, Poppy 2, Pantheon 2. Pretty good board for now. Is going to give you everything you want, and I like that Infiniteam spot.
Sacrifice is all of these good things, but not much gold. Not able to hit that 10 gold threshold at 2-5 is a pretty bad sign unless you have a board as strong as this one and you can essentially guarantee not just a 5-win streak, potentially a 6 or a 7 or an 8-win streak, especially if he gets 5 Infiniteam online early.
Yeah, hopefully he can, but we'll see if the spat delivers that for him. Kevin on the other side with that windfall. I kind of want to know how much gold he has right now. He is on level 4, so a little bit behind Qetzer for now. But Ging on 100 HP streaking as we move closer to Crux.
I said it, Ging is not going to get Caster Curse in this day 3. He had a great second place in game 3. I think every single game he's played from the first to this 4th game now, he's slowly inching up higher and higher in his placements. Maybe that means this will be a first place. Definitely starting off very, very hot with that 4-win streak coming into this 5th round. If he wins here, it is going to be so big for getting that 5-win streak going into Krugs and making sure your econ is staying on point.
I mean, a lot of that obviously comes back to that future side, that Radiant Zephyr. It just takes you up in the air for so long, and with only 4 or 3 or 5 units on board, you just basically play only a fraction of the board, and once that unit comes back down, you can see 2 units are already basically dead. So really, really enabling him here, no matter where it hits, honestly, in these early rounds. Of course, it's even better if it can hit something that's of relevance, but helps nonetheless.
There it is, 5-win streak. Only 10 gold though, so not in the absolute godlike spot he could be in if he had 20 gold and level 5 and a 5-win streak. But you can't have it all in TFT. Usually there is a sacrifice, there's a balancing beam to try and work with. In this case, Ging giving up some econ to have some more strength of the board and some more gold later on once that econ gives him the win streak gold as well.
We are looking at the side-by-side from our underground players. Enzo deciding to pick something up here with that Gadgeteen crest. He found a Lulu, he found the Poppy, but really, it's not so many Gadgeteens just yet. He does get the 3 going with that on the Blitzcrank for now, but is looking for more for sure.
This Blitzcrank, I think, a unique item combination. I think the first time Blitzcrank has ever had a Gadgeteen emblem, underground emblem. Ancient Archives, of course, gives you that possibility to really go much deeper into certain traits that you couldn't otherwise, especially Gadgeteen. We talked about it on day 1, top of show, Tome of Traits now, that much more relevant in the meta, and we're seeing why. Usually you have the very low-cost gadgeting units. It's very hard to find that 5th gadgeting because Nunu is, of course, a 5 cost. In this case, you can skip that altogether.
Yeah, I mean, that Blitzcrank woke up this morning and his mom told me you can be whatever you want. So he became Gadgeting Underground Bloodthirster Blitzcrank, but it only lasted a short while as a Twisted Fate has been acquired, is going to be our Gadgeting carry for now. And I believe that was a reforged that now we have a Sure Shot emblem instead of that Underground, which I love for Enzo.
Well, I don't think Enzo loves that as much because I'm not sure how a Sure Shot emblem fits on the Gadget team board, but maybe Blitz can come back and get a new identity.
Underground, come on.
Every round Blitz will be a different trait. I think that's definitely what Blitz wants in his life.
You know, I would think that's very cool, but we will see. Right now, it is going to be Hayden against Ging. Ging still streaking. Players are trying to turn him down as after this is going to be our next augments. If these are hero augments, you want your board to be tailored for them, which is why boards might be weaker, and that is going to be the case for Ging, who loses this round, and his streak is broken. What comes around the corner for us is the question, as the augments should appear, is going to be golden augments, something that makes you very happy, David.
Hayden, I think, is starting to look at that last stand saying, it didn't actually do anything for me last game. I'm going to go ahead and pick something else. Picks up the mascot emblem. We saw this is a very strong comp. Lusher was playing it in that game 3. Didn't quite work out as well as we would expect for Lusher, but in this case, Hayden already has the Riftwalkers online. He has the Vex, he has the Malphite, he has the Pike on the board. He has a Viego already. We're in stage 3, Meeix.
Yeah. I mean, what more could you ask for? He has everything and gets even more. We are looking at the augments on the right side. Lusher with a little bit of a very good combination.
Golden ticket, trade sector. Do you want to roll? The answer is yes. He has 91 HP as well, so we're curious to see what Lusher's going into. Of course, Golden ticket has almost exclusively been paired with Lulu reroll all throughout today and the whole weekend, really. But we'll see if Lusher has an angle for that comp, and it looks like he
Ezreal
does not
no
for now.
Lulu.
It's going to be Malphite, but no Lulu.
Yeah, that's not what I expected going to that board. You know, I saw that golden ticket and I was like, okay, surely we're on Lulu. But we are on 0 gold. We have Kaisaz. We have a Malphite. We have some Anima Squad. I don't know what's going on. There's an Ezreal involved. It's quick draw. Quick draw, is that what we're going for?
Gonna be Super's Ezreal for now. Close to that Gangplank 3, close to the Malphite 3 as well. So despite losing here, he is close to some big power spikes. But the 0 gold is a tiny bit worrying, especially for a comp that you don't usually want to play with supers. Ezreal reroll was always a supers-oriented comp with Vi and Lee Sin having that natural synergy, and then having the GP and Malphite online as well. But in the last few weeks, really, the meta has been going for quick draws. Just the better damage option was just having that one Vi and maybe another brawler as a tank.
Yeah, and we are back with Hayden. Hayden in a great spot is going to go up against Kerfuzzle. Kerfuzzle found those Ox Forces earlier, has now found the Jeweled Lotus, our player's favorite once again, and is on a little bit of a LeBlanc angle from what it looks like right now.
Hayden, it's a good spot because this comp is so stable once you hit in stage 4, but he's hit pretty much the core of this comp in stage 3. He's first in the standings right now in terms of the points before this Game 4 has commenced. So just such a comfortable spot for Hayden. I think he's so happy to be in a stable spot. Even if he loses here, it's still a great spot looking to stage 4 and looking to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, Hayden is just a happy camper, but somebody that is not is going to be Canbizz. Has had a fantastic season, has had a fantastic day 1, day 2, even game 1, game 2. Game 3 didn't really go his way, took a 7th, but right now is looking a little bit dire here as well. 38 HP, and if he's not on a lot of gold and close to a roll down, like KC double situation that we often saw, then I'm very worried for Canbizz now.
Enzo as well, same story. Both French players finished 7th, 8th in game 3, and now they might be in trouble. But Enzo is going to, I think, rubber band right back up in the HP standings, considering he has one of the strongest comps in the game if he's able to assemble the 5 gadget team, the 2 Prankster coming to the late game, the Gnar 3 ideally as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Enzo still has 60 HP. Canbizz on the other side, 38, not as much.
There's going to be 100% hero augment at 4-2, so players, I think they're aware of this. If not, they can open up some kind of graph that can tell them if they've not already memorized it after their thousands of games played across this set, across having hero augments is a set mechanic, and they will be able to anticipate and tailor their boards at 4-1 to make sure they're hitting what they need to hit.
Yeah, we are looking at Enzo. We talked about this comp going into the game with the Toma traits, giving him a Gadgeteen crest. He has found it for now, slammed it on the Morgana. Normally we see it more on the Sona, but both come in combination anyway. Has the statics to apply that shred to the entire enemy team. Really lovely tech, and those extra Gadgeteen emblems they just keep giving. 5 Gadgeteens is nice in those moments.
5 Gadgeteen spike. You have the Phony frontline giving you a little bit of extra frontline, extra time to have the Shiv procs go through, the Sona Heart slowly, with the Lulu as well, ramping up that damage. But more than that, you have pretty much perfect items except for that very weird Sure Shot emblem on the Poppy. You have the BT
She
and the
likes hitting hard.
QSS
Give her that.
on the Gnar. You have the Shiv on the Morgana, which is so important. Ideally, you like to have a Titan Resolve on the Gnar as well, but you can get it from the Gadgeteen, which is even better in this case. In many cases, players defend the idea of having only your Gnar with 2 items. It's going to be fine because you always get a pretty good Gadgeteen item as well for the Gnar.
Yeah, and for now, that Sure Shot is at least going to proc that Gadgeteen. So does help a little bit in being tanky as the rest of the front line. Still looking a little bit weak, looking at that Annie 1 there. Is supported by some extra Teemo statues for now, but can it do enough going up against Hayden? Hayden with the great Mascot's Riftwalker position is going to have a little bit of trouble here from what it looks like as he goes up against the Gadgets.
Everyone wondering, what is Vayne always doing on these Riftwalker boards in Stage 3? Vayne's a duelist. She doesn't have any traits related to Riftwalker. That is true, but she is, in my opinion, the best AD item carrier for 3 costs specifically. It's not always easy to find
Tactician's
a gem,
Crown.
but right away the cash out comes through for Canbizz. Tactician's Crown is online, 7 out of 8, 1 unit spot free on this board, and you have a mighty anvil to crack open as well.
If this gives you a Zonias, it is still a very good item, even after the slight nerfs to its, survivability. It is still incredibly good just because of its active effect, but is going to be the mana immune instead.
And for everyone thinking you're playing Underground, we've seen Canbizz playing into Ezreal reroll very often as well, but in this case he's gone straight to level 7. He does not want to play into Ezreal reroll, didn't have enough natural Ezreals and Vi's to go for it. Instead, going to go into the Spellslinger line, finds a pair of TFs, has the Gunblade already online, has the Nico upgraded as well, and just can make a full pivot at this point in 4-1. Make sure his units are tailoring for the augment at 4-2.
Yeah, absolutely. Those augments are coming around, so everything that shouldn't be on that board needs to go off now. Else the game can give you those moments where it goes, you want some of those maximum level threats? And you're like, are those threats in the room with me right now? I don't know what's going on, but it will definitely not happen to our players. Of course, they know how to play this game specifically, this set, and will move forward. Canbizz up against Kerfuzzled. He needs to get those wins. He needs to turn it around to make sure he doesn't lose his lead on the rest of the lobby, and he will find a win here finally.
Manazane coming in so clutch. The last cast comes through, and there we're seeing it. The tailored augments also coming through. Duelist, of course, with the Vayne is because you have that TF on the board. But we'll see if Canbizz wants to take his ante up with having a TF pair especially. It's going to be so big for getting the immediate TF2. In this case, trying to find maybe the other. Oh, could be easy being green, could be gear shift.
Yeah, and the
Definitely
last roll, both of them really clutch here. But eventually they had to come up right. It is going to be gear shift for Canbizz. We'll see what everybody else is up to. That gear shift should help him to make his board much more steady now.
That's the heads-up play from Canbizz. Only rolled until he had a TF pair. Knows that he had a pretty good chance of having that third TF coming from the augment itself and hitting that huge power spike. Alistar 2, Sona 2, Rammus 2 if he wants it. The shop is saying, hey, maybe you want this threat on your board. Okay. Maybe not.
We are looking at our overlay on the right side. Qetzer on My Sword is your shield. I believe we talked about that one. And we have Big Data and Enzo, of course, with the synchronous plating. Really lovely for a Gadgeteen player. Hayden with his...
And there we see it. The Warwick gets bopped. Canbizz, a big win. The only downside here, despite this being obviously an incredible spot for Canbizz, is the fact that he does not have a shave on TF and doesn't have maybe the ideal item components for what he wants to do. Still 3 components on the bench. Has not slammed anything just yet. Going to keep his options open. If you feel you're strong enough without having to slam this, then by all means, it's going to be the play. You can have more flexibility coming into the next PvE round.
Yeah, I mean, if you feel you need to, but Canbizz looking to have stabilized for now, 2 wins in the tank, and the gap is closing steadily. Ging now next to him down there in those overall lobby standings on 38 HP. Next up is Hayden, so a little bit of a buffer between those 2 players as well. And then the rest of the lobby is fairly close, I would say.
Jin 2 found for Hayden, 2 Jins in the shop as well. If he was richer, he might start going for that Jin 3 project, but I'm not sure that's going to be the play for now, at the very least, for Hayden. Very healthy in stage 3, has now fallen heavily in his HP totals, down to 44. We'll see if he can, at the very least, win this fight and start making a bit of a comeback now leading into the late game. It's going to be hard. We're going to have that Nico with 2 Shojins and a Gunblade, but for now, it seems like Jin can clean up with the help of Vex, and that will be the case.
Yeah, extra gold being printed for Hayden as we speak. He needs it. He was on 0, if I saw that correctly. Janna and Leona going to be in the pool here now. I don't think the Leona is that attractive, maybe for the tier, but from the legendary, somebody might pick up the Janna. It goes well into those Oxlingers.
Fuzzled will pick up that Leona for now. Looking at the HP totals though, Meeix, overall, pretty decent parity. Obviously still a big gap between 1st and 8th. I think Canbizz especially, he was playing Underground for most of that game, was now able to stabilize at 27, but Ging, again, leaning into Duelist, and once again, not looking so good as he did the same reason in that game too.
Players now looking for those levels. We just saw Ging go level 8. He always knows who he's up against with the Future Side and the Radiant Zephyr, but is that enough? He's on that duelist line. And just speaking from a neutral, factual standpoint, I love duelists, okay? I love them as much as the next person. But so far, the duelists are not doing great in the EMEA finals.
Big play by Ging. Make sure to pop off the TG off of the TF. Puts the Shiv online, but it's still so far from the Vayne 3. It's this big win condition with the 8 duelists now online. They did receive a bit of a nerf, or at least they were once again balanced to the spot they should be in after 39.B. The B patch came through. Is they going to be strong enough to win this fight, though? That's going to be the big question. The answer seems to be yes. But still, Ging needs to find the Vayne 3 if he wants a top 4 here.
Yeah, absolutely. So for now, he might be kind of okay-ish, but just look at his HP. He's bled so much already. So every loss that's now happening is going to put him further down in the tank, not really where you want to be. So needs to find something, doesn't have a lot of gold to work with. Going to hop on over to Lusher now. We were so confused about this spot, right? Going in, he finds that golden ticket. We think, okay, it's Lulu. He finds that trade sector. We hop on over to the board, and he's running Ezreal Supers, is on the blue buff, has that Rabadons, has the Giant Slayer, and is looking for the Kai'Sa 3 from what it looks like.
Has hit a lot of upgrades, so no surprise. He has 2 economic items with the trade sector and golden ticket. How much can this Ezreal do without the Ezreal carry augment is the big question. No Radiant items either. There wasn't a massive underground cash out throughout this game. The Malphite 3 came in early, but can it tank enough against this Infinity board? All the damage users are still left alive. The Sivir, the Ezreal, on both sides left alive, but Ezreal, Lil Bro, stays alive, kills off the Samira, but can't kill the Sivir in the end. Another loss for Lusher here, 2 in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not great for him, but just looking at his HP, he can still tank a little bit more. I was much more worried about him going into that mid game. We are going to get a PvE round to maybe turn things around for Hayden and Canbizz now that they're below 20.
Hayden gets the Echo in, gets 3 Aegis in as well. If he thinks this lobby is going to be AP heavy, that might be the play to go. We saw a lot of Spell Slingers overall on quite a few boards. Canbizz especially, who still has actually lost 14 HP now for Canbizz. So going into stage 5, this could be 1 life left if he takes a big enough loss. The Manazane on the Asol 1, maybe not doing enough. He needs to find a way to go level 8. He needs to find a way to get a few more upgrades to 2-star.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm so surprised to see Hayden down here as well with so little gold. He had that perfect Riftwalker mascot start, but it's not really coming together for him. Maybe on the fact that he's competed just a little bit, not finding what he's looking for. I mean, look at that front line. It's just not very frontliney.
I mean, he needs upgrades, especially Viego with 3 items, and it's still Viego 1. If it dies before it can get the Archangel stack, before it can get actual healing from Gunblade, the Onyx Spark, it's all up to Viego. He's kind of the utility carry in this comp at this point in time. And he's missing all these upgrades. 0 gold, you haven't hit anything. All of these pairs on the bench. Such a sad situation for Hayden. And Ging hits the Vayne 3, incredible.
Ooh, that is really, really good for Ging, but bad news for Hayden as he's going to be on the receiving end. That Shroud of Stillness hits his Vex. The Zephyr, the Radiant Zephyr, nonetheless, lifts up his Jhin and takes him out of contention, is sniped by the Vayne right away, and Hayden takes a massive hit here, is going to knock him down to 2 HP. Can he turn this around somehow? I mean, at least the positive, okay? The Ray of Light, he just played against that Vayne 3.
There is no worse feeling in the game to look at the side on the HP totals, all of a sudden see a 3-star, and see that player is in your pool, the fight loads in, you're facing that player, and you take a massive loss in this case as well. Gnar 3 found for Enzo, everyone hitting their key carries a little bit later than they would have hoped for, I think, in the case of Enzo, especially down to 16 HP. One big loss and it could be over, but with Gnar 3, with the itemization especially, I think he should be fine.
We're going to keep on watching Hayden. Maybe he can turn it around. He's up against Kevin Parker. Kevin with the big data, big HP coming through. Does have an Urgot 2 already, 5-2 with Thrill of the Hunt. That Warwick is going to get massive amounts of healing. Ken the Jhin can take him out. I don't think he can. Everything is collapsing onto Hayden's backline. He's knocked out, minus 12 HP, and Kerfuzzled falling here as well, 5 HP. Will Canbizz follow? He only has 14 to give, is up against the Gadget teams, but he's looking good. It is going to be Enzo who finds a loss here and gets died by Annie.
We were just talking about it. Surely he's not going to lose after that Gnar 3 upgrade, but still such a massive hit, exactly 0 as well. The France-on-France action does not benefit Enzo in the end. Canbizz stays alive. And Hayden, I think, we're speaking things into existence a little bit too strongly, Meeix. What goes up must come down. Hayden, a first place last game without even using his augment. In this case now, balances out to an 8th place. He's our HP or 8-point leader as well coming into this game. So, tough for him, but great for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, honestly, it's exactly that. Once again, a trend continues from game 3 to game 4 for now, as we are going to watching Lesher's board here on the right side going up against Kerfuzzled. He could put him out. Lesher still has too much HP to really be worried here. Qetzer, same way around. He's looking to take out Canbizz. Both boards going side by side, and it's looking like Canbizz can survive, but can Kerfuzzled? Looking not good for him. Lesher takes him out in a swift minus 3 HP hit.
In that fight with Canbizz, so much backline damage from the Ezreal Sure Shot and the Acel as well. In the end, the Acel survives just enough. Canbizz now in 5th place. Ging with that Vayne 3 able to jump up to 4th for now at the very least, but the HP totals are starting to even out. Qetzer still very far ahead. Qetzer, who had a very bad start to the tournament in those first 2 games, got a 4th in game 3 and now is maybe finally jumping up to that 2nd or 1st.
Yeah, we are looking at Ging now. He found that Vayne 3. We were talking about the duelist boards not going as far as we expected them going into this tournament here, but
this is so big. He's able to juggle the Zephyr, take it off of that kill, get the Morgana in instead. And with 14 HP, where maybe one fight is the difference between a 3rd and a 5th, so important to have this Zephyr free to be able to make sure, or at least try your best to hit your opponent's main carry.
Yeah, and I can tell that chat could hear me. I'm very sorry. My voice is a little bit cracky. I do not mean to make you hear that, chat.
There it is, a TF up in the air, and Ging does not care, but Canbizz definitely might, because the TF takes so long to start dealing damage. This is the main carry in Canbizz's comp. Canbizz killed off Enzo earlier. Can he kill off Ging as well? The answer might be yes. The bop comes on. The Force of Will stops the Vayne for a second, but the Vayne is still trucking on, and she survives somehow. Canbizz taken down to 4 HP.
Yeah, and he holds on, though. He can still, you look at this position and you're
free
like...
upgrade?
you look at this and you're like, okay, maybe it's not a fifth, maybe it's a fourth, right? That's kind of what you're thinking when you're in Canbizz's shoes here. However, if I saw that correctly, Kevin Parker just found a Warwick 2. If I'm not mistaken, he had a Warwick 2 already, so he might be on his way to look for that Warwick 3 that we saw from Snooty yesterday.
We're going to take a page, or a wolf in this case, out of Snooty's book. Does that make sense? I don't think it does, Meeix, but we're going to roll with it because we need to continue casting this very exciting Game 4. And it's all up to Ging. Can the Vayne put out enough damage to stay alive for one more fight? He barely was able to win the last one. The TF Zephyr does hit the opponent's Ezreal sure shot, and already the Vayne is onto that backline, able to kill off one, able to kill off a second as well. Samira down. Just so much damage coming from the double deathblade on the Vayne, and a big win for Ging. A big win for Canbizz as well, it looks like.
Yeah, and we can see on the backline there for Lusher, I believe it was, that he's holding Warwicks. So he's trying to delay that Warwick 3 that we were talking about as much as possible. But look at our overlay. Qetzer, who has had just an easy breezy ride throughout this entire game, is on 62 gold. Man's rich.
He's trying to go level 9. He's trying to make sure he can make his board as strong as possible. If you have a huge HP buffer, you have to work with that HP. Greed out for a few rounds. Make sure you can actually close out this game in the first place because Qetzer desperately needs it as well.
Yeah, 100%. Qetzer, here he is. 7 Infinity. My sword is your shield with that Belveth in there. I love it. I love it so much. I'm very happy for him. We're popping that anvil right away. What are we picking up here? Garen has 3 items already.
Will most likely be an item for the Ezreal sure shot, trying to get as much damage as possible. If that was a 3-item Ezreal already, maybe you'd go more into the front line, but I think you need that 3rd item. Items, of course, stacking 3 items is specifically important because you get that much more benefit from having those 2 items already on the Ezreal.
And here is Kevin's board. I knew it. This guy's looking for one big woofy boy. And actually his front line is so massive. One of the Warwicks didn't even get to play for quite some time. Was just blocked out by all that beef in the front line.
Oh my god,
but he's taken a hit. This Annie does not know mercy. She comes in once again. Kevin will be taken down by the Panda with -5 HP, 1 copy away from the Warwick 3.
Don't make me the villain of the story.
Guys of Panda, you know it.
Yeah, it is true. It is maybe unfortunate to have a little legend that is called Panda in the game, but it is also nice because it is, I think, one of the best ones. Not so much so in that case for Kevin Parker. Lasercore had a great setup. Mordekaiser 2 itemized as well, but the Twister from the Janna comes in, stops all that damage for just enough time, and in the end, Kevin falls down to 5th. Canbizz, a miraculous run after that underground cash out at 4 HP in a dream.
Yeah, I was really hoping for Kevin to find that Warwick, but you can see everybody else was holding on to them, making sure that he really does not get here. But Qetzer is up against Canbizz, and only one of our 2 French players can come out of this one swinging. Somebody's got to go home. Will Canbizz find yet another win against the other players? And it's looking like that might be the case. Qetzer taking a massive hit here by the comp that Canbizz has built, and it just keeps on giving with the dies of Panda.
Dies of Zephyr as well, rolls it on the TG, throws one of the Ezreals up into the air for the first few seconds of that fight. Could have been a difference maker in the end, but Canbizz now 3rd place, 4 HP, Lusher at 5, but Ging, that's the real story of this game. 4 hit the Vayne 3 exactly when it needed to, won a few fights by so little, and is now sitting 1st in the HP standings with a huge win streak going off.
And it is on to Canbizz, Lusher, and Ging. Ging with 14 HP, Lusher with 5, Canbizz with 4. They're all in for a fight. It is up against Lusher and Ging. The Radiant Zephyr lifts up the Lee Sin. He really does not care at all. The backline is untouched. Kaisa 3, Ezreal 3. They keep going here. They keep on trucking as the Kaisa has found the Twisted Fate, found the Vayne 3, but she found her back and she takes her out. Ging finds a win against Lusher, and Canbizz stays in contention.
So close. The targeting there, the Vayne just barely moved to the right, moved to the tanks. The Edgewell and the Qetzer left alive for a little bit longer, but just enough in the end. Every single fight with these duelists is coming down to 1 or 2 units. Canbizz picks up. The Rabadon's Ging picks up the ice cream cone. It is summer. It is hot outside. Does make sense here for me at the very least, but it's all about the Zephyr at this point in time. So many key units that you want to be hitting on Canbizz's board.
I'm sorry, spam this thing to help Ging win? I love it. What a perfect copy pasta. Keep that going, chat. I'm proud of you. Canbizz against Ging. We can see there's not much gold to work with here on both sides. Level 9 out of question for both players. It is all going to come down to the positioning here. Will that Zephyr hit anything? Or will it go into nothing? We can see it come in. It is going to lift up the Syndra. Not ideal, but probably what Canbizz was looking for. The Asol will have some comments raining down on the enemy front line. Is going to help in taking them down. They're on to that Twisted Fate, and they're going to be moving on to that Vayne. And once more, a final time, the Annie comes in, and she falls down with her Chunk Panda, and Canbizz takes yet another game in game number 4 of our final day.
And Canbizz, the absolute Grim Reaper. How many times did we see this cutscene in this game? He was killing off players one by one. In the end there, the Annie with double Warmog survived for just much too long. The Oxford straight perfectly giving her the time to stall out to make sure the Vayne couldn't just chew through her HP in a second or two. Bought enough time for all the AP casuals to come in. And a big, big win for Canbizz.
Yeah, and that's so good for him, right? We were talking about his 7th place in the previous game as opening up the competition. With that win, he just, he boxed it in once more, saying like, nope, that was a one-off. It happens, but not more than once. So really, really happy for him here. We'll see how the overall standings look in just a little bit as our analyst desk will break that down for you. Don't go anywhere. We just have a quick break ready.
And Canbizz claws his way from the rubble once more to the summit, coming up from what some would describe as underground.
I see what you did there, Matt. For a second, I was like, oh, would he dare make a joke that terrible? The answer, of course.
Of course, it's not even a dare, it's just accepted fact.
Rita, please salvage where we are.
I mean, you could even call him the King of Thieves this time around, right? Putting on that underground crown as well and getting those 4 underground online at 2-1. Really getting the train going, and we saw the cash out. It was immense. Like, compare this to the one we saw from Kevin Parker earlier with the Rascals gloves. This one was so much better. We can really see how it shaped the game.
Tactician's Crown especially is one of the most useful items you can get off that, of course, because it just gives you a free item slot, or unit slot rather, no trade-off necessary. And I think one of the things that we flagged during the game as being interesting was he was offered Easy Being Green, a very strong AP augment that's taken in several compositions that are similar. But instead he opted for Gear Shift.
You know, and I really liked seeing that because, we start to even see from our players who are doing very well the precariousness of their situation here, of choosing the immediate power and making sure he didn't get shut down before he really got to take flight. It was definitely one of those ones you could go back and forth on, but I think ultimately, as we saw, it worked out very well indeed.
It's also worth noting here that he did have an open sword, but he didn't already have a Spear of Shodian. That's kind of where that really comes into fruition, right? Because we already can spread that power over 2 units instead. But then kind of talk about Gear Shift being the same thing. Spreading that power, getting those extra casts across the entire backline. And remember, when he made that pickup, yes, it was a Twisted Fate 2, but it was also 4 backline carries into Sona the Aurelian Soul, the Nico 2, and TF2, getting so much value from that additional attack speed.
Yeah, attack speed, the strongest generic stat for any unit because it gives everyone their abilities faster. Every unit loves to have their abilities. Nobody's sad about that. So it really is fantastic there for Canbizz and was the secret to his success. Speaking of attack speed, Ging also second place with that incredible duelist composition, and now neck and neck with Canbizz, looking to claim the title of Rising Legends champion.
Also keep in mind here, this was Hayden's first 8th of the entire tournament, and Ging is still yet to finish first. We could, realistically speaking, see a situation where Ging, through sheer consistency throughout an entire tournament, could end up taking home the crown, depending on how Canbizz does in the next coming games.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen that Canbizz, much like Hayden, can stumble here, so honestly, it would be an amazing thing to see Amir decided by that consistency. We've really now got the separation building to tremendous levels between our top 4 and our bottom 4. Hayden and Kevin Parker, they're holding ground with a 4-point advantage, making sure as best they can that no one else can go up and challenge them for those guaranteed 4 spots.
Not an insurmountable lead, though, and I do want to highlight Enzo as one of our most consistent players coming through into day number 3, and now struggling a little bit there in that 16 points range. But if anyone can recover after his day 1 and 2 performance, it's going to be Enzo. So we're going to take a quick break, and then when we are back, we'll be here with the penultimate game of the Rising Legends Finals. We'll see you soon.
And we're back here at the analyst desk. Now, some things have changed. For example, I got new friends to cast with, but also Peter and Wida are here.
I guess we rate second behind. To be fair, it does have 2 question marks on its head. That's more question marks than either of us have got.
I mean, that's the amount of question marks that the players were throwing out at Canbizz in the previous game when they saw that fall underground onto 1. Right, we have had some absolute bangers today. We've had Prismatics coming out in full force, free-flowing from the wells of Mortdog. But what do they have in store for us now? That's the big question.
I mean, I keep saying the same thing, triple prismatic. What about you, Peter?
Well, I know we've had this big, constellation of, are we here for pure entertainment, or are we here to have a fair competition? I think we can somehow find the mix of seeing it, of how much our players have got left in the tank. One more game after this one to go. We've seen that separation building, but now I think in this game, we'll see if it collapses or gets even bigger.
Looking at this though, Cloak start for Ging, not something that you kind of expect to see. Probably not a priority either here for the Turkish player. Currently second in the standings, just a singular point behind our current leader, KC Canbizz. Absolutely amazing game in store here, and that's a build your own Gadget Team starter pack here. 2 Poppies and a Lulu as well, but no tier, right? So blue buff not really on the cards right now.
I mean, you're saying it right now. There's a couple of PvE rounds to go. We can make that Lulu happen if we should want so. So hopefully that is going to come around if that is what we're looking for here for Ging. And every other player, of course, also looking for that direction. In the previous round, though, we did see the Panda Annie taking quite a couple of... I want to say executions. Like, she was reckless in that entire lobby. I'm curious if that trend continues.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of a spread out of individual players getting those kills in there, because when you've got such a dominant player in the middle, it just completely warps the normal way the game will be played.
I actually have a big little question for you guys, right? Like, how far up in the air do you think Tibbers goes? Like, are we talking like an orbit type slam, or like what forces are we working with?
To be fair, Chonk is pretty big, so it probably takes a lot of power to lift him up, as we are going to be going in with our 2 and 1 cost hero augments right from the get-go. That means that Lulu that we were talking about has come much closer now.
We know that if any player does find it, especially, Stakes claims that composition, they've got a very bright future ahead of them. Of course, we also know Blitzcranks have tended to be very, very popular indeed.
Faster growth on the table here. Not the ideal pickup for Ging, obviously, when you look at the items here. That tells you off not that great either. Bigger, better buckler, though. He does have that 2-star play, but it's going to be the Spirit of the Exiles trying to play that tempo gameplay. We've seen them implement all throughout the day, but a lot of this duel is priority here. So it worked out well for him in the previous game, Meeix. But is it what that's going to take home the title for him?
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be the question, right? I keep saying, data-wise, the duelists are not too hot right now, but Ging seems to be on a trend where he really wants to prove me wrong, so that's what's going on here for him. As we move on over, we can see that Qetzer is on a very familiar augment. Once more, that hyperbolic time chamber comes out and is going to allow him to gain extra XP and therefore save his econ.
Yeah, and be able to push towards some of our comps a lot faster than would be otherwise. I mean, while Qetzer didn't take the win there, kept the round going for a decent amount of time, so got more of the XP in the tank. I'm sure we'll be looking to see him keep that board at least moderately strong to make sure that keeps happening.
And also worth noting here, it would not be a game on the Rising Legends stream without a little bit of Rising Spellforce in our lives mix. And also, we see another hyperbolic player in Hayden.
Yeah, so a little bit of a competition. However, usually for that augment specifically, it's enough if you have Elution 2. You don't really need to go all the way in 3. And we even have seen this augment be disregarded in the later stages because really it does not do too much for you more.
Yeah, and this was the point I brought up on stream yesterday as well, but when you start to look into specific compositions that revolve around those forecasts, sometimes Hyperbolic Time Chamber will be the best thing available to you. Even though, like, it's not on your final board. There's a little thing to keep in mind here that when these players are going to be transitioning out, these boards will have so much extra chance of hitting because they save so much gold.
Well, absolutely. XP definitely one of those universal resources that will always be useful. But do remember, coming into this lobby, Canbizz and Ging, they're 1 point separated from each other, currently trying to make the strongest case to become a mere regional champion. Even a single placement can make all the difference.
And it probably is going to do just that. Of course, our top is closing in even more. Canbizz with that last win on 24 points. He just needs to make sure he doesn't go bottom 4, and he should probably be pretty fine. Everybody else, however, is scrambling. Top 4 go to the World Championship. 5th and 6th go to the LCQ. And, well, 7 and 8, it was nice that you were here, but you're not going anywhere else. Just a little bit of prize money, and hopefully they come back next time.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in, especially for our players who are lower down, specifically Qetzer and Confuzzled. But they can, as you say, improve their situation. They're certainly not that far away from those Western LCQ spots, even if they are risky spots. We've been looking forward to the Global Championship, of course. We know that China has been the dominant force there for a while. We're looking to build an entirely new team of players to go up and challenge them.
Yeah, only player in this lobby right now with a chance to make a repeat championship performance would be Ging, who also would make that his third appearance, a player that has an international pedigree known to pretty much everyone, like matched by very few.
Absolutely. As we move into the carousel, it is going to be small X, though. We saw the big ones earlier today. Small X are generally more liked, to be honest, from what I can tell. Just a little less impact. But with the hero augment already coming up first, we know that this game might not go to the highest heights just yet, unless there's a prismatic waiting somewhere.
Also keep in mind here, Hayden and Enzo. Hayden, obviously we're talking about here, is on the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, and Enzo on that Rising Spellforce. Both of these players taking heavy hits so far. Like, we're only at, after the first carousel, they're both below 80 HP already. Hayden going direct to level 5. Again, keep in mind, you get that extra XP every time during out a fight. And Enzo, we know how big these massive turnarounds are from the Rising Spellforce.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this develops, because as you say, we've got the big separation between our top 5 and bottom 3 who've been absorbing most of the damage so far. But as we can see here for Enzo, has built up a decent level of economy so far. It's coming together, but there's not a lot on the bench for Enzo right now to really make this comp sing.
To make this comp sing? I hope Ezreal doesn't sing, because he's quite good at dishing out the damage. I don't know how singing is.
I mean, I was immediately tempted to start doing my impression of Ezreal C, but fortunately for everybody, I stopped myself.
You belong in a museum.
I think that's a version of Careless Whisper I would not like to hear. I think that's I think that is safe to say here. Kevin Parker going back to what looks like a lean on to the Ox Force Spellslingers. Early Ash 2 here with a static shift and a rod just to try to save some of that HP.
Yeah, we are looking at Kerfuzzled and Canbizz, though, who have 100 HP and are streaking. And usually, right before Crux is where one of those streaks ends. Just speaking from experience, could be that they both hold on. We're going to see how this one works. At the very bottom, we're on 66 HP already. So the players are getting a little bit dispersed in the HP totals.
We've got Kerfuzzled, of course, Canbizz, as we said, one of our two front runners right now to take the championship. Kerfuzzled keeping pace is honestly pretty damn impressive. As we mentioned before, just a few points separates Kerfuzzled for challenging for one of those Western LCQ spots. So a strong finish here could reverse the disappointing early day for the player from the UK.
Also looking at this here, right? Canbizz win streaking with the underground in so far here. Could just get out of this after stage 2 and take an extra boost here. It does look like the board from Ging hit a high tempo, finally starting to pay off. And yet again for the Turkish player after a bit of a rough start to the stage, would assume at least. But down at the bottom here, keep your eyes peeled for Hayden losing. So it wasn't a Enzo versus Hayden fight, which could have been super game defining.
And Canbizz stops his winning streak, but Kerfuzzled trucks on 100 HP into Crux for him. And you said it, Wida, at the lower end, we have those 59 HP for Hayden. Everybody is trying to make something now. Of course, with those early hero augments, you already get quite a lot of direction, I would say. You're quite early on, know what kind of lines are open to you. So players are on a little bit of a trajectory to find the options to make those happen.
And also keep in mind here, very clear difference in how Qetzer and Hayden wants to approach this game, right? We saw the early 2-star illusion from Qetzer, meaning he knew he had a chance to play to save some HP. And right now you can see the difference here. Qetzer with the same augment as Hayden at 92 HP, while Hayden down to just 59.
Yeah, it's really wild to see how differently our players can be off their normal ways of playing. For Lusher here, we're looking at right now, has got a decent setup here with the best defense being, of course, a Pantheon directly to the face. Maybe we'll see it get the dual gauntlet again that we saw from before. Itemization not quite there for Lusher right now. On 16 points overall. Again, one of those players with a big finish could, or perhaps all the Lulus in the world could change it.
Lusher. 2 more Lulus in for him that he needs to find.
Come on!
Just in one shot for Lusher.
You're not allowed to give the game instructions, Meeix. That's not allowed.
And also, another thing to keep in mind here about Lusher as a player in general, right? He is good friends with the people over at the deal list. Oh, isn't he also one of the authors of it?
He's not one of the authors, but he claims himself that he is an apostle of the deal list. So, like a true German TFT player, he likes himself some re-rolling.
Just for any of our newer viewers, would you mind expanding what the deal list actually is?
So the deal list is a Deutsch re-rolling tier list, right? So it's a great double entendre with the fact that you press D to re-roll, as well as, you know, Germany and Deutschland.
Yeah.
So double little thing with the D here as well. So it's actually it's so expelled here for Lusher that he has it in his title on his stream for this very tournament. So a player very familiar with the reroll lines and a massive knower in general.
You gotta rep your community with that. I do want to make a quick note to chat. You know, emotes are in international language, so you can use those. We're very happy to have you here. Glad you're watching. Lusher is on his way to look for that Pantheon. Has, of course, lost a little bit of gold in the meantime while looking for the Lulu, so does want to preserve just a little bit.
I mean, that Lulu's still going to be dealing to do an absolute ton of work. There's always going to be the slight temptation just to be able to slam the Shojin and say, you know what, I'll be immediately powerful right now. But we've seen certainly later on, especially if Axiomark comes to the field, the reset potential of that Lulu is perhaps too overwhelmingly strong to ignore.
We're gonna see Kerfuzzled against Canbizz. Kerfuzzled still looking to protect this win streak here. Can he keep it going, or will Canbizz put a stop to it? We can see Kerfuzzled has put in a little bit of econ to make sure his board is as strong as it can be for now. You can see that the Lux is really putting in the work together with Neela, and he will go on once more and find a win.
So one of the things we were looking for Kerfuzzled coming into this day, as he said himself, he'll be trying to play more in his comfort zone. This, interestingly enough, is actually not his comfort zone. It's entirely the opposite. With Oxlingers before, he had a really bad game before. So to see him win streaking with his composition he promised he wouldn't be playing is honestly fascinating.
How committed are we to this tempo game plan, by the way? Because I see a Zephyr being able to be slammed here, and I'm almost down to take it, because we saw the cash out here, a little bit of gold from the egg, and then a component.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely could, you know. He does know that there are some chances of who he could play against. If he, for example, feels extremely threatened by Ging, he could just last second slam that cloak and go for that Zephyr.
And keep in mind as well that he's one of the players at the outer skirts right now, and if you can send someone like Enzo down to an even lower HP total and try to maybe make up that 4-point gap you can see on your screens right now between the two, that is a very valuable thing to do for Qetzer.
Yeah, certainly Qetzer is holding back a little bit right now, perhaps anticipating that sooner or later this win streak will come to a close based on the boards that he has right now. But looks like at least he'll be going it down, fighting and taking as soft a loss as he can.
Yeah, that is not exactly where he wanted to be, I think. Not confident enough to slam the Zephyr, but still pretty good win streak to go early in, and will be now the carousel. There's a Jin with a crit glove, and Canbizz is saying, that one's mine, we're just going for a walk here.
I think sometimes our players just like, just like to make the most of the moment of saying, you know what, I get out first, I take what I want, I just want you to all watch me do it.
Yes.
But you can't always get what you want, but sometimes you might get what you need. But another thing to keep in mind here as well, Kevin Parker getting a Nico from the carousel. We saw his setup already, Burning Spirit with the Ox Force Heart as well. So very clear intent of where he's going. So getting that Nico out early is going to be massive here. Canbizz saying, you know what, I'm not going to rat here. I'm just going to chill. Going to go even deeper. And we've seen this so many times from Canbizz. He wants to play for those deeper underground hits.
Yeah, it's a little bit, you know, like we've seen this playstyle before. Maybe from somebody that's pretty close to Canbizz.
Familiar relation, maybe?
It could be a familiar relation, and maybe I think he has a cousin who's called Casey Doubles.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Because it's Canbizz's cousin, not the other way around.
That's what we
figured out. This tournament.
I mean, this tournament, as we talked about from the very beginning, definitely, a party to announce, or potentially at least a party to announce the arrival of Canbizz as a major concern in TFT going forwards. Right now, of course, still sharing the top spots, very much in line to continue to make that happen, but it's taken so many losses. He's building up for the comeback, but it's still so dangerous.
But he's on 5 underground with that Samira pickup as well, Peter. Keep that in mind, because he's going to accelerate super quickly. He's even going to be able to get his cash out before the Wolves here with 5 underground, and win or lose, he's guaranteed the cash out.
Yeah, we love a good cash out here at Rising Legends. However, I'm starting to be a little bit worried. Enzo is on 32 HP, and we don't have an underground involved here. We might have had one at the beginning, looking at that Ezreal. I'm not really sure it was, but maybe it was. And he is not really finding his luck right now. Ezreal 3 is still pretty far away, and the augments are also not really augmenting.
No, I think it's a really good point that Enzo has been missing out in the underground, because we've already seen from Canbizz, it kind of secures you the late game, whereas in this case, for Enzo, not very close to hitting the 3 slots on anything. I do wonder, of course, we've got the hero augment tied up in the Ezreal. Enzo doesn't want to leave this line of play, but up against the Lulu, I don't know if it's enough.
Yeah.
So let's start going through. And I want to talk about a very important thing on the board here from Enzo, right? Keep in mind that Rising Spellforce is scaling augment. The more cast Ezreal gets out, the better. The double Morgana here buying so much time for the Ezreal to scale up, lock down those melee units, getting close to the Ezreal in the back line.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We are going to see it come into play a little bit more, I think, for Enzo. Now that he's found the win, he's maybe able to turn it around on the right side. You are seeing the overall streaks and total gold in the tank for the players. All of them are pretty close, I would say.
Yeah, pretty close in having a lot of money. Well, the streaks are only really there for Hayden and Kevin Parker. Everyone's keeping their gold around 50 right now. They're hedging their bets, keeping their options open as long as they can.
Keep an eye on the economy of the top players in the lobby right now. All these players sitting level 7 outside Lusher, above 50 gold as well. Hayden with that massive win streak being fueled by being able to go to the early level 6 and just win out stage 3.
We are going to see that underground maybe come to an end after the next round. But also, here come the augments. One last time, we're going to see how this one plays out right after this game, together with the heist on Canbizz. So this is definitely the player to watch as we hop on over. He's going to be meeting with Qetzer who is on level 7 but has so much gold on the back of that hyperbolic time chamber.
I do like this approach to be bringing in the quick draw as the extension to the hyperbolic time chamber line, because you've already got the Lucian, you're having to play him on the board, so why not build more quick draws who benefit from that directly? You may still not be getting wins, but you are building towards something bigger. I mean, certainly it's not even remotely close to being low on HP in any fashion. In fact, second overall, which is incredible with a hero augment.
Okay, here. So I want to highlight something here as well, right? Canbizz was a little bit delayed on his cash up, but already set up the transition into the Riftwalkers.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes with these augments here. Do have a portable forge, which is generally something players quite like, is going to be picked up. We'll see what it does. First comes the heist, then comes the Ornn items. Anima Visage generally considered pretty good, so is randoms though.
I mean, getting the Radiant Last Whisper as well is absolutely crazy for being able to shred through all resistances.
He reforged it. He's like, nah, I don't want a tank item. I want the collectors instead.
That's kind of interesting. So presumably we're looking to build up the secondary carry here in Viego. I mean, it's something he loves executing people, so makes sense.
Also, like, I'm kind of sad that I referenced Callous Whisper earlier on when he picks up the Eternal Whisper, right?
I know, you burned that one too early.
Yeah, well, burn it way too early, man. Sometimes you hit, right? Sometimes you just gotta go for it, and sometimes you get the prismatic augment coming your way, right? But looking at this fight, now we can see the setup here is clear for what Canbizz wants to do. Want to go into this fully Riftwalker focused setup here. So many things on the cards depending on what he hits.
Yeah, and he also found that Radiant Whisper off of his heist, so really in a great spot for now. Canbizz is going to continue his way in this lobby. I'm quite sure of that, at least for the next couple of rounds. This board only gets so strong, but with the right items and something like a Radiant item that you can use, or even the I want to say garbage collector. That's
what it ends up being.
I don't know why I'm thinking that, but even with a collector, you can execute and find that extra gold. So really, really good item to have on your board.
I don't know if we can get the win-loss overlay on the screen right now, but a very funny interaction here with how this fight game has developed so far. Pretty much every single player at the bottom of the lobby won their fights, whereas the top of the lobby is still sitting on that goal, not really being able to hit their boards fully yet. They're not forced to either. Obviously, they have a lot of HP to work with, but the lobby is getting closer and closer.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of clumping between second place, really all the way down to 7th. We've certainly seen lobbies like this before, where we can go down to the wire and have several players eliminated in the round. It's so hard to track where you're going to finish when it's so volatile.
Yeah, and we are going to see Qetzer go up against Ging here. Ging on the laser core, and you can see that Warwick already, but the BT, he just has so much healing, and the drones are enabling him. It is not going to be enough. I think maybe it will as he moves on, takes down the Morgana and then the Lucian as well. Pretty good for him, but Enzo is starting to shake in his boots. Lusher and him both on 20-something HP.
Yeah, and these are the two reroll players on those blue buff-centric rerolls lines, right? Like Lusher with that Lulu answer on the Rising Spell Force. A lot of things going on here. Hayden also a player that kind of just needs to go top 4 twice. You're kind of struggling to fully transition this board into something that can kind of stabilize. The lobby is getting stronger and stronger. He needs to keep up. He wants to have a chance of making it to the World Championship.
And just to, again, for any of our players who are coming, or any of our viewers rather, hopefully our players aren't coming in halfway through the game. That'd be terrible. Just a reminder of where we stand. So Canbizz and Ging with 24-23 points. They're current front runners to crown one of them champion of EMEA. Hayden and Kevin Parker on 20 points, currently locking down the 3rd and 4th places. Will send them to the Global Championships. Enzo and Lusher behind by 4 points on 16, currently occupying the Western LCQ spots, and Qetzer and Kafuzzle on 13 and 12, looking to catch up.
Despair here for Lusher. Stock level 5 has the Malphite in the shop,
boy.
so he's ever so close to that power spike. Only just found the Pantheon 3 on this roll down as well.
Okay, hear me out though. He has that Pantheon 3, he has that Gangplank 3, he has a Lulu 3. We're cruising on. We have a Randuin's in play. Even if we don't win this one, we still have a little bit of HP to work with. Ooh, that's a big loss. I'm taking it back. I didn't think it was going to be that hurtful. The Pantheon is trying his best with the best offense, but it's not going to be enough. 14 HP now, but he does find a Malphite. Is it going to be enough, though? He's level 5 in 4-5. He's quite far off from the rest of them.
I mean, he's far off in terms of HP, he's far off in terms of gold as well. I mean, Malphite certainly will buy a few more seconds, but she noted, we've already got the 3 stars in place for supers. It's not a massive damage boost, it's more the front line being stronger. But you pointed out in the previous round, Lulu just got completely evaporated, and Lusher doesn't have the money unless he can start getting the wins to push levels and make this board significantly stronger.
And I was actually wondering whether or not he was going to waste the 2 gold, quote-unquote, to a certain extent here in level.
Yeah, I'm distracted. I looked at the overlay, and Kerfuzzle, Qetzer, Kevin Parker, and Hayden are all on Oxlingers.
Yeah. We thought maybe we had moved away from Oxlingers towards a more Renegade-centric matchup, but apparently that's not the case.
No, I know. It's one of the things where it looks like your average ladder game to a certain extent. When you look at the spots that these players have been dealt, it makes sense for pretty much every single one of them, right? A lot of static shifts. 2 Oxforce augments for Kevin Parker as well. And the thing that's worth noting here is that as long as someone might focus on hitting on to that Nico instead of the TF fight, 1 HP on Lusher now. That level here saving his potential chances in the game, but he has a mountain to climb HP-wise.
I just don't... Oh, no, Lusher is dead.
Oh.
I think it just ticked over the last bit of damage towards the end. Honestly, though, I didn't rate Lusher's chances of surviving long term there, especially with Enzo on a win streak just above him in the standings. Hayden and Kevin Parker all around the same HP, but that would have been an enormously tough ladder to climb.
Yeah, sometimes those, especially the little stone that hops on over, it just comes in a little bit later. So I'm afraid that was what's happening here. However, the rest of the lobby now going to speed up in tempo that there are only 7 players left. Enzo and Hayden are down there. Kevin Parker just a little bit above them. And then there's like a 10 HP gap between the bottom 3 and the top 4 for now.
And I know certainly coming into the event, Kevin Parker was a lot of people's favourites. I've definitely been brought onto the side of the faithful based on what we've seen so far. Has been doing an astonishing job. And this board with 6 Oxforce and Spellslinger, when you could not ask for a better frontline.
Kerfuzzle now having to pay the price here going into building that Aurelion Sol secondary carry, something we've seen so much of all throughout this weekend. But not primarily optimized here either. The TGs can be a massive boost or a massive loss, but going up against the board here from Enzo, is this the one that can be able to break the streak?
Yeah, and Enzo has that Ezreal reroll. It just keeps haunting us in EMEA. I don't know, but there is a lot of Ezreal to go around for our players. However, this one's been taking the heat. Look at the Twisted Fate in the bottom right corner. He's so stacked up. Not even that misfortune will stop him. And that's going to give a big, big loss to Enzo.
I think the one big thing that made a difference there for Kerfuzzle is he was able to park the Omega level tank right in front of the Ezreal, stop him from accessing the squishier parts of the comp, and make sure he didn't go fully off.
And a very important fight here also happened between Hayden and Kevin Parker. Keep in mind, these 2 players on 20 points playing the same composition. And Hayden was the one coming out victorious, putting Kevin Parker into that danger zone.
You can see why. Kevin does not even have a Twisted Fate 2, which is your primary carry for usually this comp. He does have the Nico fully itemized, so she is holding up the power, but really it's not quite the same. His front line also looking a little bit lackluster. Alistar 1, Echo 1, the Fiora 2, and the Annie 2 really can't hold up that much, and Kevin going up against Qetzer. He needs to find the win here, and so does Enzo. Enzo against King is going to be the bigger picture here. Can that Ezreal reroll take down the Warwick? He's onto him, but does get distracted here for a second. Will take him out regardless, and is trying to do his worst with the Kai'Sa. Will find the win just very last second.
And that was another case where we had a big tank up in Ezreal's face, and he almost didn't have enough damage to get through. I mean, the difference we see between an Ezreal going off and an Ezreal being kept contained is night and day. I would not want to be in this position where every round is a heartbreaker.
And look at the HP now. Hayden lost that fight as well. Qetzer taking a hit. So the HP right now in that top 4 decider is so close. Like, Enzo has a real chance. His board is not bad. If he hits a player that is like a little bit weaker maybe, that is a guaranteed top 4 for Enzo. Kevin Parker, Hayden, Qetzer right now, they are in a very sweaty position.
Gonna be looking at Enzo against Kevin on the left side. I think that's the fight that we want to see. Can Enzo take down Kevin, or will it be the other way around? Kevin still on that Twisted Fate one. He really needs to put in the power, but it's stuck on the Vi, and everything is coming for that backline now. I don't think there's any escape for Kevin. Can he live that one? I think he should, but just barely.
That could not be closer. As we just said, we've got 4 players on a single life.
I think you can tell by like the way that we were all just going over each other right now. There is no rhyme or rhythm or any schematics to this game. Every little minor thing is gonna matter so much. These HP totals are out of this world.
You know, I'm a little bit scared. I'm going to be honest, okay? I usually don't talk about my emotions that much, but 2 players on 1 HP, 1 player on 2 HP, 1 player on 7, they're all on a chopping block. Look at the top 3. They're so happy and healthy. They're literally chilling up there, just saying like, oh, what is going on with you guys? Why are you looking so drenched? What's going on?
Oh, Hayden finally hitting that 2-star Twisted Fate. Sure, it might not send him into the top 4, but it could save him enough HP. That Syndra on the bench, however, is only going to be able to pull in 1 unit, but keep in mind, 2-star Syndra, even without units to put onto the board, will still do a significant amount of damage.
We were pointing out from before, the front line wasn't quite there in the way we would like. At least now we have got Echo pretty heavily itemized, and he's getting a little bit tanky as well to go with the Oxforce, but this surely sends a couple of players more out.
Gonna be watching Qetzer and Hayden on the right side, and on the left side, Kevin Parker is fighting for survival. I think he's the one that's probably going to die here. The other 2 boards are a little bit weaker and could be anybody's game between Hayden and Qetzer, but Kevin will eventually fall. There is only a Twisted Fate 2 trying to survive here, and Qetzer is out, and so is Kevin Parker. The minus HP will matter here as we move on.
Look at the reaction on the top of your screens as well for Hayden. You can see how much this means because 3 people are out of this game now. Hayden, this is so important for him, right? This is going to be a massive boost, especially because Kevin Parker ended up going 7th.
We've seen it be such a swingy files. We were kind of worried going into this one. It was going to end up being too one-sided, that we'd have too much of a dominating player, but everybody's having their good games, everybody's having their bad games, with, of course, as we can see here, the exception of Canbizz and Ging. They are front runners in the tournament, and they are front runners in this lobby.
Yeah, and I mean, you said it. Kevin taking the 7th here is so big for Hayden, but he still needs to shake. He still goes up against Canbizz, Ging, and Kerfuzzle, and he's hoping to claw out 1 more spot during this game. During this round, can his Twisted Fate and the Nico support do just that, or will they fall prey to Belveth? Who's on to them? The Jin from the backline. In comes the Panda Chomp, and Hayden is going to get eliminated by Canbizz here in stage 5, 6, and 4th place. But honestly, that was very good for him to not be in those bottom 4.
Yet again, Ging might not win this game, but he is going to get rewarded for straying off the beaten path in this game in particular, right? We look at the spot, it's like, cool, okay, you know, when it goes for the Spirit of the Exile, laser call, not too hot, but when in a lobby like this where everything just kind of is so intertwined, being able to hit those forecasts that are not contested is such a massive power spike.
Do want to take note of how everything's being put together here for Canbizz's board. Of course, we noted the Eternal Whisper has been in there for a while. We've now got the Fiddlesticks upgraded with a ton of damage as well. He's also a Renegade as part of this Renegade 5 board, and now he's also 2-star. Canbizz is on a massive streak, currently in 1st place with 24 points and likely to add 8 more to that total.
We're going to be seeing Kerfuzzled and Canbizz here. On the left side, the board you just spoke about with the Jin, with the Rift Walker. On the right side, the one of the 4 Oxlinger board that made it out of the pit, I want to say. They're here trying to make it through Kerfuzzled, not having the greatest day today, currently the lowest on the overall points. But if he can drive this one home and find a win here, it is going to be so big for him.
Well, I mean, the big thing for Kerfuzzled here is a lot of the players keeping him from moving up the table are getting nailed out of these games earlier on. And if he can secure a big finish here against incredibly, impossibly tough competition, then that could all change.
Yeah, we can kind of see how this board might start falling apart here a little bit for Qetzer, but as you're saying here, Peter, mission accomplished so far, right? He's putting himself back into contention for the top 4 spots with Kevin Parker going into 7th. And even then, like, he's putting himself into a really good spot for even just the Western last chance qualifier here. Canbizz, he's been just living life ever since that underground cash out as is expected. He is such a master at these transitions, as we have seen multiple times today already.
Did we just see a lot of Warwicks there? Did I see that right? there were like 6 Warwicks, 7 there were a lot of Warwicks.
I think there's a reason why Canbizz has 2 Warwicks on his bench right now, because they learned from the snooty dancers, of course, which will stick with us forever. You cannot sleep on these Warwick 3s.
We're going to be seeing Gingsford in just a little bit, and I'm going to be counting those woofy boys. But for now, Qetzer is closer and closer to death. His board needs to come through here, but it's not looking like it is going to be possible here. And once more, Canbizz and his Panda strike here during our final day of the EMEA finals. He got so much watch time out of that chibi. If like the eggs don't jump up after this, I don't even know, man.
Yeah, okay, so 2 more copies of Warwick for Ging here. And he is selling down here, and I like this a lot, right? He realizes that the only way he has a chance of winning here is to find that Warwick free, because the board presented by Canbizz is just quite frankly a little bit too strong.
There's 2 Warwicks on the bench there. The denial drafting from Canbizz, very canny indeed.
One more. Ging needs 1 more Warwick, and it's standing on Canbizz's board. Ging with 2 HP. Will he fall prey to the Panda chunk once more, or will Canbizz take a hit?
Canbizz has been building up to this all game along. This tournament intended to be his crowning moment here in Game 5, takes first place in a demolishing fashion.
And this is going to be yet another win for Canbizz, our French champion. We've been hyping him for this entire tournament, and rightfully so. A double back-to-back first place in Game 4 and 5 in the final day. I think this one's going to take it home, Wida.
Yeah, I've been hyping this guy for the past year, it feels like, right?
Okay. Hipster.
I was here first, guys.
But hear me out here for a second, because I was really sad that he did not qualify for the Dragonlance finals, because in the last Hex League of the Dragonlance, he looked like the best player in the world, and I'm not even kidding. This guy is so good at the game when he's in his zone, and we've been seeing it today.
Yeah, definitely. It just sounded very hipstery for a second, but that's okay.
This does kind of remind me of the conversation we had around someone's son and cousin, perhaps a little while back, of immediately throwing all our weight behind. But Canbizz, from what we've seen so far, seems like such a player who could perhaps change EMEA's fortunes on the global stage.
And with that, we're going to go into a break. Our analyst desk is going to break that one down. Then there will be one more game to find out who is going to be our EMEA champion and who moves on to the World Championship.
Try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be old like we did before. Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worry, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said.
We seem to have adopted a menagerie at some point during game number 5. Look at this sad, horrified little creature.
Horrified? I think it's happy.
It's happy? Why
it's happy because there's
happy?
one game left, Nigeria, to decide the players that will be going to championship, and just so much at stake. I just can't handle the emotions personally.
You know what? That's right. It's okay. It's okay, little guy. We're going to set you down right there, and then we're going to explain why the championship is what's really in sights here for a couple of our players. And I think the two that we really need to bring out, we've been following them all set. In Ging's case, in both of their cases, really the entire history of EMEA. Canbizz and Ging have now taken first and second place respectively, 2 lobbies in a row.
And looking at the comps as well, Ging so close to making a miraculous comeback, 1 away from Warwick 3, trying to take that page out of Snooty's book. We've seen it so many times. This
Nobody
tournament
can do it like Snooty.
Nobody can do it like Snooty, at least not on this day. We haven't seen too many 3-cost, 4-cost, or 3-star 4-cost rather, just yet. But the Riftwalker comp, I mean, it's every day. It's here. It's punching its top 4 almost every time as well.
No, and I think Canbizz has made the same transition several games in a row where he's going from this underground into a later stage, higher cap composition. Of course, this game, it was the Riftwalker Renegades. Last game, he was itemizing into Mana Zane, which we saw have pretty great success eventually. Took a while for him to get there, but I think we're seeing some play patterns consistently emerge, and the one that is making the difference for Canbizz is that willingness to take those risks, to tank that HP, to rocket him up to the top of the leaderboards.
Not just that, but knowing how to actually come back. There's so many players that are able to have a huge loss streak, cash outs, whatever it is, play from behind, but they're not actually able to know how to stabilize, what units to go for that can guarantee those wins when you're at such low HP. In the case for Canbizz here, he absolutely knows how to play. I think every phase of the game, he's been proving it the entire set as well. I mean, this is the most consistent GSC player coming into finals and becoming one of the most consistent players on this day 3 as well. It is not an accident, Iberia.
Yeah, I mean, look, I can take underground early, I can loss streak beautifully, but I'm not turning it around into 2 firsts in a row. Let me tell you, I'm turning it around into 2 8s. And Canbizz is one of those players. We have seen players who love this style throughout every single set. I'm thinking of Pas Bowl, who we saw earlier on in the tournament, used to be really the entrepreneur of this tact and has really, I think been usurped, much like Double, by Canbizz as the most promising player coming out of that French region, coming out of the Hex League.
And look at the standings there. We're seeing, I think, 2 very clear battles. One battle for first place for EMEA champion. Of course, that also comes along with a spot at championship between Canbizz and Ging, both historically fantastic players in MEA. I think they both deserve that spot and that championship as well. But then we have that second battle, 4 spots up for grabs for Worlds, 2 spots for LCQ, but ideally you want to go straight to Worlds.
We also saw the interesting battle for Oxslingers. Hopefully we won't be seeing that in this game. No 4 times contests, because this game, David, is going to decide our championship representatives for Monsters Attack. And if you're wondering what that's going to look like, we'll have a teaser running during MSI tomorrow. But we've got a teaser running for game number 6 right now. And that teaser is we've got all 3 casters ready over there. Wida, Counterfeit, Meeix, take it away.
Literally.
Thank you for those cue cards. We're going to be picking them up later.
No
we don't need them right now because we are about to enter game 6. My name is Meeix. I'm here with Wida and Counterfeit. We are so ready to bring you that final game of the EMEA Regional Finals.
We couldn't ask for a better setup for our final game. Everybody's positioning matters in this final lobby. We've got the battle for first place, as I mentioned on the desk. We've got so many other players who'll be fighting for every point possible to just move up the table, even a tiny amount, even our little question mark friends. I've got all the questions in the world, and in this game, we will find our answers.
This has been there's been a wild weekend of TFT, a wild season as well. So many deciding and defining moments. this is going to be... Like, you look at this, right? You look at someone like Kevin Parker, back sort of against the wall here, has a very specific group of people that he needs to play against, can no longer play for that championship title, but securing that championship berth is everything that matters here, and there's going to be a lot of tears, a lot of belts, but no bow, no rod.
Of course, we do know where tears tend to end up. We've seen so many Ezreals, so many Lulu compositions coming through as we are invited to the stage one final time here in the Rising Legends EMEA Finals.
Yeah, and I have that same arena. I just want to flex a little bit. No, we're on board with Canbizz, of course. He's currently leading everybody. You just heard it from our analyst desk. I just want everybody to know that they're currently getting, I don't know, covered in plushies by our production for some reason. I am not jealous. No, I would never be. But Canbizz will be finding a LeBlanc early here as well as a Shen.
Yeah, a couple of patches ago, Peter, you'd be absolutely delighted with this pickup here, right? But Hacker has been changed, has been nerfed. LeBlanc, not necessarily the primary character that we once was, no longer that machine gun menace that we know and love, or hate, depending on which type of person you are, I suppose. But has 2 copies of Kale in the shop, so he wants to commit to that underground opener yet again.
I mean,
early signs are there.
It makes sense. I mean, as much as Underground, can be a risky proposition in some hands, Canbizz has proven to be an extremely safe pair of hands in knowing how to navigate this line of play. Remember, Canbizz is 2 points ahead of Ging. As long as he has a good finish in this game, he's almost set to become our regional champion.
Finds a Kale too here, but we're going to hop on over to Ging, who also is finding some upgrades. I believe it was no one other than Mortdog who said that a 2-star front line with 2 units is the biggest, indicator for win streaking in the early game.
Just golds here, and speaking of golds, a lot of gold also on offer with the Freezer Company trade sector, also providing a ton of value here. Committing to Master Quest early on can be a little bit scary, right? You don't know exactly if there's a line you want to commit to, but both Trade Sector and Freezer Company are very wide open options.
And we'll see how much of a risk Ging wants to take. I mean, the real decision point here, because Ging being 5 points ahead of Hayden, is pretty much guaranteed to be part of our 4 heading straight to the Global Championship. It's whether he wants to risk playing a game which might get him the regional title.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're looking for, the regional title and the world championship. You know, you could argue one's a little bit bigger than the other, but we're going to see what players want more as we are moving on. We are seeing something on Hayden's board that we're always interested in. Atoma traits being picked up from the ancient archives. Of course, we want to see what Hayden finds in that, so we're going to hop on over there as soon as possible.
Got a couple more decisions being made early on as well. Along with that time, Kevin Parker is locked into Infinity for the rest of the game. Of course, we've all talked about the keeping your options open or making sure you're as strong as possible. Hayden has not cashed in immediately on the Toma traits, which is more unusual.
I mean, so a little funny thing, I think I can put him on blast here for a second.
Right, of course, that's what he needs.
So a little funny story, I've kind of been given the ghost to do with this information as I may. Hayden obviously took a little bit of an extended break after GSC1, came back here and has been prepping very intensely, to the point where we had to tell him that you can tailor Tome of Traits. And he gets an early Infinity Team here. And again, this is no slide against what he's been doing, because he's a fantastic player, has a great understanding of the game itself, right? Very strong fundamentals have really been shining through with the help from his practice group to get a better grasp on that patch here.
You know, I really love that messaging. You're only ever as good as your friends. I'm here for it. I should get some more Challenger friends then.
I mean, it's the way an entire German Discord of those, mates.
No.
Oh my gosh. A couple of small notes about some of the other players we haven't mentioned as of yet. Kafuzzle picking up the Oxforce Crest. We know pretty much where that's going. You mentioned along with the Ancient Archives coming for Hayden, Infinity will be contested in this lobby.
Yeah, we are also seeing once more, there's always the moment where some players start win streaking and some players go more into those losing streak openers. This time around, it's going to be Kevin Parker, 88 HP. After those first couple of rounds, before we move into the carousel, he is going to be someone that we need to maybe worry just a little bit about. But for now, his German colleague, Lester, spelled out quite a good board for the early.
Yeah, definitely Kevin Parker, currently the 4th place, so most vulnerable to being overtaken and having that guaranteed spot taken away from him. Of course, Ging looking once more to take the title again on 30 points overall, just 2 points behind Canbizz. This early board looking good.
Another thing I want to talk about Ging here is that actually he's one of the few players that have still opted to play a little bit of Qetzer after the nerfs here on this patch, so has a very familiar understanding of the line or whether or not or when he needs to transition out of this line into a better board.
Yeah, 100%. And you can see that Kerfuzzled just lost his win streak. Canbizz, however, can protect his. And Kevin Parker took yet another loss as we're going to be moving into the carousel. It is going to be glitched out, of course. This time, we're getting back to those bigger eggs. And everybody likes eggs.
Oh, yes. Again, though, of course, again, as we mentioned so many times before, apart from re-rolling players who hate losing out on that spot. But just to touch back on what you're saying about Canbizz on a win streak right now and also on the points lead in the tournament, this start certainly is very bad news for Ging, who's more towards the middle of the table.
Going to be seeing what everybody takes. Ging actually being able to find a bow, if I saw that correctly. So pretty good for him. A little bit of offensive for the Qetzer that he had on board. Can, of course, transfer this later on. He is here, can build a Giant Slayer right now, or can hold it for something like a Statics, which is a little bit more universal.
Yeah, King picking up the 3s company early on. They're not really finding a mass amount here. Presumably that's where the Qetzer came from initially. But right now it's keeping things pretty conservative. Has a decent amount of money in the bank to build towards something later on.
Yeah, and that's the key part about the Freezer comment, right? Because either you get insane tempo from it, or you get a big economic background here. And we talked about Qetzer early on. We spoke of him this morning, Meeix. I say morning. This gamer morning around 5 p.m., right? Where we were talking about how he really likes these AP reroll lines and how he really likes to fit into that tree. And well, he's going to be playing yet another Lulu game.
Yeah, do we like that? I feel like the Lulu, it's not really Luluing for the past couple of games. This morning, gamer morning, it looked pretty good. But game 3, 4, 5, I'm not convinced.
I think it's one of those ones that, you do have the big variable performances on. And Qetzer right now is last place with 16. So I don't hate him trying to just go for something which may come off big, it may fall flat on its face, but you've got to try for something big at this point. You're still relatively close to maybe getting to the Western LCQ, but getting a first, a second, that's really the way you do it.
And Ging here using that early lesser champion duplicator to push the tempo, something we have seen him do extensively so far today, and it's been paying off in spades.
100%, but here is Canbizz, and he is looking to protect that streak. Has the early Infiniteam going on, Sure Shot Defender, really common Infiniteam opener. On the other side is the person contesting him. It's Kevin Parker with an unslammed Infinity emblem on the bench.
This is what I really like about what we're seeing from Canbizz here. He's just playing whatever he hits, but at the same time, he's slowing down 2 other players while doing so. This is such a great way of sucking strength out of the rest of the lobby and making sure that Canbizz's streak goes on interrupted as it has.
Fossil on the Gadgetzine opener here has that early Lulu too as well. It's not necessarily going to be that big of an issue for Qetzer in terms of being able to hit the Lulus, because keep in mind, there are a lot of one cost in the pool, generally speaking, so just 3 of them being out there is not going to be the biggest issue in the world, while he would have liked that there was no one else contesting, obviously.
Gonna be going into the Krugs, where I always get a little bit scared, especially for those players who are down there. Casey Double is not in this lobby though, so we shouldn't be too worried. Although I saw something earlier that made me think it's maybe not only him who sometimes loses to Krugs. Kevin Parker, 67 HP in stage 2-7. That is quite a lot. Already gone when you're looking at the top standings, 100, 96, 94, 94, 94, 86. They're all so far away from him already.
That's a weird mathematics table, I gotta admit, Meeix. I'm not really sure how you multiply that, how to make it's like some sort of Fibonacci code.
Yeah, I hope you have a result for me now. I gave you all the numbers, I want a result.
We're running the numbers, and it spells trouble for anyone who can't figure out, which will, of course, include us. We check in with Hayden, currently in 3rd place overall with 25 points. Again, much like Ging, is fairly secure in that top 4 spot unless this game is a total disaster. On a win streak now, just like Canbizz up at the top, means that the kind of variability of the game finish is reduced dramatically.
And Hayden has been committing to the absolute tempo slams available to him, right? Early Zephyr slam here, early level 6 to push the tempo in this entire lobby here, because he knows that as long as he stays clear of pretty much everyone else here, gotta play for that secure top 4, top 3 position. He should be in no matter what. And he's doing that quite well. He's also over 30 gold. Good rule of thumb.
Augment's coming in. It was gold first. It is going to be Hero Augment next. 3-3-4 for our players.
Time to bring out that Gegen pressing here for our players, because this is a very useful formation for most of them. But I mean, the forecasts here are so good because this has a huge implication for some of the players that might have been looking to do a free cost reroll potentially, because a lot of these free cost reroll lines really falter when forecasts are in play.
Yeah, and then of course we've already established we've got Canbizz in particular exerting a lot of control over lobby. Maybe wasn't planning that the forecasts arriving in force quite so quickly for our players lower down the table. It should help them push their ball strength forward and perhaps put together, like Hayden here, the early bigger comps like Infinity 5.
Picking up the recursion matrix here on that Infiniteam angle, we are seeing that other players have picked up those forecasts. So aim assist in play for Lusher, but everybody else is on a forecast. We have Samiras, we have Diegos, both support and carry augments, and we have the gear shift on Canbizz, who is once more on a Noxslinger line.
Yeah, I'd certainly love to see it. As was noted in our previous game, the gear shift certainly giving a lot of power longer term to your board rather than going for just the gold drop instead on the Twisted Fate. Hayden will take the L here to drop out the win streak, but Canbizz keeps his going.
Canbizz with the absolute fiend play here, coming through level 7, 0 gold. He knows that all he needs to do is ensure that everyone in the lobby just stays down, so he's just going to put them in their place.
We'll see how that one goes. Canbizz, however, still streaking, and at this point, it's putting the entire lobby into a tempo chokehold. They need to make something here and dethrone them, or the hits that he's dishing out will become a problem for every other player. Kevin, you said it, able to turn it around just a little bit, but now Qetzer is down there. 54 HP. Ging also has taken a little bit of a hit with 73, and everybody's staring at Canbizz, trying to see how to dethrone this one.
Yeah, the 2-point lead is what Canbizz has right now. That's such a big gap to make up for Ging. It's specifically down, as I said, having taken a lot of damage already. Kafuzzle looking to play the confounding factor in this lobby, also sharing up these top spots. If you could take Canbizz off his throne, that would make a huge difference.
The power of the Frail here means that Canbizz are going to be dishing out some absolutely insane hits. So look at Kafuzzle dropping down through the table, down to 75 HP. Qetzer also down to just 42. And Kevin Parker, he might have stabilized here.
Yeah, it looks like he did just that. Once again, Qetzer taking a loss, though, so he needs to be the one that we're now worrying about. Gets the first pick of the litter in this carousel on these unit, picks up an Alistar with a tier, and everybody else is now going as well. The Aatrox may be looking interesting to players like Lusher, but goes for the sword instead.
We talked about, of course, Qetzer from before being the player who needs the biggest swing in this game. Has a lot of items on the bench ready to go to maybe help fuel that swing into happening. Lulu has her blue buff. The egg is still not hatched, but we are fairly close. Well, I say fairly close. We are at Lulu 3 right now.
Has the blue buff on bench, is going to slam that right away. Jeweled Lotus as an augment as well. And of course, with Viego in play, there's going to be a little bit of support coming around as well.
And Qetzer's shaking here a little bit maybe, right? Like, he, instead of trying to start in level 5 here, rolling down for the Pantheon, he realizes he's so far away that he might as well get better odds for those two costs instead.
And of course, we saw this before not work out terribly well, but at least Qetzer, has got a huge loss streak in play, has got a decent amount of gold in the bank, so he does have options, even if his HP is looking a little bit sus. Wait a second, are we about to see this newly online Lulu actually manage to break the streak?
Glitterland chance. Go. You can do it.
Yes! Canbizz brought low by the Lulu.
And the big thing here is that Canbizz now, he's going to be 10 gold behind where he wants to be with that early level 7. Again, he did push a lot of damage, which is his primary objective in this lobby, is dealing damage and pushing the likes of Ging outside their comfort zone. Feeling the need to match him, because Ging, keep in mind, is the only person really able to contest Canbizz for this title.
And I love the irony here of Qetzer, of course, being our lowest points player in our Final 8, being the one to knock Canbizz off of that perch and take the money out of Canbizz's pocket. Admittedly, Canbizz has gotten an enormous amount of money so far, so it may be too little too late, but it had to happen sometime, and I'm glad for Qetzer's chances that it was him.
I'm just looking across these traits here on the right side. Hayden and Kevin Parker are competing each other just a little bit, but with Kevin picking up the Daredevil on the Samira, you know his focus is going to be around hair, whereas Hayden is a little bit more on the traditional line and is currently itemizing his Sivir as the main carry. And you can see, oh, nope, that's actually, I thought that was going to be Hayden. It's actually Kevin for now, has probably not found the Sivir to take these items off for now, but we'll do that later.
I mean, it's a pretty easy mistake to make in this particular
They're both
lobby.
playing Infinity.
We can pretty much just bundle them in together, just call them the same player, honestly, because they are going to be following a very similar line for a while.
You say similar line, but there are different trees within the Infinity Team line here. Look at what Hayden is doing here. He's playing around the Switch of Fate for now. No sure shots inside with Hester Samira on the bench. Could be a transitional unit, but keep in mind that he did have to opt for that recursion matrix because of poor augment tailoring 3-2.
Going into Wolves, and honestly, it does not feel like we're only in stage 3-7 to me. That Canbizz win streak early just absolutely sped up the game for all of these players. Qetzer still down there, but has been finding win after win on the back of the Lulu. Kevin now once more looking to find an angle. Lusher right above him with
Hayden.
3 losses, and Hayden 4-1 finds Twisted Fate 2, and I think we're here to stay.
I'm wondering a lot how stable Hayden thinks he is, because if he thinks he's stable enough, he can start playing for an insane cap by putting that Infinity Team crest onto the Urgot and start farming those massive items and gold.
We know that is the greediest choice, but oftentimes it's going to lead to the best outcomes. Kevin Parker here, as you said, with a different line of play, Daredevil in place, which means that his currently low HP is directly benefiting the team with more attack speed, fueling what I'm sure he hopes will be a tremendous comeback.
And we are seeing Lusher sport, and this one is something we haven't seen a lot of, especially in this patch, especially in this tournament. It is the aim assist LeBlanc, and he is looking for that LeBlanc 3. Definitely on an admin. I'm sure we're going to get word what that admin on Lusher's side is. For now, took a loss here against his fellow countryman. Is looking for a big, big finish here to still claw a place of qualification for himself.
And we thought, backlines for a while, thought they were safe. They thought we'd finally be able to move her out, but let's move on to our last augment of the game. It will be gold. So our players just able to put the last pieces together, but it shouldn't upturn the table too much.
This was a question between capping out versus pure combat power. He goes for the thrill of the hunt. We know how universally powerful this is, and with a unit like Samira that has the opportunity to execute multiple units with one cast, the heal's going to be massive.
All right. I'm very nervous on what our Lulu player is on. To be honest with you, that is my biggest question. Qetzer, what have you found in the golden augments? Are we looking at Axiom Arc, or are we going to be safe from that threat once more?
Oh boy. It's okay, so it's not Axiom Arc, but it will be the Heart Emblem, so we're going to be seeing not as much explosivity, but the longer rounds for Qetzer will be very good. Certainly Lulu can make some deletions early on to get those rounds turned around, but we'll stay with Canbizz for the time being. So the makeshift armor, something we did see turning up a little bit across our tournament, being used to reinforce the front line, which is right now struggling. That Infinity member, as you said before, Wheater, has landed on the Urgot, so that's a lot more waves being able to crash down, at least longer term.
And waves is exactly what Hayden has been making all week and what he's trying to make in this final game here. Picking up that final Infinity Team crest here as well means he is going to be lacking combat power from augments, but with the time he has with these Urgots to farm a ton of items potentially, he's going to be able to compensate that in that way instead.
Absolutely right. However, Lusher is losing HP one at a time. We're in stage 4-3. He's on 35 HP. We know he's on that aim assist. The admin, you're seeing it here. He's on 40 ability power and another 40 ability power for this comp. This is great, but even greater would be that LeBlanc 3.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the win condition coming through there. I mean, as I was saying before, all of the backlines have felt like they were safe up until the point LeBlanc lands and makes an absolute mess of everything. I don't think any of our players would have anticipated this coming into the lobby. So, compositions like this and multiple backline carries, they just get evaporated, and there's not very much you can do about it.
Look at her shooting down anything in her path. This time around, Lusher is going to find a win, hopefully, and that will be the case against Ging. But the lobby is just, it's separating more and more as we move into the carousels. There is going to be an Urgot and an Ezreal.
Wait, the Ezreal you're talking about here could be insane for Kevin Parker, right? If he's still on that sure shot Infinity Team line, that is a massive boon for him. And keep in mind as well, potential Urgot pair for Hayden. There are some absolute bangers on this carousel. Ging picking it up instead here. And an important thing to know about Ging and Kevin Parker, both of them are kind of in the middle of nowhere land right now. Ging especially. When you look at where Canbizz is at, and then you look at the difference between him and Ging, that's still a huge amount of work he has to do.
Yeah, and I really appreciate this, honestly, from the Canbizz's side of things. For our players going forward to the Global Championship, they need to show their mastery of the situation, to be able to manipulate games outside of the normal way you play TFT. I think Canbizz has done that extremely well now heading up to level 8. Most of the pieces are in place for Canbizz's ascension. The final bits are still coming together, though.
When he's talking about the final bits here, Garen has been found. Not a Garen 2 just yet, Peter, but it is going to be a massive thing, and he is able to find that 2-star Garen, get those double CCs lined up.
Going up against Lusher. Lusher, who we just saw and thought maybe he's going to be turning it around now. He has 5 copies of LeBlanc. That is not nearly enough. 20 gold for him in his bank. The LeBlanc is under fire in the backline. The Edge of Night does save her a little bit of time, but it's not going to be enough. The Morgana and the Twisted Fate, they collapse onto her, and Lusher loses out once more. Kevin, despite the big pickup from the carousel, also taken down to 24 HP.
We're left in a situation where Qetzer is the only win-streaking player as a second 2-star Garen enters the field. Of course, for Infinity Team players, that is absolutely essential to putting together their long-term defenses. For Ging here, currently second place overall, though, doesn't have anywhere near as impressive of a front line.
No, and honestly, the front line isn't really the issue here for Ging, right? You look at the back line here, you can see the Azol 2. Azol 2 is fine. It's not the primary item carry here. Finds that Nico 2, which means he's finally get something in that back line that can really start dishing out the damage.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind, Ging is currently very good on points. He is on 30 points. His spot for Worlds is looking extremely good, so he can go really risky to try and get the spot for EMEA champion. You can see his sheer power that he's now built out on the back of going 8, and 0 gold has made it for him. However, Germany looking desperate down there. 12 HP, 13 HP for Kevin Parker and Lusher. Maybe this PvE round can bring some luck, some support, something to turn this one around, but I'm not sure if they can claw this one out.
I mean, you look at the goal difference between Lusher and Kevin Parker right now, it's night and day. I mean, they may have similar HP, but for Lusher, the future is much more positive. At least he can find something. We're getting just above, you mentioned going all in on putting the board together. Lusher can still potentially leapfrog and at least battle for, say, a top 5.
Yeah, but this is such a big roll down, right? He's 13 HP here. He needs to find 4 more copies of the blank. No ought to be picked up here. And we just have to sit back and relax and watch this, because it is going to be Lusher on the block.
Yeah, and we talked about roll downs this morning. He is looking for that LeBlanc, finds another 2-star, 3 more to go. He doesn't have any extra orbs. He needs to find them in his shop, and the gold is running out. Warwick 2 being picked up in the meantime, but this is not something that you wanted. Sells off part of the board, finds that Sona 3, so something 3-star at least, but not the unit he was hoping for.
No, maybe a bit of a monkey's paw there, finding the wrong units at the right time. Still, though, we'll see if Lusher can hold on for just a little while longer. Maybe fortunes change dramatically. Kevin Parker and Lusher, the two German players, both up for elimination in this round on both sides of your screen.
Hopefully they can turn it around. Germany needs these wins, but Kevin is Samira against the entire Infinity Board. He's taken it in, but he survives this one, and Lusher finds a win in this round. They are trying their best to claw one out.
And keep in mind what I was talking about with the combination of Samira plus the thrill of the hunt, right? She stayed alive for so long, and at the end of the day, saving Kevin Parker's life in this tournament. And so, though, Fiddlesticks 2, these boards are going out of this world now.
I just noticed Qetzer, of course, we were talking about before. Maybe, just maybe, Qetzer wouldn't have a late game. He just hit level 9 off of his board. So things are changing. They're changing quick. And we still have no way of knowing how this is all going to play out.
Once more, we're going to watch Kevin and Lusher side by side trying to find wins. Lusher did it in the last game. Kevin did not, but can he do it now? They're up against each other. Somebody is going to take a hit here. And you can see that LeBlanc is unbothered in that backline. She is looking like she might take it, but the Samira takes her down instead. All eyes on Sona, and she is going to carry this one home with the Shojin, with the 3-star. It wasn't the right unit, but it came at least at the right time.
And Kevin Parker, the most vulnerable player currently in our top 4 on 22 points. Enzo, Kafuzzle could both potentially leapfrog and take that 4th spot away, that 4th guaranteed spot of the Monsters Attack Championship.
And it's going to be such a bittersweet ending to this entire weekend for Kevin Parker, the entire season potentially as well. One of the players that has really put themselves together and really done a fantastic job all throughout this season. Meanwhile, Ging looks like he's found a stable board that might be able to bring it back.
Yeah, hopefully. I believe he might survive even another loss. I just quickly want to say I am very sure that this is not the last we've seen of Kevin Parker. His road has only just started, and he might even still make it to the LCQ. So we'll see how this one goes.
This is such an important round. Ging is the only remaining challenger for Canbizz points-wise for the title of EMEA champion. If Ging gets taken out here, we have already decided who our champion is.
He does not get knocked out here. He survives this one.
But this carousel could be big. Some of these players might be holding on to big pairs. It don't matter. Okay, there is an Infinity Team emblem on this board, but I don't think that's going to be the priority for Hayden. He's already sacrificed 2 augments to go into that tree. He needs some better items as well.
Oh boy, so many decisions we made here. Our HP totals are starting to collapse. The bottom 3 very close to each other. The top 4 with barely more breathing room. It's not quite as tight of a lobby as we've seen previously, but it's still hugely explosive.
We are looking at Lusher, though, because he just picked up a blue buff, which is going to be helpful, I think, for his comp. On the other side, here's Qetzer, who has put the Gadgetines into play after being on that Lulu 3. We're looking at Lulu carry Gadgetines. Not a line we get an awful lot of, but with that extra heart emblem, he found that entry to have the best of both worlds.
And with the hearts rocking through as well, and an Archangel on the Nunu, if Qetzer can somehow find the upgrade to the Nunu, it's just going to be going through people, demolishing absolutely everything. But again, Ging's future is vital for the tournament up against level 9 Hayden.
Hopefully, Ging can turn this one around. He is up against the Infinity board. I believe it's Hayden's here, and his Asol is trying to make the most out of it. Asol's comets will come crashing down. Here they are, meteor shower once more, but I don't think it is enough. He's trying his hardest. The Syndra comes in support, but he is taken down here in the round now as 7th player, even Lusher, coming right above him in 6th.
There's got to be a smile on Canbizz's face right now. It's been such a long road to get to this point. As I said, Lusher is gone, Ging is gone. We've only got 5 people remaining in our final lobby of this 3-day competition.
And look at this matchup here coming through for Enzo as well. He's going to be guaranteed to fight against KC Canbizz. And that's, generally speaking, something that's going to be important for this round. A lot of clarity around who's facing who. And Hayden's got to suffer. That's going to be a punishing thing for a lot of these players. And Qetzer has a lot of tempo to work with. And here we have this fight. This fight's going to be super decisive as well, because Enzo is in with a good shot at making it into one of those very important spots.
Qetzer and Enzo both fighting for their lives here, side by side. Enzo just a little bit lower his board with that Belveth, trying to eke one out against Canbizz. Canbizz, who most likely is going to be our EMEA champion, will take a hit, but definitely still has so much HP to work with.
I'm still so impressed by Qetzer's tenacity to hold on to this point. Enzo down to 14, Qetzer 17, Canbizz just above. And I can't help but notice, Hayden right up at the top there, an incredibly impressive player, but there's one more in the mix. It's my boy, Qetzer. He's still alive!
Also, like, a little bit of an unfortunate situation for Hayden here to a certain extent. Has still yet to find a 2-star Garen, still yet to find a 2-star Urgot to really help facilitate those final few transitions he has to make at some point to close out this game.
Qetzer will pick up an anvil here, of course, from the PvE round, a little bit of gold. We are looking all across the boards. Most players on level 9, Qetzer and Canbizz, the only ones who aren't, and as I'm saying that, he goes up to 9. Canbizz still on level 8 though.
Oh boy, the few remaining moments before the storm truly breaks. We are receiving confirmation that it is now official. Carmine Corp will take themselves their 3rd EMEA regional title, and Canbizz has officially arrived on the world stage. His journey has been enormous, stepping out of the shadow of his cousin.
And Qetzer here making the most out of this angle here, trying to pop it at the last second possible.
Qetzer still has a lot of HP here, shouldn't be too worried. It is Qetzer who is shaking, but Canbizz is on the other side of this fight. Enzo and Qetzer might take a loss here. Canbizz going down to 8 HP, and Qetzer and Enzo both survive their rounds themselves. Stay alive one more time. Fiddlesticks and Janna too. Did we all just see that?
Yeah, well, I mean, Canbizz may be pretty much done in this lobby in terms of what he needs to do, but for everybody else, eking out even a couple more points could make the difference between joining Canbizz on the global stage or being left behind.
Yeah, and you were speaking about him. Qetzer is here. He's not currently very high up in the leaderboard, but a good finish here could propel him into those qualification spots that we are looking at. Even if it's just for the LCQ, these players are all fighting to make it just one spot higher in the overall standings. It is Hayden against Qetzer, and Canbizz on 8 HP needs to shake now, as he is looking to maybe get eliminated one round into this, already crowned. Maybe, maybe he's going to be taken out here.
I think so. Retiring with dignity from this final game. His work is done here, but we still continue with an extremely close final lobby. Qetzer taking the 2-star Viego. Our players coming online even further. Hayden with Infinity Team 7 has been so impressive this tournament, fighting back for the brink.
Also worth noting here that this fight was really unfortunate for Hayden in terms of how it ended up working out with Qetzer being on that ASOL carry. Right? When you're playing Infinity Team, you are going to end up clumping your board no matter how you position, because you're going to get those 2 extra units that you can't position.
Okay, Hayden is actually in contention for these spots as well. He is also looking for a high finish, going up against Qetzer. Can his Infinity Team board do it? Shroud of Stillness hitting the Syndra too, and the Super Ezreal. The wave comes in, the Undertow takes out some of the enemy front line, but the Nunu charges on uninterrupted. The Gadgetines are just a whole lot of mess for Hayden to deal with as he goes out 4th, and Enzo following some suit 3rd.
But that means he puts himself into 30 points. That should be safe, mathematically speaking. Qetzer can only get to 26, I believe, with a win. And Qetzer is also down in those lower echelons of the overall standings here. But what a way to finish out this tournament. We're going to have a massive face-off here. This super cap board coming out from Qetzer versus the star of the show, to a certain extent, all throughout this weekend. This Lulu reroll coming through from Qetzer.
As you said, the points here absolutely vital. Qetzer looking to take the spot away from Kevin Parker, who finished in 8th in this lobby. We've seen so many tournaments go this way that just one bad game can spell your doom. Qetzer and Qetzer, it may even be the final round if Qetzer gets the win here.
Yeah, it could be. Both players on level 9, basically 0 gold. We can see the Leona smiling at Qetzer as he built out a board with lots and lots of legendaries on. That Shroud of Stillness hits the ASOL in the enemy backline right from the get-go. Nunu comes in and interrupts everybody for just a short time. Jhin gets back onto casting, but will it be enough? The Viego is on to him. He is going to be taken down by the Jhin, but it's not enough, and Qetzer takes a loss here.
Also keep in mind here, this Nunu 2 is an absolute menace. The double AP scaling from the heart as well as that Archangel Staff means that this Nunu is a fantastic secondary carry that's going to be able to shut out whatever this Lulu is unable to do.
And I think this is obviously a massive problem for Qetzer. The damage isn't focused enough to take the Nunu offline in any kind of timely fashion. He's just going to get back on his feet, come back for a second go. I honestly don't know what Qetzer can even do at this point. These two players are so close in points to each other.
I mean, he at least found an upgrade with that Leona, hopefully, but is it going to be enough? 0 items on her. The Shroud of Stillness hits the entire enemy clutter, and that might just be the end of it for Qetzer. There was a chance to maybe eke this one out with positioning, but with that Shroud hitting everything on his board, it is just going to be very bad news for him. You can see the echo coming. Here's the Gnar. The Jhin is trying to do something, but the Lulu will take it, and Qetzer is taken down. Qetzer takes the last game of the day with the first place in our EMEA finals here today.
What a sweet way to end that lobby for Qetzer. An incredible showing to make sure we do not forget his name.
We have a bit of a situation here. Peter kind of popping up like a bit of a jack in the box here. And I mean, we had so much action going on in this final game that it's really hard to figure out any talking points.
Oh boy, I mean, I really, at this point, I'm just waiting to see how those final points come in, but we cannot let it slide that this has been the culmination of so many events. I believe got it written down here somewhere. Matt had a great layout of just how much it's been. 107 days, the 9 open qualifiers, 9 golden special cups, 11 snapshots, so much TFT, so much time, blood, sweat and tears to leave us with Canbizz as our new first-time EMEA regional champion. I don't think he could have done it a better way.
Oh, I mean, we kind of just saw here. Like, it also not a great final for Enzo, for example, who was the best player on day 1 and day 2 by far. But Canbizz wasn't even that far behind him, and we kind of see that consistency, that killer instinct from all those tournaments. He has been kind of amassing Golden Spatula Cup, Hextech Finals. He's kind of won everything now. He's won the EMEA Championship. The only thing left on his mantle is going to be that Global Championship.
Yeah, and speaking of that Global Championship, it is rolling around quite soon. So is the LCQ. Stay tuned for our analyst desk, who is going to break down that game and deliver you all of the standings and tell you who is actually qualified for Worlds, who is qualified for that LCQ. That's been it from us three. It's been an absolute pleasure to deliver you those last 2 games, and I hope you're coming back for our next shows.
You couldn't ask for a better final game, David. Of course, we got to see incredible play from one of our players who will be our Rising Legends champion. Not going to spoil anything. Had to be very careful about my phrasing there. Took a little while to think about it. But that was a really fun game to watch from all of our players. There's a couple of things that may have gone a little bit unnoticed to the casual observer. But one thing that wasn't, I need to demonstrate something about Qetzer's composition. If you wouldn't mind tossing me that Nunu over there, David.
There you go.
So the key to Qetzer's composition in the late game was we always know how the Lulu comp works, and she just kind of goes, whew, whew. He decided instead to pivot out to something more Nunu focused. And the way that works is, if we can take a look at the table here, it looks a little bit like this. And you can see the Hearts Nunu just really pushing around all of the units on the opponent's board. And that was the key to his victory in that game. And I think he really piloted it masterfully.
It's not winter right now, but the snowplow was definitely out in full effect. I have to give huge props to Qetzer. I think he played one of the coolest versions of Lulu we've ever seen, at least definitely in this tournament. Usually, it's pretty cookie cutter. You get Axiom Mark, you win the game with just the full-on straight-up Hearts. Instead, goes into 5-guy team, and really, I think was an excellent played game by Qetzer to end things off.
Yeah, and I think Kerfuzzled was a very fun board to watch as well, going for that tank fiddlesticks at the very end, as I have to apologize to our stage manager, rapidly picking up plushies. Enzo as well. He kicked me! Riot, help! But Enzo as well, really a great performance on that one, taking the third place. And there is something you wanted to talk about with the interaction between Qetzer and Enzo for that one.
Yeah. Qetzer, in the end, getting that first place made it so that Kerfuzzled, if he would have won, he would have won the tiebreaker for fourth place as well. So important that Qetzer gets that win for his own compatriot, for Enzo, who was fighting for that spot as well. Ging, coming into this game, he was leading the pack by quite a bit alongside Canbizz. Canbizz at 32, Ging at 30. Ging knew he was qualified for Worlds already. He was guaranteed among those top 4 spots because of the really big gap in points from 2nd to 4th. And Ging had to really see this game as a, hey, I go 1st or I go 8th. Did a little bit better, got 7th in the end, but the playstyle itself, I think, is explaining the result. Despite getting so many top 4s today and yesterday, he had to risk it a bit more in this game to try and find that final reward.
I love the different strategies from 2 of our leaders on the points ladder board as well. Canbizz took a different tact where he was just like, I'm going to play for early game. I'm going to go as strong as I can with my board in the early game and just blow out as much HP as humanly possible to try and get my way to that top 8 and knock out any other contenders.
I think precisely because of that high HP lead, Ging was thinking, this guy is streaking all of stages 2 and 3. He's not going out in 5th as he did. I have to play riskier, but maybe if he would have known, he would have played more consistent, got more for the top 4, might have made it himself if he had 2 spot position over Canbizz. So overall, a very, very close game. I think a really nice game to pop things off at the end, especially Qetzer again. Huge commendation to his board. I think it was so cool to see that Nunu in action.
I mean, we also got to see someone very near and dear to our own hearts, and that, of course, Hacker LeBlanc, everyone's favorite composition from previous Golden Spatula Cups. That was
something.
I think I'm going to need to call my therapist later. That was
the flashbacks coming in, Iberia. I feel you. I think all of our players felt you as well as they saw LeBlanc coming in. It was 2-star for most of the game, though, so in the end, not as scary as she could have been. But also Hayden, a player that had to fight for that 3rd place. He got so many great upgrades coming to stage 4. He got a very early Urgot to snowball his lead as well. And really, he marvelously defended at that position in the end.
Yeah, really creative, fantastic play from all of our players. And of course, we do have our final standings ready. We're getting ready to announce the Rising Legends champion for Monsters Attack. And to no surprise, Canbizz, our Golden Spatula Cup champion, the most successful player to ever be in the Rising Legends circuit, has claimed his first regional title.
The most consistent set we've seen to this point from any player in the history of Rising Legends at the very least.
By
the
far,
last 2 sets, by a large margin. He came into day 1, 2nd place. He came into day 2, 2nd place. This time he said, I want more. I want the glory and the pride for myself, for my country, for my team, for Karmine Corps as well. And he comes out on top.
And I think Ging as well, we cannot sing enough praises about this player, has been to this final leg of EMEA every single time he could. And look, another stellar performance out of him. No, not taking a 1st place, and I think that was the difference maker between him and Canbizz, but a 2nd place, massively improving upon his last performance where he had to fight through the LCQ in order to make it.
and getting not as consistent in GSCs, but coming to ladder snapshots, he was, I think, his worst spot in all the snapshots was 7th place on EU West. He was 3rd in almost half of them or more even. So consistent across this set and so many sets in the past as well. Now, 3rd time going to championship, equaling double 61 when it comes to that.
Speaking of double 61, we have his cousin, our champion. Sorry. Speaking of Canbizz's cousin, we have Canbizz on the line right now. Canbizz, you have just won this trophy. In this exact moment, how are you feeling?
I am so happy. I'm so happy to win today.
Canbizz, you've been playing so well, not just this tournament, really the entire set, and I love to see consistency rewarded. In your case, I think you definitely deserve this, but how do you feel being a player that I think not just won this finals, but has become, I think, the most consistent player ever in the history of a Rising Legends season? You've won a GSC and you've won finals as well. No one has done that before. How does that feel for you?
I feel very good because I tried a lot for this. It's amazing for me to do this achievement for going at World, and I'm so happy. Yeah.
Now, Canbizz, last time we talked, you shared the fantastic information that after every single time you compete, your mom checks in on you and asks you if you've won. Have you given her the news yet, or are you waiting for her to ask?
Yeah, he come on my room, and my brother say Canbizz Mohammed win the tournament, and it's beautiful.
That's awesome. I'm hoping you get to celebrate with them later on tonight.
I think this is the best version we'll ever have of Are You Winning, Son? The answer is absolutely yes, Canbizz, and I think so deserved as well. Canbizz, talking now about France. Coming into this set, Germany has been a very tough adversary in terms of the nationality, trying to fight for that spot, trying to maybe prove that they were at the same level as France. But coming into the finals, Enzo on days 1 and 2, you're coming on this day 3. You're sending a message to, I think, not just EMEA, but to the world as well, with champs coming in 2 weeks. How do you feel for France as well in this final of the set?
I think we got a lot of player French. And we play together, we try hard together. You look in the top 10, double, Qetzer, Armatric, and Enzo and me. So it's really beautiful to do that. It's incredible.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Canbizz, speaking of looking forward to that championship in just 2 weeks, a lot of French players that you've mentioned previously have made incredibly deep runs into the championship. Obviously, your cousin emerged victorious back in Galaxies, but Potable as well in Fates, taking that top 8 placement. Are you going to be leaning on them for the preparation, or just continue with what you've been doing so far?
It's a big example for me, Double, firstly, because it's my cousin. It's a great, it's a monster for me. It's so good at this game, and if I win today, it's for him, and yeah.
And that's so special. I think one of the greatest stories, at least for me in esports, having 2 cousins that are both so incredibly amazing at this game. You've proven it across this entire set. But for Karmine Corp as well, they've now won 3 EMEA championships. Yeah. How proud are you for your organization as well and becoming the winningest org in EMEA? Is that a big thing for you as well?
I'm so happy for Karmine Corp because it's an organization it's beautiful. It's a family. Mm-hmm. And for me, it's incredible to win for this organization and work for this organization.
Well, Canbizz, you have done this before. Now your second interview victorious, so you know what is coming next. You've emerged victorious. Congratulations once more, but is there anyone you want to give a shout out to or a couple of thanks?
Can you repeat, please? I don't understand.
Shout out to anyone you want to thank, friends, family.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you to firstly the French player, the Discord buff, I think, And yeah, thank you, Armatric, Enzo, Qetzer, Double. We tried a lot this week, and it's beautiful. Thank you, the Carmine Corp for supporting me. The Blue Wall, again and again and again. On the lose, on the victory. It's and yeah, my family, of course. My mother, my brother, my family, my cousin, my dad. It's beautiful.
All right, thank you so much, Canbizz, for the interview, and congratulations once more on becoming the Rising Legends champion. Enjoy the rest of your day. Oh man, dude, he said I did it for him, and I started losing it. I don't know if you can see in the camera, but I was like, yeah. Yep, sounds great, Enzo. Sounds great, Canbizz. I'm confusing players. I'm so lost.
One more thing, though, that I think we have to mention. EMEA at Champs, I feel like we are in good hands for this year. Canbizz, Hayden, Enzo, Ging as well, who's made it for the third time. I mean, what a stacked roster of players. They've proven it this weekend as well. So consistent across every single day.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the big things that I was hoping for coming into this was a lot of times we have a champion who has not shown that consistency throughout the set. Sometimes it's someone's really good meta. Sometimes they have a couple patches where they haven't found that success. But Canbizz clearly understands the set as a whole, clearly on a strong run, and I think is one of the strongest contenders we've ever sent since Double 61.
Said the same thing last year, to be honest, but this year I feel for real. I feel a special buff this time around.
Last year, Lelouch didn't have a ninth, and a first.
That's true. That's very true. That's very true.
He did well. Don't get me wrong. Lelouch, our champion, but never has anyone done that well before. So,
and the mental buff as well of France as a whole. Canbizz was saying it, the mentality of Double 61, who's been there before. He knows what it is to be playing at Championship against some of the best players in the world. He's going to be in Canbizz's corner the entire 2 weeks, prepping with Canbizz and the rest of the French players, with Enzo as well. So I'm just so ready to see what they prepared, what level of play they bring forward, and if we can finally actually start contesting China as the #1 region in the world.
I think we got it. I think we're ready. And as our players start preparing, we too got to start preparing. Of course, the last chance qualifier is coming on the 20th, or yes, 20th, right? All right. I always get so nervous about dates because when we were actually practicing this, I said the 27th for the championship, no joke, 4 times in a script that I wrote. So also that's coming up. The championship is going to be on the 26th, so make sure you take a peek and tune in for both of those. You ready to do socials, David? Do you want to start it off?
I'm born ready, Iberia. I've been nailing it the entire week. I'm not going to mess up now. At TFT Esports EMEA, if you want to join in on this conversation, congratulate Canbizz maybe for his big win. Share some nice words for that player, for the French community as well. Maybe even tweet in French. We'll still maybe feature your tweet at some point.
We'll figure it out. Tweets get translated.
If you want to add in the hashtag as well, TFT Rising Legends, with a little icon that always comes up. But it's so nice as well.
Yeah. And of course, all of our casters here, myself at Niberia, this lovely man next to me at Impetuous Panda, the 3 folks standing off to my right at Meeix, M-E-E-I-X with an underscore, at Counterfeit Cast because he hit the character limit, and at Weta Casts. Thank you so much to all of them, all of our staff here, the lovely folks I'm staring at behind all of the cameras, the production room, you, the viewer, Riot Games, everyone. Thank you so much. We will see you again for the last chance qualifier and then the championship one last time. Congratulations to Canbizz and good night.